accepted to tell another part of the story of our common journey. The last time I checked, my name is Ambroise Wonkam. I'm a professor of genetic medicine. I'm the current director of the Marquis Nathan's Institute of Genetic Medicine and the Department of Genetic Medicine at the School of Medicine, Johns Hopkins University. I'm also professor of medicine, genetic medicine at the University of Cape Town. I will be sharing this session in my role of the chair of the steering committee of the H3Africa Consortium. And really, very, very privileged to have around me a lot of illustrious people that I will introduce to you very soon. The proceeding will not be very long. Let me look at the program that Michelle gave to me. So today we are really privileged to have a guest of honor who was supposed to be our ambassador from the United States. As you may not know, for most of us know, H3Africa Consortium is a collaboration between the African Society of Human Genetics, founded by Charles Rochimi, the first president. The second president, Michelle Ramsey, sitting somewhere in the room, and I'm currently the third president. And that society, collaboratively with the NIH and the government from the United States and the Wellcome Trust from the UK, organized what we call today the H3Africa. So it's so critical that we have a representation from the United States here, because the money that we have used is public money collected from the taxpayer of people of America. And today, the ambassador will be represented by Dr. Jerry Guama, and who is the branch chief at the CDC. And he's here and he will give you some inaugural talk. And I will apologize for him because they will have to leave very soon. So if he moved from the table, it's not by disrespect, it's because he's a busy man. So Dr. Guama.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to speak on behalf of the U.S. Ambassador, Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard, and also on behalf of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control Country Director, Dr. Mary Boyd. First of all, Mr. Chairman, Professor Ambrose Wonkam, and my teacher, Professor Isaac Adeole, who also has been, he has worn so many caps in the past as the former Minister of Health of this country, and of course, Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, different things that he has done over the years. And of course, delegates of this consortium from across the world, particularly this continent, Africa. Ladies and gentlemen of the praise, as we like to say in Nigerian parlance, all protocols duly observed. It is my singular honor, like I said, to represent the US Ambassador here, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Abuja, Nigeria, on the occasion of this epoch-making 19th Human Heredity and Health Africa Consortium meeting, which I learned from little research online is aptly themed A Decade of H3Africa, outlining a pathway to implementation. It is a very exciting time, and I'm happy to see the progress and hear about what you're doing in genomics and biobanking and all of the how it relates to the diseases, whether infectious or non-infectious, and the impacts that will have on the health of the African population. I would just ask that as members of this Pan-African network of genomic scientists, as you celebrate a decade of collaboration on several projects across the Saharan African continents. And as we review and highlight some of the pivotal research conducted in the field of genomics led by African scientists, which have the potential to inform and improve the health of millions of Africans, I want you to take extreme pride in your achievements and the progress you have made over the past decade. And while you celebrate these achievements, I would also implore you to take some time just in line with your lofty vision that seeks to enable quality African-led science and to harness genomic technologies in the study of infectious and non-infectious diseases for improving the health of Africans and the world, to really ponder what is going to be happening in this particular field within the consortium in the next decade. And I'll say there's such great potential to be achieved in this field. And so I'll invite you to open your minds and apply yourselves to the possibilities for greater impact that lie ahead. This continent needs you, and we are extremely proud of the work you do for the people of Africa. So I'd invite you to forge on in the assurance that your work is critical to the health of Africa and indeed the entire world. Lastly, I welcome you to Abuja, and I will invite you to also make some time to savor and enjoy some of the beautiful sceneries of this city, Abuja, and the special warmth and zest of the Nigerian people. Again, as we say in Nigeria, you are most welcome. Do have a lovely and memorable time in Abuja. Thank you very much, and I wish you a wonderful deliberation through this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent speech, Dr. Gwamna, Jerry Gwamna, precisely. Yes. And we are really honored to have you here. We are privileged to have a former Minister of Health from 2005 and 2015, 2019, and also an academic. So he knows exactly what we are doing, so we cannot tell him lies. He will be able to speak, hopefully, and representing indirectly the government of this big, very big and beautiful country. And it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Isaac Folorunso Adewole. So Adewole, it was not a question of luck. It's just that my second eyes just betrayed me just now.
Thank you so much. The chair of the African Society of Human Genetics, next door neighbor, Professor Wonkam. Let me also pay due regards to the American ambassador, who is not here, but ably represented by Dr. Gwama. The keynote speaker, someone I've known for several years, Dr. Charles Rotimi. Sponsors and leadership of the National Institutes of Health. Sponsors and leadership of the Wellcome Trust. H3Africa principal investigators and staff. Future principal investigators, I'm referring to the youths here, especially the H3African fellows and the logo organizing committee, as well as the coordinating center. I want to join Dr. Gwama in welcoming you to this auspicious conference tagged A Decade of Celebration. I'm told that your conference and the entire program is to shape the future of health in Africa. And as stated by the chair of the steering committee, Africa is the oldest continent and the cradle of humanity. yet it is the youngest in terms of population structure, with a mean age of 19.7 years. As the youngest, Africa holds the future for the human race. I'm so excited and encouraged to see you all here today and to learn of such an incredible effort sponsored by the National Institutes of Health and the Wellcome Trust to correct the injustice and failure of the scientific world to adequately engage Africa and African scientists in genetics and genomics research, which in turn limits scientific and economic development on the continent and the world at large, in the global village that we currently live in. As you all know, the African populations from which modern humans originate have the most remarkable genetic diversity. So how can we globally link genetic variation to disease predisposition? And how can we get an insight into essential clues to disease pathogenesis if we ignore this ancestral population? Paradoxically, Africa faces the highest burden of diseases, both communicable and non-communicable diseases, and we are constrained by poverty, poor literacy, and poor governance. The solution to reversing Africans' poverty and improving our Human Development Index lies in harnessing our rich resources. One of our richest resources is our human genetic diversity. Unlocking the secrets of the African genome is a missing key to unleashing the benefits of the genomic revolution for Africa and the entire human race. The H3Africa initiative has championed this cause and catalyzed similar initiatives over the last decade. It has empowered African researchers to become leaders in genomic epidemiological sciences, nurtured effective local, regional, and global productive collaborations, and generated unique data and resources to improve Africa and international health. Indeed, Africa is gradually increasing participation and leadership in applying genomic science and associated technologies to further understanding health and disease in diverse populations, to generate precision medicine and public health solutions. H3Africa, I'm told, has attracted over $176 million from NIH and Wellcome Trust. It has over 500 consortium members, over 100,338 study participants, and over 310 study collaborators in over 51 projects in over 30 countries. The consortium has produced over 445 trainees, 407 MSc, and 405 PhD degree holders. This is incredible achievement. The consortium developed the novel H3African chip and has over 604 publications. H3Africa has conducted over 200 workshops or meetings and over 2,062 satellite meetings. Nonetheless, the 19th conference of the H3Africa Consortium in Abuja, Nigeria is symbolic. Not only because Nigeria is at the heart of Africa geographically, 1 out of 6 Africans is a Nigerian. But also because Nigeria symbolizes the diversity of Africa, with over 200 Nigerian ethno-linguistic groups. Furthermore, some of the extraordinary successes and impacts of the H3African project emanated from Nigeria. For instance, the Stroke Investigative Research and Educational Network discovered the dose-response protective relationship of green leafy vegetables consumption against stroke and developed the Afrocentric stroke prediction model. This digital tool, like many others, pioneered the use of precision medicine tools to control NCDs in Africa, which overtook infectious diseases as the leading cause of death in Africa in 2019. I wholeheartedly welcome you to Abuja and congratulate you for giving Africa a leadership role in the genomic revolution, showing the way to a better, healthier future for Africa and the human race. What seems logical to me as a past Minister of Health, a health professional, and a researcher is that even more focus and investment should be on the African continent based on the fact that the SDG goals clearly articulated Africa's poor health indicators and disease burden, which are including high mortality rates across all age and gender spectra, among others. Please join me in recognizing the two great scientific heavyweights, the US National Institute of Health and the UK Wellcome Trust, perhaps the greatest globally that are making a difference in ensuring that research in genetics, genomics, and health in Africa continues to contribute to improvement of health in Africa and across the globe since 2010 to date. I'm aware that over 20 African countries are participating in this program, led by incredible African scientists in this room. This is impressive, and I look forward to the keynote address by Dr. Charles Rotimi, a friend and brother and pioneer in this effort. He's still pushing the envelope as the current scientific director of the National Human Genome Research Institute at the NIH. I salute you all and encourage you to continue to lead this effort, even when funders have moved on to other pressing health issues. I'm very excited that renowned Nigerian scientists, some of whom are my colleagues, are leading this scientific tour de force in the country to address genetic determinants of diseases such as febrile illnesses, sickle cell anemia, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, eye disease, kidney disease, the role of the microbiome in development and immune responses, and cancers, and ensuring sustainability through training and infrastructure upgrade and development. This has been done with particular attention to our people's ethical, legal, and cultural norms through the great resource that the H3Africa investigators bring. I've witnessed how these capacities and resources have helped us as a nation respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and now it continues to make a difference to our health challenges in Nigeria and other African countries. Congratulations to you again. As to the tag of final celebration, which I saw when I came yesterday, I hate to be an undertaker. I'm not a pathologist. I'm an OB-GYN that brings life. And I do hope that this will not be the end of your collaboration, but rather the beginning. I wish to align with Thomas R. Oliver when he said, science can identify solutions to pressing public health problems, but only politics can turn most of these solutions into reality. As I say it, my task must be anchored on the need to facilitate sustainability and turn your science into policies. How can I help ensure that we continue to build the enabling environment in an academic and research institutions to support high quality research by investigators in the country and those in diaspora? How do we continue to support innovation and discovery by the young fellows who have been trained under the H3Africa initiative? Another valuable initiative. How can we collectively continue to strengthen and support the infrastructure already in place to support the institutions where they are situated and the whole country and continent? I do not have the answers for you today. Still, you have my assurance that this is something that I intend to take on as an ambassador, working with H3Africa colleagues and other scientists, so that we can gather here in another 5 years to interact and share our successes, making sure that we demonstrate to you and the whole scientific world that investing in African scientists and Africa is indeed the way to go. Thank you all for listening. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege to declare your conference open. May science and research flourish in Africa. Thank you.
I did warn you that he had the information, and I'm really tempted to borrow his speech so that it's a very good summary of our achievement. Thank you very much, His Excellency. Thank you. We are very glad. So I'd like to tell you a second African story. Some of you may know the power of Sankofa. Is this someone? If anyone do not know what means Sankofa, ask Gordon Awandare somewhere in the room. Sankofa is an Akan symbol. Sankofa is the representation of a bird turning his neck to his back to pick an egg. In the Sankofa symbol, there is the power of history. In the Sankofa symbols, there is a power of future because the egg pick in the back is to feed the future. And I think they are visionary that really turned the power of Sankofa into action. And some of those visionary that thought by looking at the history of our common genome will inform all of us and feed the future of health and equity humanity. One of them is just near me here. Yesterday I did ask him in one of the meetings, how did you even thought that this thing will work? And believe in it. So today is really my privilege and my really, really great honor to introduce someone that we see as a leader, that we see as not a leader, someone we aspire to. And for a very long time, not just now. He's inspirational for Africa. He's inspirational for out of Africa. And he's a true believer of the tiger never sing his tigerhood. He just grab his prey and eat. And Chinua Achebe said that. So it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Professor Charles Rotimi. I think we are waiting for Charles to get his slide ready. In the meantime, we have a few announcements and thanks for those that did not make it to this meeting. Specifically, some of our colleagues that was really at the beginning of this enterprise. So I would like to recognize for those that did not make it today, just a moment. Those that did not make it just in life, Professor Bongani Maosi, who was part of this journey, and he's watching this journey from somewhere else. Dr. Gaston Mazandu, Dr. Jacob Blake Hule, Mrs. Leslie Long, Mariam Albert, Mary Mogoshwa, Veronica Francis. They were part of this journey from the beginning, and unfortunately, they couldn't finish the journey with us. So we would like to remember them, and then we would like to wish them peace to their soul at the moment. And there are a few people that couldn't make it physically to this meeting, and those names are very important because they were part of the beginning. I'm thinking of Sonia Abdelhak from Senegal, from Tunisia. I'm thinking of Professor Fumi Olopade from Nigeria and Chicago. I'm thinking of Mark Greur, that was the first program manager of this program. Melanie Newport, with whom we started doing some kind of work already more than 10 years ago at the beginning of this consortium, and Haji Rem that was part of the initial group that really thought on how the consortium should look like. Okay, we now listen to Charles.
Oh, that's not in mine. Oh, sorry. Sorry. So I just wanted to say that your summary was really, really right on the money, and the way you summarize the H3Africa achievement is truly, truly dear to me. And you're going to hear quite a repetition of some of what he said in my talk, and also some of the things that was said by Ambrose and all that. So I want to recognize the high table. Good morning, and thanks for coming to help us celebrate the 10 years of continuous funding of H3Africa. And I want to tell everybody, it is a continuous funding. It is not the end of H3Africa. So I will also say, please excuse me when I get emotional about this achievement and where we are in terms of Africa in the context of genomics. This is truly, truly a dream come true. So I just want to say this ahead of time because I do get emotional when I talk about this because it's so dear to my heart and the heart of a lot of us who have been thinking about genomics in Africa. So, oh, sorry, I don't. My outline today is to take us back a little bit from the sequencing of the human genome to HapMap, to 1,000 Genome, and to African Society of Human Genetics, and that process that brought us to where we are today in terms of H3Africa. And also you hear quite a bit of the victory lap already and their accomplishments. I want to also share in that. And some of the challenges that I think we need to talk about, and so that we can continue to have a successful future. And then to look at where genomics is going, in the context of Africa. So, okay. So I want to say it's never too late. H3Africa is in Nigeria. Yeah, we've been trying to get H3Africa, African Society in order to come to Nigeria. For one reason or another, we've not been able to do it, but I want to say that it's never too late. We are here. And this is where, again, where I was born, some 18 plus X years ago. So you determine what X is. So, and the other, oh, I keep going the wrong way. The other thing I want to say is that I went to school here. I did my undergraduate at University of Benin, where I graduated in biochemistry. And that's my parents. And I want to also use this opportunity to thank all the women in the audience. I'm here today standing for you in terms of how I was able to go to the United States because of my mother. My mother has no formal education, but she's one of the most brilliant human beings I ever met. And she was the one that surprised me when I got admission to go to the United States and told me that she has 7,000 Naira, which was the equivalent of $10,000 then, to pay 1 year school fees for me to go to the United States. I was absolutely blown away. So the women in the audience continue to move us forward. I cherish your achievement, of course. So, oh, sorry. All right, so from the sequencing of the human genome, again, 2001, an effort that took, over $1 billion. But What it did for us is to open what I call the history book and to tell us the addresses of all the things that have been harbored in that history book. So I do regard the genome, our genomes, as history book that has unbiasedly captured where our ancestors have lived and how they have lived in that environment and how they survived. All of those things are signatures, including the viruses and all the other pathogens that we had to survive, our diet. All of those things are signatures in our genome. And if we study it very well, we can indeed begin to tell the human story in a very comprehensive way. So again, the human genome gave us the opportunity to know where those addresses are and how many of those 4 letters that we have. And then the immediate spin-off of the sequencing of human genome is the HapMap project, International HapMap project, which I participated on along with some other Africans to engage Africa in genomics. One of the earlier discussions in terms of HapMap was they wanted to sample Africans who were in Europe and in America. And I objected quite strongly that if we are indeed going to engage Africa, we need to go to Africa to sample Africans, not just sample Charles Rotimi in the United States. So hence we went to the Yoruba community and also the Luya Maasai community. What the HapMap did for us was to able to begin to document the scope of human genetic variations, how we vary between each other and between ancestral and geographical locations. And perhaps more importantly, HapMap gave us the opportunity to be able to tag the genome in such a way that we don't have to always do the 3 billion or so variants, but to be able to tag them in a way that we were able to develop a technology in terms of a chip array. And then we did some of the first early genome-wide association studies. In this case, I'm sure some of you in this audience, especially the younger ones, you will see this and say, how was this able to be published in Science? It's just 96 cases and 50 controls. But you can see where we are coming from and how we build on success stories in a sense. So that's what the HapMap did for us. And this is our engagement of the Yoruba community in Ibadan and Luya and Maasai community in Kenya. You see, when I'm describing this population, I'm trying to be very specific. I didn't say Yoruba people. I say Yoruba in Ibadan because there are Yoruba people in other places. And one of the things we have to do, especially as Africans, and perhaps more importantly, everybody here in genomics, we need to be more precise in our language, in the way we describe populations. It is critically important, and I'll show that to you in a minute. This is my dear friend here, Charmaine Royal. One of our experiences, in doing the work in Kenya. I love Kenya, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful country. When we were driving to the site, we used to maybe lose our tires, maybe like two or three times along the way, because the road was very, very challenging. But we endure and we're able to deliver on HapMap and represent Africa genomics in the HapMap project. Now, this is what Ambrose and others were talking about in terms of our origin. And this is why I say, all of us, we are Africans beneath our skin. And we need to cherish that common history. And if the world recognizes that common history more consistently, we will have less fight. We will see each other from a common genetic background. And the humans have lived the longest on the African continent and therefore has had more time to vary. And we see all of that signature. You see, this is what we call the bottleneck effect. What you do see there is all the variation that existed in Africa before some of us ventured. Said we wanted to, a small group wanted to go populate the rest of the world. But interestingly, those people only carry a subset of the variation that existed at that point. And it is also the reason why we share a lot of our old genetic background. But there are parts of the genome that those people didn't take. And Africa is the only place you can actually truly study this, or African ancestry populations. And I think that is critically important. And this is why I say that if indeed that the scientific process was indeed a systematic and rational process, sequencing the human genome and doing genomic work, you will have to give priority to Africa, because that is where you're going to get the biggest bang for your money. But science by itself, although it's a rational process, but funding of science is not rational. And that we have to recognize, So this is another way of displaying the importance of African genetics. The number of variable sites by genome, this was revealed to us when we sequenced over 1,000 human beings around the world. You will see that African ancestry populations have the highest number of variable sites in our genome, whether it's single nucleotide polymorphisms or non-synonymous or loss of function variants. African populations display much more level of variation than other populations. And why is this important? And that's, again, one of the things I want to share with you. I'm not advancing my slide. I'm not sure, it's not advancing anymore. Oh, here we go. Another way I try to describe this when I'm talking to an audience that is a more general gathering is to truly understand the scope of human genetic variation in the context of Africa, is that when you take one of these Yoruba guy and one of the Maasai and you compare them, they are more likely to be different from each other than when you compare them to the Scar guy. So it's really important for us to appreciate that. Hence, I say we have to be specific in our descriptions of populations, of genetic variations, and not to imprecisely label them. So do I have to point it somewhere to click? Okay. Oh, that's going too fast. So this is another way I try to make this a public health in importance in terms of diversity in African populations. Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this drug, abacavir, that creates some hypersensitivity if you have a certain HLA at your genome. One of the things that came out quite precisely is that this hypersensitivity can indeed be predicted if you screen for that genetic variant, that HLA. The Maasai in Kenya or in the Tanzania area have one of the highest rates of these variants in the world, almost 14%. Whereas among the Yoruba, it's almost absent. So the point I'm making here is that if you use the label African in describing that genetic variation, you completely negate that huge variation that you see between African populations. And I think that is why it's really important. And more importantly, you will make a wrong public health decision on who to screen in terms of hypersensitivity. So this is a challenge to all of us. I am as guilty as anybody in using the word African and using, in terms of describing variation. We need to be very careful. We need to be more precise in our language. So why am I telling all of this? I'm going to get to H3Africa very slowly. The discussion about H3Africa, although it wasn't called H3Africa then, actually started under the umbrella of the African Society of Human Genetics. And there are many, many founding members in this audience. But I want to take a moment to recognize a colleague that has paid dear price for some of the work that we are doing in genetics and standing up for what is important in the world. It's Motasia Abraham in this audience. Can you stand up, please? He is one of the founding members of the African Society of Human Genetics. But more importantly, I'll tell you, since I knew Motasia, he never comes to a conference without bringing a cadre of young investigators. He was the first one, and I saw, as an African professor, who does that consistently, bringing his young men and women to a gathering under very difficult and challenging circumstances. I don't know how he did it, but more importantly, he stands for what is important in our society. So I want to thank you, my friend. So under that umbrella of the African Society, that's when we started the discussion. I'm telling this history for the young people in the audience. And you're going to see that some of the things that we have to deal with were really not straightforward. Under this umbrella, in 2007 in Cairo, we invited Francis Collins. That's the tallest guy in that picture. He was actually unemployed then because he had just stepped down from being the director of the Genome Institute before he became the NIH director. And Francis is a mentor of mine, and I have always appreciated the way he looks at science. He's also one of those individuals that takes science to the world, and he actually believed in that. So I was not surprised when he agreed to come to our meeting in Cairo to help us brainstorm about what we were calling then the African Genome Project. And it was quite successful meeting. And we talked about all of the reasons why we have to do this. Subsequently, after that meeting, I was again with Francis and Eric Green. I was appointed to be the director, the founding director of the Center for Genomics and Global Health at the NIH. It's a trans-NIH center. And it was under this umbrella that we came together. Again, this is the mission of the center. And I'm going to use this opportunity to also shamefully advertise that right now, my lab, we are recruiting for postdocs. So if you're interested in the kind of work that we do, please, let me know. But it's really to use genomics to understand genomics and environment, to understand complex diseases, variable drug response, and things like that. But it's not about the center that I want to talk about. But it is the fact that I was recruited into the NIH, and as an intramural scientist, where I did not have to worry too much, like I was doing before I became an NIH investigator, writing grants constantly. So I was given the opportunity and time to be able to think about something as big as H3Africa. It is really, really important point in my life. And along with Melanie Newport, who's also one of the founding members of African Society of Human Genetics, we were very concerned, and we wrote this paper to highlight what is going on in terms of Africa. Now, this is what Ambrose was talking about in terms of a dream. Young men and women in the audience, and maybe not so young men and women in the audience. This is truly something that you have to take to heart. Our dreams, our doubts are our traitors and make us lose the good we might win by fearing to attempt. What we did not do under the African Society of Human Genetics is to be afraid. We were bold. We did not know where the money was going to come from, but we wanted to engage the world. We wanted to tell the world that you are going about understanding genomics in the wrong way. You need to come back home. And we need to engage people on this continent. And that's where I say the dream really indeed started. And that's Ambrose. There are some people you meet in your life. You just know that guy is going to be up to something. I don't know whether it's going to be good or bad, but he's going to be up good. He's going to be up to something. And he is indeed up to something. And he was dynamic then, he's still dynamic today, and he will be forever dynamic. So Ambrose, I also want to thank you for organizing the Frontier meeting in Cameroon, because this is when we actually now were successful in engaging the NIH, the Wellcome Trust. This meeting actually was sponsored by NIH and the Wellcome Trust to come together to actually now articulate what we want to do in terms of the what we're still calling then some diversity project. Audrey, I don't know, I'm sure you remember the name, but it was indeed a leadership theme that came together. And I also want to acknowledge Pat Goodwin, who was the earlier versions of Audrey, who's in the audience today, so, and some very important colleagues. So this meeting really created the opportunity to start and funding for the what we call today H3Africa. When I got back to the NIH after this meeting, that's when myself and my guy, who has retired from the NIH now, wrote the application, the initial application that gave us the initial, just under $1 million to bring together Africans to begin to talk about, H3Africa. It was in that meeting that we agreed that we're going to set up two working groups, one for infectious disease and one for non-communicable disease. And I'm not going to read all of that names, but they give us what we call today the H3Africa white paper. And I also want to acknowledge this young man, Emmanuel Papri, who was a postdoc in my lab. He was actually singularly responsible for making all the calls, joining and helping to write this paper, white paper, and coordinating all of these activities. He's also one of the true success stories of H3Africa because he also put him on the map. Today he's an assistant professor of global health at NYU and director for implementation science of global health. So he's also a very good success story of H3Africa, and he really worked hard to get this going. So this was the formal announcement of H3Africa. I remember that day, I was so nervous in the headquarters of Wellcome Trust in London. And when I sat at that table with Francis Green and Mark Wolpert and my dear friend, who is no longer with us, Mayosi Bongani, I was absolutely nervous. I didn't know what to say. But I said, if my tongue comes up, I'm probably just going to say something entirely crazy. But it turned out that I wasn't that crazy. And so we were able to say some things. But the important thing is that we laid out a vision. And one of the things I'm going to point out here is the creation of infrastructure and also the funding of African investigators directly. The creating of infrastructure was personal to me and creating lab because when I trained in the United States, after about 5 years, I returned back home to Nigeria. I didn't want to stay in the United States. I wanted to come back home. So I packed up my bags and I came back. For close to 2 years, I couldn't find a job. And I told my mother, I said, before I run out of money, I better go back so I can be able to do the things I want to do. The reason why that is important is if you train an African scientist, actually not just an African scientist, I think it's a global phenomenon, and you don't give them where they can use their training, they will invariably go find somewhere to use their training. And that is why I think what H3Africa is doing is very different from what other research grants are doing. We are creating the opportunity to have continuity on this continent. And that is critically important. And I can say today that H3Africa has successfully done that. And I'll show, again, evidence of that. And funding African investigators directly and universities empowers people to be able to do the research that they want to do. And that was how, again, after the announcement, the meeting in Cape Town to actually formally start to think about the things to be funded. And that was our inaugural meeting in Addis in 2012. Again, these are some of the histories and important for us to reflect. And then we wrote this marker paper to actually describe what H3Africa is going to do. And in that marker paper, we laid down some milestones, of how we are going to assess ourselves, maybe 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. And again, it will be a good thing for us to reflect on that, and see how we have done, so far. And again, these are some of the projects and review all the things that we have funded, from mental health, microbiome, cardiovascular disease, infectious diseases, and other genetics like sickle cell, and things like hearing impairment are all critically important issue in the context of of Africa. And I also want to acknowledge one person, Jennifer Troyer. Some of these slides that I'm using are actually were developed by Jennifer. Again, Jennifer, thank you. In addition to your leadership, in terms of H3Africa. Yeah. So again, some of the consortium, one of the things that we can really be proud of ourselves about is how many African countries that we have engaged. H3Africa is truly Pan-African. And that is, again, very, very important. And it has created opportunity for us to systematically sample African populations to understand the scope of human genetic variations and to begin to tell the story of Africa by Africans. So these are some of the consortium work, and I'm going to just quickly go through some of these. Some of the working group outcomes, in terms of policy and guidelines. Fantastic work, and I think it's going to be a reference document for many, many, many years, to come. And some of the research tools in terms of harmonizations and all of the other work that we have done, including the development of genotyping arrays, and some of the resources in terms of the H3Africa Bionet. Again, Nikki Motor, I want again to say that when we started, I did not know what the Bionet was going to do and what it was going to be able to achieve. And I can tell you today that it is one of the resounding success story of H3Africa. So, Nikki, thanks for your leadership. You have really done us proud, in that regard. So it's a wonderful opportunity that has trained many Africans, and we are able to analyze our data. Again, this was one of my fears in terms of H3Africa in 5 years or 10 years, because if you cannot analyze the data, you can say you own the data as much as you want, but you truly don't own that data. Your ability to own that data is to be able to interpret it and make sense and use it to inform your public health and clinical practice. And that is what our Bionet has enabled us to be able to do. Repositories, again, this to me represents where it's like a bank where we are putting our money, so that what we don't know today and what we have not studied today, we can go back into that bank and pull out some of our deposits and be able to look at it. One thing I want to say to everybody in this audience, if you have not contributed to this biorepository, please do so, because it is truly where we are going to continuously go to do new science that we may not even think about right now. And it will also create a resource for our young men and women, so they don't have to recreate all of these structures every time they need to answer scientific questions. So again, I want to thank the directors of the 3 regional biobanks for the good work that you're doing. And I want all of us to be participants in this regard. So I told you we participated in the HapMap. One of the revelations that came out of the HapMap was the genotyping arrays that were developed. They were very, very inefficient in interrogating African genome. And the reason is pretty simple. Most of the variations that were used to develop those arrays were indeed from other human populations. They were less diverse as the African genomes. And again, one of the success story of H3Africa is the development of the H3Africa Pan-African array that is indeed more efficient in interrogating African genomes. Again, a very, very proud story. And one of the things that is really dear to me, because during HapMap, I kept saying, we are not doing this right. We are not doing this right. And I'm really glad that H3Africa has delivered on this in a very systematic way. And we have made significant progress in publications. And Another fear of mine, again, you can see that I had a lot of fears when we were doing this, because I did not want to disappoint our funders. Because over my own life scientific story, I have always been challenged to prove, even our diabetes study that started before H3Africa, when we sent in our applications and reviewers said, you cannot do this kind of science in Africa. And myself and Francis Collins and Georgia Dunstan said, let's prove them wrong. This is what H3Africa has also done. We've proven people wrong. I was worried that when the publications out of H3Africa start coming out, that it's going to be led by scientists in the West and scientists in other parts of the world. But that fear has completely gone away, because most H3Africa publications are indeed led by African scientists. I want to again thank all of you for seeing this opportunity and running away with it, and showing to the world that you can do good science just like anybody. It's just that the opportunity wasn't there. It's not that you were not good scientists. So again, that is really important for us to appreciate. And this is our, population genetics publications, that begin to tell the story of variation across the African genome, and also how African populations are indeed, related to each other, and how they are also different, in a sense. And I'm just going to, quickly go through some of these, just to highlight some of the publications that have come up, and where the future lies. It's quite a few, work. These are just highlights. If yours is not here, please excuse me. I just picked, randomly, So these are all, again, I'll spend a minute here on this, cardiovascular working group. This is one of the first success story in terms of bringing African investigators together, not just individual projects, but coming together to actually deliver on something. And I really want to acknowledge that. And, different, publications that really have highlighted the success of H3Africa. And the working groups, the various working groups. And I'm going to take a moment here also to thank our funders. And when we started at the NIH, for example, it was the genome and maybe one or two other institutes. But I can say today, the success of H3Africa has also attracted other institutes. And I don't know how many of our NIH colleagues are in the audience who came from different NIH institutes. Please stand up and let us acknowledge your contribution to H3Africa. Yeah. Okay. These are the soldiers on the NIH campus that's making sure that H3Africa continues to be successful. And also our Wellcome Trust colleagues. I don't know, Audrey, are you the only person from a Wellcome Trust here? Oh, Audrey, please, can you stand up, please? Yeah, so again, this is, they say it takes a village. It has indeed taken the village and the globe to get H3Africa going. And our trainees have indeed a success story in terms of how we have been able to train, establish new programs, and train young men and women who are going to take H3Africa and genomics in Africa to the next level. And again, I want to highlight this young man here. I don't know if he's in the audience or not. All right. Yeah. I remember Shagun saying, "So are you going to mentor me? Are you going to do that?" He is relentless. He's a relentless young man, and he reminds me of another version of Ambrose, and he has been remarkably successful within a very short period of time. There are many other stories like this. I just use this one. I shook Shagun because we are in Nigeria and he's a Nigerian. If we were in Cape Town or Accra, I would have taken somebody else. But I really want to highlight that we have indeed empowered young men and women to step up, to be true scientists that can compete at a global level. And he has done remarkably well. Some of these publications that he has indeed led, is truly a success story. And there are many of these in H3Africa that we need to cherish and support them so that they can continue to shine the light on research across Africa. And COVID response, again, because the infrastructure created by H3Africa and other funding sources, our colleagues, for example, Christian and Happy, and others, I think Christian left this morning. He told me he probably won't be able to be here, but he and others are making tremendous insights and providing tremendous insight into COVID. And one of the things that when I landed at the airport in Lagos, because I went to Lagos before I came here, the first thing that I saw was myself and a few other people that came from America and Europe. We were the only one wearing masks. And I was asking myself, I said, what is going on here? Is there no COVID in Nigeria? So I started asking questions. And yesterday, I actually spoke with Christian about this to say, Christian, because I know he's involved in all of this, I said, what is going on here? And Christian said, the story of Africa needs to be told. And I believe so. Because the African governments and ministers and and private sector actually used data successfully to minimize the impact of COVID. And I'm saying, okay, that story needs to be told because generally the world does not see us as the one that could successfully use data and implement it in such a way that we actually create very coherent public health strategy. And I think being a very young population, like Professor Adewale said, also helps in this regard. And perhaps maybe the fact that the African genome is constantly challenged by all sorts of pathogens and infectious processes that our T cells and other immune structures are ready to fight at any time. I think these are stories that we need to tell and see how the world can benefit from this kind of story. So again, very, very important stuff. And again, okay. Again, this just continues to highlight, our achievements, in different settings. Again, I'm going to quickly go through. I know there is, time here, but I also want to say, in terms of young men and women, our senior colleagues also have indeed benefited, and I'm one of the benefactors or beneficiary of the H3Africa success story. Because of H3Africa, and the work that was done on that, I won the Courtstein Award, which is one of the award given to scientists under the umbrella of the American Society of Human Genetics. When I won that award, a lot of African scientists came to me and said, we did not know that this can happen. And I said, yes, it can. We just need to keep pushing that door and knocking on it and pushing and doing the work that we do. And as a result also, I became the president, the first person of African ancestry to be the president of the American Society of Human Genetics. All of those things are tied, to the success of H3Africa, and also becoming the scientific director for the genome. And Ambrose, again, with his energy and all the things that he writes and talks about, he's now at Johns Hopkins, managing one of the wonderful success stories of genomics and genetics at Hopkins. So H3Africa, apart from benefiting individuals, young men and women, some of us senior colleagues have also directly benefited from this success story and putting ourselves on the map, so to say. So looking forward, again, in terms of data science, we now have put ourselves in a position where we can compete and we can manage large data sets. And we are going to continue to do that. I think this is the future here. So we need to make sure we build robust infrastructure to be able to manage large set of data, and so that we can continue to receive funding, from the NIH, the Wellcome Trust, and the World Bank, and the Gates Foundation. So these are all, again, very, very important way for us to look forward and to engage the world in a very positive manner. So I want to end, I think it's probably my last slide or so, to say that we have some challenges. you can see members of the sustainability, working group, people like Lashley and Jomoa have been banging their head and to basically say, how can we get African government and private sector to see what we are doing and what we have achieved? And I can tell you up to today, that remains a major challenge and a disappointment for me. Because we have given birth to something that is hugely significant across Africa, but we are not able to get our government and private sector to see this. What are we doing wrong? Or what are they doing wrong? That they are not taking this baby and to continuously to feed it and to make it even a grown-up adult in a way that other parts of the world have done with seed money. So I think it's a challenge that we need to find an answer to and how we can do it. Data sharing within and outside of Africa, we had a very robust policy. I want to say a few words about data sharing. I think we know that H3Africa became a success story because of funding from the Wellcome Trust and the US. As you heard earlier, it's US public money, it's taxpayers' money. They're generous to support our effort. We have created a resource. We also need to be generous in our spirit, in our approach to the world. Like I have shown you today, understanding the genome of African people is not just important to African people alone. It's a global, of global importance. So we need to ourselves embrace data sharing and be, again, very generous and to create a global good that everybody can come and utilize. But we have created a system that allows African investigators to analyze and report on their data first, which I think is very, very important. Otherwise, we may go back to the days of what we were calling helicopter science. But we have overcome that. So there's no reason for us not to be generous in spirit, in terms of sharing data and creating a global good that people can access and look at and use to understand issues around the world and African health conditions. So I find this process to be a little bit challenging at the present time. And I highlighted encourage collaboration with African researchers because we cannot demand the world, to take our young men and women into their lab. We can only encourage them to do so. And as part of our data sharing principles, we should not be requiring the world to train our young men and women. We should be encouraging them to do so. So again, I think it's really important for us to think about these things because we need to, again, be generous in spirit. Africans are indeed very generous in spirit, and we should not make an exception when it comes to data sharing, again, because I think we will start to be diminished in this wonderful story that we have developed in terms of H3Africa if we are seen at the global level as being obstructive to data sharing. So I want all of us to think about that so that we can continue to attract support from around the world. I want us to also be mindful in our support for existing biotech and the ones that are going to come up, and also big pharma. We should not have a knee-jerk reaction to engaging the private sector. There is practically no deliverables that is going to come out of the work that we are going to do that is not going to go through big pharma or this biotech. So how do we want to translate to make sure all the things that we are finding in terms of genomics and environment and understanding health in Africa, how do we want to translate them to a success story to the clinic, to making our people health better, if we are not going to engage the pharma and the startups? We're also going to create jobs in our environment. So I want us to think about all of that so we are not having a knee-jerk reaction to collaborate, or even to hear from biotech companies and big pharma. So, was I advancing slides? Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention anymore. So that again is perhaps what is some of the messages and challenges that we have. And then I want to, as others have said, to just say to everybody in this audience and those who were not able to join us today, that H3Africa initiative is a resounding global genomics success story. And I want all of us to stand up and clap for ourselves. Please, please, please. Yeah. Yes. You have made Africa proud, you have made the world proud, and you have particularly made me proud and be able to stand anywhere in the world to say we can do this just as good as anybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the story I want to tell you today. This is the success story. Nobody's going to continuously give you money if you're not doing the right thing. And I think we have indeed shown that quite well. And again, I'm going to announce part of our continuous success story is that we on the continent of Africa is going to house the 14th International Congress of Human Genetics, in South Africa. And it has been postponed multiple times because of COVID. But again, I want to just say the meeting is still on, and it's going to be a wonderful meeting. And we call it Coming Home, again, to build on that story of Africa is the root of humanity. And this is why we kept postponing it, because you can't come home on Zoom. You can't come home on YouTube, So this is why we kept building the story. We kept postponing it. And hopefully, early next year, COVID will give us the opportunity to see each other and to hug each other and to share and enjoy and acknowledge that common humanity. Thank you very much. And again, to invite you as part of the being the president of the American Society of Human Genetics, I am putting together a panel to continue to bring focus on genomics in Africa. And this is, I am dedicating my presidential symposium to bringing these colleagues to join us, and Francis Collins as part of the American Society of Human Genetics meeting that is coming up in October in Los Angeles. And it's an in-person meeting. I hope you will be able to join us again to continue to bring focus to this. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and long live H3Africa. We are celebrating 10 years. We are not celebrating the end of H3Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that's really, really exciting news. We have a series of 3 presentation videotape, I think, from Dr. Francis Collins, Dr. Jeremy Farrar, and Dr. Eric Green. Dr. Francis Collins is currently the Active Science Advisor to President Biden. Dr. Jeremy Farrar is, of course, the Director of the Wellcome Trust, and Dr. Eric Green is the Director of the National Human Genome Research Institute in the US at the NIH. Maybe have to show them.
Hello, everyone gathered there in Abuja for this celebration of H3Africa and the amazing accomplishments of this remarkable team of scientists from 30 countries carrying out 51 projects, public Hello, everyone gathered there in Abuja for this celebration of H3Africa and the amazing accomplishments of this remarkable team of scientists from 30 countries, carrying out 51 projects, publishing more than 600 papers and many more to come. You have done phenomenal things with the resources that the Wellcome Trust and the NIH were able to provide over these 10 years. You've put together guidelines for community engagement, for informed consent, for biobanking, and adopting best practices for national guidelines. You provided bioinformatics training for thousands of investigators across the continent. And H3 BioNet has emerged as just a wonderful example of what can happen with that kind of network. You have recruited and genotyped or sequenced close to 75,000 individuals as part of H3Africa's investments in human genomic variation and associations with common and rare diseases. And you have improved the capacity for cutting-edge genomics research that has played out in profoundly important ways in the midst of the current COVID pandemic. So my hat is off to all of you. What you have done greatly outstrips, I think, what most people would have thought possible. There were, of course, pretty significant critics when H3Africa was first launched, as I well remember, who said, oh, this just isn't going to be able to accomplish that much. But look what you've done. And I am so proud of the way in which all of the principal investigators of this project have gathered together to build collaborations to make projects happen that are truly bold and consequential. I was just at a meeting a week ago, sponsored by the Gates Foundation, talking about some truly bold ideas of carrying forward gene therapy approaches to cure sickle cell disease in sub-Saharan Africa. And also, while we're at it, let's cure HIV so people don't have to take those antiretroviral pills. Let's just get rid of that virus. Okay, this is bold. I can't tell you how many times in the course of those 2.5 days, as people talked about how this should be done, H3Africa was pointed to as the model of how to empower African investigators to take charge of African projects and lead to African successes. You are seen as now the gold standard of how to get this done. Now, I know there's something pretty bittersweet about this gathering. 10 years along, where we always knew that that was going to be the way in which H3Africa could be supported. But I see all of the things that you're evolving into as truly exciting. I guess I could reflect a little bit about my own personal experience, having served as NIH director for 12 amazing years and then stepping down last December, thinking, well, let's see what that evolves into. It's now evolved into my speaking to you from where I am in the White House as the science advisor to the president. So things happen, projects move on, people move on, but in very interesting ways. You have built such a foundation of strength and capabilities in genomics and environment, common disease, rare disease, that I know great things now lie in the future. We're happy that NIH is able to help with some of those in other projects in other ways, like the DSI project for Africa that is bringing many of you together with the computational opportunities now so compelling. I just want you to know that you are our heroes. And speaking, even though I'm no longer the NIH director, I think I can speak a bit for NIH, and Eric Green will speak more authoritatively. We are your fans. We want to support whatever comes next. We believe Africa is rising, and that you all have been a big reason that we can say that with such confidence about biomedical research. I hope you have a wonderful gathering there in Abuja. I'm sorry that my duties at the White House prevent me from joining you, but I'll be thinking about you and cheering loudly from across the Atlantic. Best wishes to all of you, and thanks for your incredible contributions.
Hello to all of you attending the H3 Africa Consortium meeting in the beautiful city of Abuja. I am Eric Green, Director of the National Human Genome Research Institute at the U.S. National Institutes of Health. I wish I could have been with you all in person, but my challenging schedule meant that I had to settle for joining you through the one.
So nature don't like any voice, so I have to speak. I think after the
Hello to
presentation
all
of
of you
the Green, we will have a panel conversation around a decade of H3Africa. It will be chaired by Zane Lombard. Okay.
In the H3Africa Consortium meeting in the beautiful city of Abuja. I am Eric Green, Director of the National Human Genome Research Institute at the U.S. National Institutes of Health. I wish I could have been with you all in person, but my challenging schedule meant that I had to settle for joining you through the wonders of video. This is such an exciting time for H3Africa. But I think back, it was almost precisely 12 years ago, I had the privilege to sit beside then NIH Director Francis Collins, NHGRI Senior Investigator Charles Rotimi, and leadership from the African Society of Human Genetics and the Wellcome Trust to announce a new partnership to fund and conduct genetics and genomics research in Africa. The initiative, of course, called H3Africa. Its goals were incredibly ambitious: to use new research tools to help us understand the relationship between genes and the environment in both health and disease, to build an infrastructure for cutting-edge genomics research, policy, and workforce development, and to improve our knowledge of human genomic variation and finding novel associations with common and rare diseases. At the time, the initiative was seen by many as risky, but one that a global coalition of partners, including NIH and our good friends at the Wellcome Trust in conjunction with the African Society of Human Genetics, was uniquely poised to take on. That's one of the reasons why I am so proud to work for NIH and to be part of the global community of genetics and genomics researchers. I just feel blessed in being in a position to help develop major investments in scientific enterprises that have the potential to be truly transformative. That's what H3Africa has been. At the time, H3Africa was an incredibly bold idea: to understand the remarkable complexities of how genes and the environment interact to contribute to common diseases in Africa, to study infectious diseases as well as non-communicable disorders such as diabetes and cancer and heart disease, as they rapidly grew in Africa and beyond, killing millions of people worldwide. Wow, I remember the early days of planning H3Africa. People were skeptical. They cited all sorts of reasons why it would fail. But NIH, the Wellcome Trust, the African Society of Human Genetics, our recruited advisors, and all of you saw it differently. We knew this type of project had to be based in Africa because it is a special place with more genomic variation there than anywhere else on Earth. Despite the critics, we forged ahead because we believe the power of scientific partnerships, the uniqueness of Africa, and the untapped potential of the growing African research community would be there to accomplish the goals of H3Africa. And now, thanks to all of you, H3Africa has surpassed all those goals, all those expectations, and has grown into a vibrant and productive research community. I'm pleased to say that we were all right. And indeed, H3Africa researchers have significantly contributed to the global reservoir of knowledge about genetics and genomics to the benefit of all humans around the world. The over 600 peer-reviewed publications and reputable journals and counting represent one of many tangible achievements made by all of you. As another example, previously, Nigerian scientists had to send samples to labs abroad for genomic analyses, but now they could sequence the genomes of viruses in record time, a crucial advance to better understand infectious diseases. And I can't help but express how proud I am of NHGRI's Dr. Charles Rotimi, who is now our Institute's scientific director, with the responsibility of leading our entire intramural research program. And I'm also proud of the entire H3Africa Consortium for their work in bringing cutting-edge genetics and genomics research to the African continent. NHGRI and NIH are pleased to have supported these efforts, and we look forward to our continued interactions. In closing, thank you for your meaningful contributions to science, society, and the future.
I think some of you may remember the Victoria Fall in Zambia. So, so this is the end of the session, and really it was a great opening the day and our proceedings. We will allow the dignitary to move and allow the next session to start. So Zane, please, you may want to invite the panelists for the next session. In the meantime, we will see off His Excellency to his next duty.
So the other side. Good morning. Can I ask the panelists for our next session to maybe come up and take a seat so long?
This is the PI's So when they question from the online Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for joining us and staying for this next session called A Decade of H3Africa, Outlining a Pathway to Implementation. So following on from the great talks and messages this morning, we're starting off today's activities of showcasing some of the successes of H3Africa, but also thinking about the path forward and what lies in the future. So we have a great panel here today who is made up of some of the PIs from a variety of H3Africa projects. And we're going to have a bit of a panel discussion. I'm going to pose some questions to the panelists about implementation and how we take all these great discoveries that is being made by the consortium forward in serving patients and the people of Africa. And then we will open up for questions from the audience. So I'm going to hand over to the panel and maybe ask each of you to just introduce yourself and tell us which project you're on, you're working on, and then we'll get started. So I'll start with you, Rufus, and then we'll go ahead. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Zaini. My name is Rufus Akinyemi. I work on 2 projects, the SARIN projects and also the ALID African Neuro Biobank for Operation Stroke Medicine, NLC project. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm Adeyinka Ashaye, and I work on the Eyes of Africa project, the genetics of blindness. Yes, that's.
Good morning. My name is Gida Landure. I work on the neurogenetics project in Mali and also collaborating with Ambrose on the hygiene project.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Main. I'm from the Biorepository in Johannesburg.
Morning, my name is Sampar Swankam. I'm PI on the Hygiene Africa, the Hearing Impairment Genetic Research in Africa. If general incidental genetic research, return of genetic research in Africa.
My name is Gordon Awandare. I'm from the University of Ghana. I work with Ambrose on the Hygienes project and also with Solomon on Sickle Gen Africa. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ezome Emmanuel. I work with Clement Adebamo on African study. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see we also have Julie Makani online. Julie, do you want to just introduce yourself briefly? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Julie Makani. I work with Nikki Malta on H3 Bionet. I worked with Ambrose on H3Africa LC. And I work with Solomon and Gordon on Sickle Gen Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe we can get the discussion going, and I can ask Julie maybe to go first, and then we'll go to others on the panel. For each panelist, just to briefly start us off by telling us about some practical examples of how your research has already changed the practice of genomic medicine in Africa, or how it has the potential to change it within the coming years. So Julie, maybe I can ask you to start.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to make 3 points about H3Africa. The first, in terms of, and this really follows the wording or the name H3Africa. One of the real achievements of this initiative is it has shown that 1, genomics can be done in Africa. 2, genomic can be done by Africans. And it really has, over the past 10 years, we've really seen an explosion of human genetics and genomics in Africa. And I think this is an amazing achievement that has been made possible by people in this room, in this forum, and people who are not there. I think the second thing is that it has demonstrated the power of working together as consortia and networks, really shown the impact that we can have if we as Africans work together. I think there was a slide that Charles Rotimi showed, showing that before H3 Africa, a lot of the collaborations were outside of Africa. So investigators and institutions in Africa would work with collaborators outside. And what H3 Africa has done is really encouraged and shown us how we can work together within Africa and form networks and consortia. During the process, I think we've built partnerships, we've built fantastic platforms. You've heard about the H3 Africa chip, you've heard about the H3 Bionet pipelines for analysis of data, and we've learned a lot in terms of processes. Yesterday when I was participating and listening to the working groups, it really is amazing to see what we have been able to do with the H3 Africa working groups and being able to do this. And then finally, people. You've heard about the young people, early career, mid-career, and late career investigators. And I really just wanted us to take a moment to remember Bongani Mayosi, Gaston Mazandu, and Kwako Henefem Pong, or KOF, who have all been integral parts of H3 Africa. As a clinician or as a physician scientist, one of the things that I was obsessed about, and I am obsessed about, is really how we can translate research or genomic research or H3 Africa findings into health. And you've heard the example of genomics and diagnostics and the work that Chris Happy and colleagues have been doing at the African Center of Excellence in Genomics of Infectious Disease in Nigeria and other places in Africa. And here I just want to take a little bit of time to talk about genomics and therapeutics and sickle cell disease. When we were developing the white paper, and again, you know, thank you to everybody who was involved right from the beginning. When we were developing the white paper, we said that we need to find model diseases for genomics in Africa. And sickle cell disease was the obvious one because it is a genetic disease. It's very common in Africa, and there are limited interventions. And so we formed networks that have been successfully funded. Some have been funded, some have not been funded. One is Sickle Charter, H3 Bionet, H3 Africa, LC, Sickle in Africa, and Sickle Gen Africa. And these are just examples of networks that are specifically focused on sickle cell disease and specifically looking at understanding the genotype-phenotype associations that influence the severity of disease. You finally heard about our obsession with really translating and finding a cure for sickle cell disease using gene therapy. And we are really excited because with H3 Africa and with the platforms and the systems that have been put in place, we are in a position of being able to say that we are ready to conduct gene therapy trials so that we can bring curative therapies for sickle cell disease in Africa. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Julie. Thanks. And that sounds really exciting. Rufus, can I start with you? And then we'll do a quick round through for a few minutes of each of your answers. Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much, Zeni. With stroke as a typical complex disease in Africa, before the H3Africa Consortium came online, it was difficult to accurately phenotype stroke on the continent. I can say 8 years after the SARIN study was funded, we succeeded in accurately phenotyping stroke, which is a very, very important, for you to do accurate genomics. We have characterized stroke risk factors, subtypes in Africa. And of course, that led us to discover the dose-response relationship of the protection of vegetables against stroke. And in the course of that, we also came up with the Access software, an invention that enables us to archive stroke images. And with these, we have over 100 publications in our kitty, and we have built capacity. When we applied for the grants, I was finished on my PhD. My wife was just an assistant professor in university. But today, we have many professors on our team. We have built and also trained many PhDs and many early career researchers. We have also built a huge resource, the largest neural bank on the continent with over 145,000 samples, and also was pioneered a brain bank in Ibadan in Nigeria. And with this, we are exploring the ethical, legal, and social issues associated with this neural bank, and also developing interventions that will help us to engage actively with the people so that these LC issues can be adequately dealt with. And of course, we're also building a bioinformatics hub in the Ibadan on our project. And of course, we have also pioneered the African Stroke Organization, leveraging other Africans so that we can tackle the burden of stroke on the continent. And in the global level, my colleague, Professor Wolabi, leads the WHO World Stroke Organization Lancet Commission on Stroke, which is the global effort in tackling the burden of stroke globally. So for us, it's been a season of success story, engagement, learning, collaborating, and of course, building the next frontiers for stroke science on the continent. Thank you.
So the Eyes of Africa team were working on a disease called glaucoma. This disease is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness in Africa. This disease does not show up to the sufferer until the sufferer has lost 80% of vision. This disease, when we sit down in the clinic, we see the patients at the end stage of blindness, and we cannot do anything. Blindness is irreversible. There's the other part of the disease that we see often that is called cataract, which is the clouding of the lens. And this disease is totally reversible with a simple operation. So in a typical eye clinic all over the world, there'll be an admixture of patients sitting to wait to see the doctor. And when their interventions are met, then they compare notes. How about you? Can you see? So some say, I can see very well. And some will say, I don't see any difference. See, so the knowledge base of cataract and glaucoma are very low in our community. In actual fact, 90% of diseases of those who have glaucoma don't even know that they have it. And so one of the greatest things that happened to us is getting this grant to study this disease, which is the commonest cause of blindness, which is like 4 times or 5 times more prevalent in Africans and even 7 times more prevalent in West Africans, and causes blindness rapidly in this very population. So there have been local studies that outline this, but the major problem with glaucoma management is, of course, that we do not have the treatment for it. And so getting this grant has done a lot for us. One, it has built a clinical capacity for increased diagnostic acumen, because through the grant, we could get in equipment and people can see the value of earlier diagnosis. In the past, you can only make the diagnosis in like a moderate to advanced. Now we all have a very sharp antennae and we can diagnose earlier this disease. Getting the grant made us to be able to work with our colleagues in various centers within Nigeria, in Malawi, in South Africa. And getting the grant has enabled us to collect samples of about 8,000 cases and controls, which because of COVID, we have not been able to analyze. But we have found in our previous cohort that the gene responsible for this disease in African is different from the gene responsible for it in Caucasian population. And that this gene may be somewhat related to the gene that causes Alzheimer. So we are working with people who are interested in Alzheimer as a way forward to see whether we can further elucidate the relationship between the disease causing glaucoma and the gene causing glaucoma and the gene causing Alzheimer. In addition, we have typically in a clinical setting, most people just want to finish clinical work and do clinical practice. But we now have, in this meeting, younger clinicians who are very much interested in research. We have people who want to do bioinformatics. There's someone who is interested in furthering his skill in statistics. the project has trained a statistician in genetic statistics. These are very important things for us. In terms of what other deliverables that we're working with 2 other grant people who have won grants who are interested in our data to look at the polygenic risk factors in this disease called glaucoma, and also possibly to identify people who are fast progressors. The disease varies between different people. So in other words, if we know the gene of those who are fast progressors, then we can target treatment to those ones. We can actually identify them and take them out, because there's a subset of people who actually get blind in the prime of life. So we see blindness from the disease at age 30, 29. So we're studying those ones as a cohort. And if we can identify them, then we may be able to do targeted treatment so that we can prevent a lot of blindness at all ages, especially in prime life. I might have missed out a few things, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, as a physician, what we care of first is our patients. So I work on rare diseases, and working on rare diseases in Africa isn't easy. The first satisfaction we had is about patients, to give them the opportunity to interact with experts in their diseases, which wasn't available before or was limited before this grant. And also to shorten what we call the diagnostic odyssey for them. So we were at least able to see them, to tell them what is going on the family, and for many of them to come up with a genetic diagnosis, an answer for them. If we think about the African setting, these diseases are attributed to several things: bad fate, something happened in the family years ago, and then they were so kind of stressed and demoralized that they think they are kind of damned. So coming with answers, scientific answers, proving them what is going on in the family was really a relief for many of them, especially for mothers who are sometimes always blamed to have child or children with diseases. So we were able by that to change behavior on or within families practicing consanguinity. You know, if we were able to tell them, this is how you got the disease. So it reoriented their partner choice, and at least for that, to stop the transmission of that disease. We also were able, for some of few cases, to improve their health, because even though there wasn't a specific treatment for some of them, it was shown in some of the genes we discovered that available treatment was able to improve their health. And also for some of the variants we found, specifically in epileptic families, where we found variants that were associated with a resistance to some of the anti-epileptic drug. So we were able to improve their health. But importantly, what this grant was able to do is to put patients together and to kind of set up their own association so that they themselves can give advices, supports on how to deal with the disease. And this was all possible because this grant allowed to empower scientists like me, trained outside of Africa, who were able to come to Africa, do their science as was highlighted by Charles, to also build local capacity, to train young generation, to give the young generation a hope that the future is bright within Africa by Africans working on African population. So we also were able to put Africa on the map, because if you take the books, you read the books, whenever we talk about rare diseases, they just say it's in Europe, Asia, and America. And we were able to diagnose known variants and novel variants for some very, very rare diseases in Africa here. And we were able also to find new genes and putative new genes that will help understand the disease in other populations. And this all can help African patients to maybe in future get involved in clinical trials, so that the drugs that are or will be discovered can also work for the African population. So this is what I wanted to highlight, and to say all the great this project H3Africa has done, at least for Mali.
Thanks.
So I always feel intimidated in these fora because I'm not a geneticist. I'm, to borrow Charles's term, I'm a bank manager. And like all bank managers, I like numbers. So here are some numbers for you. In the year 2050, 1 in 2 births in the world will be in Africa. And 3.8 billion people will live in Africa by the end of this century. So I have a bank into which you have all invested. You have put your hard-earned samples, and you have trusted us to look after them. Those samples represent the biggest investment into those unborn children that we can make as Africans. This is our opportunity to drive the priorities for health in Africa from the African continent. So in terms of what H3Africa has done, it has agreed that that investment is important, that those priorities should be determined by Africans, and that we should be looking after our children and our children's children going into the future. To give a very concrete example of biorepositories and how they have contributed to the health of Africa, I'd just like to talk about COVID for a while. And I'm sorry, because I'm sure everybody is COVIDed out at this point. Nobody wants to hear that those 5 letters ever again. But the fact that we were able to utilize the infrastructure that was provided from H3Africa to store prospectively samples and use retrospectively stored samples has had phenomenal impact across the continent in terms of diagnostics, in terms of prognostic markers, in terms of clinical care, and in terms of innovation. That type of innovation and that type of clinical care that we can offer is only possible because we made that initial investment into the biorepositories to start. And I'm going to do a shout out to Nikki as well. We have data and we have samples, and that data and that sample is not mine or Nikki's, it's yours. And it really has changed the way that we've done the work, and we never expected it would do that in the short period that we've been around. So I think I'm going to reflect it back onto you as your bank manager. Come and withdraw your investment at some point and think about it not for you, not even for the junior scientists who are here at the moment, but for the future generations who will call Africa its home.
So thank you, Elizabeth. I'm not a banker, I'm a geneticist. So I'll speak to two projects, hearing impairment. Hearing impairment, it can be called a silent epidemic. Actually, 7 out of 1,000 Nigerian children that are born deaf. Half of them will be deaf because of a genetic origin. To answer your question, Zane, had we get close to implementation of genetic medicine? The answer is no. But have we laid the ground to implement? The answer is yes. By investigating 7 different African countries, we know you should not investigate one very common gene, GDB2. You should not investigate in Black African in South Africa, in Cameroon, in Mali, in Rwanda, and in Sudan. But if you are in Ghana, you can investigate it. And once found a variant that we found, they will explain 40% of children. We work with the Ministry of Health of Ghana through Dr. Wandare to set a policy for implementation. We roll out a screening using a portable equipment designed in South Africa, but that is now used in all our study sites to implement it. But have we implemented, roll out the implementation? The answer is no, but we are close to it because we develop also a molecular diagnostic test that can be performed in the kitchen. So we think we are close to it. The second important is that the project also provides not only for this country where we work, it provides the global world new knowledge because we discover in Ghana alone 7 novel hearing impairment genes. Last week we were in a meeting in the Midwest. It's called Midwest, right? Okay. And then there was a slide projecting the major advances in gene discovery and hearing impairment. And honestly, we were very, very proud to see that our project projected there amongst the less than 10 scientists that discovered the gene of hearing impairment over the past 20 years. Actually, we described it only 2 weeks ago, but yes, it's fine. The second project is if general, I think I will stick to one specific condition, rare condition called Fragile X syndrome. I think when we started the project in West Cameroon, in that specific village, that condition that is associated with mental retardation have been associated to a curse that was thrown to the wives of the chief because they did not mourn someone with mental retardation. And in that village, that chief had 25 wives. And Fragile X is an X-linked recessive condition. So that means all had, his daughter was carrier and the grandson, half of them will have a Fragile X syndrome. So by providing a real diagnostic of Fragile X syndrome for that family, again, we reached diagnostic closure. And also I think you will probably see one of the documentary that was developed by the PhD student on that project that have informed a lot on that village actually. So that really bring in genetic medicine closer to the community. And this local impact, now at the global impact, I do think we have extended the definition of actionability. We know the definition from the American College of Medical Genetics that usually is related to looking for genes that can lead to something that can be performed in a clinical setting. The definition of actionability that we have now do not extend only for diagnostic, it extends to screening. So for example, we think carrier for sickle cell disease should be screened. We have extended the number of variants that can be screened, not on the American ground, but on the African ground, including sickle cell, alpha thalassemia, and also APOL1, for example. We extend the definition of actionability based on the public health relevance. For example, we have included in our list one variant that is relevant for the treatment of HIV, for example. So I do think that new way of seeing what is actionable, that will not only extend to bring in a specific treatment, but providing a counseling, I do think it's a new concept that of implementing genetic medicine that we would like to share with you all. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So Ambrose has highlighted some of the most important achievements of the Hygiene project that my center is part of. So I'll talk a little bit about the Sickle Gen project, and then I'll talk about the broader impact. So with the Sickle Gen project, we have the honor of having the largest known cohort, currently about 7,000, including 4,000 children and 3,000 adults. And some of these are already in the biobank and others are on the way. And I think the broader impact of this study is it's not just the science, but the engagement that we've had with patients and families and clinicians, and just the entire chain of healthcare delivery in the various countries where these studies have been done. More broadly, I think that others have already underscored the broader impact of the H3Africa project. For me, I am fortunate enough to be at the intersection of probably the three largest capacity building initiatives that have come on the continent over the last 10 years that have impacted on basic science in general, but genetics and genomics in particular. And these are H3Africa, of course, the World Bank African Centers of Excellence, and then the Wellcome Trust Deltas initiative. And I have the notorious honor of being a PI on all the capacity building programs that have come on the continent. And that is because of the synergies that we've managed to build across these partnerships. I started off with the African Centers of Excellence, and then I brought on board Ambrose and Solomon, and we applied for Deltas and then H3Africa. And all these projects, we have basically synchronized our objectives, and it has strengthened both the science and the capacity building component. I mean, we've trained hundreds of students across the continent, masters, PhD, postdocs, through these three intersecting initiatives, and we've mobilized, enormous amount of resources to build fiscal capacity in all the labs that are involved. And as a legacy of this is that in Ghana, we've now established a West Africa Genomic Medicine Center under the leadership of Solomon, which is funded by the World Bank, but which grew out of the Sickle Gen Africa project. And these are some of the legacies of the H3Africa project, which would live on and grow and sustain the impact of what we've seen over the last 10 years. So that's just a few of the things I wanted to highlight at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The African female breast cancer epidemiology study was actually designed to take opportunity of the changing epidemiology of breast cancer under our own watch. All of us know that breast cancer has increased to become #1 cancer, but what some may not appreciate is that even the subclasses are changing. While these changes have happened in developed countries and stabilized, it looks like the changes in Africa are not following predictable pattern. And so one of the things we decided to do was to look at the environmental and genetic factors that influence this change. Even within our own African continent, a lot has been known about reproductive factors, hormonal issues, but a little is known about the diet, nutrition. And so that study was actually designed to capture the impact of diets, typical African diets and nutrition on the changes that happen in breast cancer epidemiology. As part of the fruits to gain, that when you're managing breast cancer, the classification is important. And today we use pseudomarkers in terms of immunohistochemistry. But this is a pseudomarker and it's having a lot of problem in Africa. A lot of African nations are having problems using immunohistochemistry to subclassify this tumor. And so there's industry technology already shown that PCR technology can be used to better classify, removing some of those pre-analytical factors that affect classification and give you wrong results. And so part of what is built into our project is to use that technology, using that technology to compare it with the traditional immunohistochemistry. And we believe that this is a low-hanging fruit. It's been done in most parts of the world, but it hasn't been validated. And so in our own study is part of the validation we are doing to see if this is a better way of subclassifying breast cancer. And we believe this is already with us. Then today, precision medicine, you can't talk of precision medicine happening more in the cancer field, and especially in breast cancer. And you can't talk of precision medicine without talking about genomics. When you look around in the practice in the developed world, genomics is already coming to, precision genomics is already coming into use in routine daily practice of breast cancer management. Both the early and late presentation have a lot of gene signatures. But none of this is being implemented in Africa because we haven't even done a comprehensive genome profile of the African breast tumor. And so this study for the first time gives you that comprehensive information so that you can do genetic evaluation, risk analysis of the typical breast cancer in a native African environment. And so this is one of those, we set the base, give us the baseline for us now to launch into precision medicine and genomic in precision medicine. So these are one of the ways we think this study will help to change the practice of genomics in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are such excellent examples of infrastructure building, training, new discoveries, but also touching the lives of patients directly already with this implementation. So I want to ask a question now about challenges and opportunities. So in Charles Ratimi's talk this morning, he mentioned some of the challenges and the things we need to focus on going forward as the H3Africa Consortium and researchers in genomics in Africa. So I wanted to ask you as panelists to maybe give us insight into what you see as, in your experience, what those challenges are, but also maybe to highlight some key essential steps that you've taken to overcome those and engage and move implementation forward. I'm going to ask Gita maybe to start, and then we can see if anybody else wants to contribute. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As highlighted by maybe all African scientists, the first challenge is sustainability. It's true that we also fail to interact with our politicians to understand what we are doing, to understand the stake to do research. But I think sometimes it becomes difficult because oftentimes, I don't want to charge too much our politicians, but oftentimes they care about how they get re-elected. So we work on diseases that are really rare, and they don't see that much of interest of getting involved or having our attention. Sometimes you try to see them, but it's really challenging because you don't bring the money, and often they think that you are coming to ask for money. And if you get to see them and you explain your science, the importance of what you are doing, they are happy that you are not asking for more support. So this is challenging, and it's true that they have a low involvement, we also do not, or we should not also forget, if we come to say they are not, or our country is not contributing, it's maybe to give us more money. But if we take, like, all of us here trained locally, we have to thank our mothers to make us good people, to be able to take on this science. This is also a contribution, like contributing to the human resource. But it is still challenging for us, and we have talked about this in the sustainability working group. How do we manage to convince our health authorities, our rulers, our philanthropists to invest in science? So this discussion has maybe to start, and we need to be more aggressive in that field. About opportunities, I think all the interests, we should take advantage of the interest that the global science is having toward Africa, because of our high genetic diversity, because also it's an understudied population. So this, we should take that opportunity to think of win-win situations where we contribute to data, to samples, but also we are able to build locally on capacity building. And by doing this science, it's there is no doubt that we will find African specific variants or gene disease genes that can be taken to the next level of implementing precision medicine working for Africa. Lastly, I will say the opportunity here is to be able to train more and more Africans, more and more young generation to kind of take on this hard endeavor, which is doing research and keep research current in the continent.
Thank you. Anybody else from the panel want to add to that? Emmanuel, thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. So in addition to all the factors that Gida has clearly established, I think that for me, as a continent, one of the things that is holding us back is a lack of private sector participation. All these projects that we talk about, these are funded from generous donations from donors. There's very little government support, like my colleague has already established. But what would make a difference now is to have greater, private sector engagement. We need scientific private sector. We need biotech companies. We need pharma that is actually doing research and not just making tablets. We need a proper private sector that creates opportunities for all the young people we're training. If you look at all the capacity building programs that I mentioned earlier, altogether we've trained thousands and thousands of young PhDs and postdocs. And like Charles mentioned earlier, if we don't create opportunities for them to be successful here, they will find somewhere else to be successful. And there's not enough space in the academic sector to absorb all these people. And even if there was, it's not the best that everybody should be in the academic institution. We need to have people being innovative and translating what we discover through the research. And I think that in moving forward, we need to put pressure on African governments to put incentives in place for investments into, private science industry on the continent. Some of our colleagues have taken the initiative to, to be entrepreneurial and start their own, companies, which is something we should all encourage and support, which funders should encourage and support and allow them to compete for grants in partnership with academicians like us. But beyond that, governments need to create an environment that enables investments into these areas so that we can have, that third leg of the environment we're creating that will really take all these efforts that we are making to the next level and make them sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Emmanuel, did you want to?
Yeah, just to highlight the issue of infrastructure. When you're doing this research, many of the centers really practically built up the infrastructure to do the genomic research. When you're moving ahead into implementation and things like that, it's more than that. Because in many of the places, many of the countries, even the point of care do not have the basic things to properly collect specimens, properly store them, properly process them, even before you send them to where they can be sequenced and processed and the data. So a lot of work needs to be done in setting up the infrastructure, point of care, where the physician need to interact with the patient or the other healthcare workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambrose, do you want to?
Yes, I think I'll be less philosophical and broader than Gordon. I'll be very practical. I think on our project, for example, on hearing impairment, what we realize is that children that are born deaf in Africa are diagnosed too late. The average age of diagnostic is 3.5 years. As 3.5 years, intervention, for example, as speech and language pathology or external ear aid, or eventually cochlear transplant for those that are in countries like South Africa that can do it, is really too late. By doing so I think one of the main challenges was basic public health offering. We work, for example, with South African company and also academics, actually, Dr. Swanepoel, who developed a very simple test using a cell phone for diagnostic. So that can be implemented everywhere, actually. So I do think, and that is on the opportunity side, I think we can work closely between research and private sector across the continent to improve that. Because I want to test genetic of hearing impairment, but at least I want those kids to be diagnosed at birth because it's simple to do enough. In terms of challenges as well, is maybe it's alongside what Gida says, the plea of vulnerable population. I think they live on the side of the society. For example, we realize working with our deaf community, that is not a small community, it's a very big community, that they have like a parallel culture that we are not even aware of. I was surprised, for example, that people living with deafness, they actually dance very well. And I was asking, but very prudently, how do we hear music? Actually, the way they hear music, they feel music, because the music always is played where there is a wooden floor, and they use vibration to feel the music and feel the beat of the music. I learned that, for example, the way they would name someone is not to sign his name, but is to provide a specific sign that represents that person. And suddenly I realized that actually our school and public school do not have necessary offering for all those kids that are not intellectually challenged. They're just deaf. Those kids will not necessarily do their study the way we do. So we should know that a section of our population affected by genetic condition are much more vulnerable, and really simple measure can help, because so that probably around the challenge. On the opportunity side, there are two things probably. The one thing that we have really help is friendship and peer support. What I've seen is that there is a new generation, even within this H3Africa, of PhD students that have created their own world. And that opportunity, massive opportunity, is if maintained, they will have less of the problem that we have had by building relation. The other opportunity is possibility to collaborate across the continent with people we have met here to create new projects, for example. I tend to call Gordon, but I didn't know Gordon before H3Africa, but I know his family now, I know his kid, and if we want to do the next project, very, very easy because it's a phone call. So I do think that opportunity through the networking that we have is tremendous.
Thank you, Ambrose. And I think that leads perfectly into my last question before I hand over to the audience. What are those other practical next steps that we need to take to make sure that implementation is going to happen and that we have this connection and ultimately benefit the health of everyone on the African continent? Maybe Elizabeth, if I can ask you to start off.
So again, with the numbers, the return on investment in terms of genetic research is well understood. So I think the last figure I saw was for every $1 that we invest into genetics, we gain an extra 3. Now you can't get a better return on investment than 300%. And honestly, I think the time has come for us to take ownership of that process. Both the Wellcome Trust and the NIH, who have been extremely generous to us, have a history of funding infectious disease research in Africa. A lot of the research that they have funded or felt comfortable funding has been in infectious disease. And this H3Africa project represents one of the major changes in their mindset that actually infectious disease, while very important and a cause of morbidity and mortality across Africa, is not the only cause, and it's not the only thing we should be thinking about when we think about the health of Africans. I think the 2 practical steps that we need to take are, first of all, dysregulation in terms of how we as Africans interact with each other. There's still issues with trust. There's still issues with more and less resource countries interacting with each other. And those issues are issues that the funders cannot solve for us. The only people who can solve those issues are the researchers who are present in this room. Ambrose spoke about talking to people in other countries, about interacting with people in other countries. We need to expand that, and we need to expand that dramatically, and we need to expand that urgently. And that requires advocacy. Often scientists feel a little bit reticent about talking to politicians. We don't think our politicians will understand us. And we think that politicians have their own set of priorities, which include getting re-elected. But we have the data. It's not like we can put the money where the mouth is. We can tell them that if you invest in precision medicine, you improve the general health of your population. You inspire innovative diagnostic and therapy designs. You build capacity and you create a cadre of Africans who will then be able to teach, not just in genetics, but in science, in technology and engineering. So all the STEMs that we keep hearing about. I think, and Ambrose mentioned it last night, we actually need a diplomatic passport for Africans. We should be able to travel across the continent. We should be able to interact much closer. And for that, we need our governments to come back and we need to go and engage them actively. And there are a lot of people with power in this room, deans, people who've worked closely with their ministries of health. And I think that's something that we need to look at very importantly. And then the second thing is we need to take ownership, as I said, of the priorities. So we mustn't ask somebody else to define what our health priorities are for us. And the only way that we can reach that degree of autonomy is to find the money in Africa. Because obviously funders have their own, they have their own thing. So the funder who provides the funding calls a tune to a greater or lesser extent. And until we can say that we are going to invest in ourselves, we will never have full autonomy over our research. And that's not to in any way decry the funding that we've received. It's to say that the time has come for us to start looking for that funding in Africa. And as I said, we can take the bank statement to the governments and we can say to them, you give us $1 and we will give you 3 back. So I suppose for me, the question is not whether we can afford to do genetic research in Africa. The question is whether we can't afford to do research in Africa.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anybody else? And Rufus can.
Thank you. Just to say a couple of things. In Dr. Rotimi's lecture, he did point out that politics and science, the negative effect it can have. And I questioned myself and I said, is there a way science can affect politics? Why should it be unilateral direction? And when I look at the global African issue, I begin to look at my personal interaction with individual researchers, young and old, health workers, cleaners, nurses, and so on. And I see something very strong in individual. And yet collectively, we feel helpless. Obviously, the politics is not right. So the question is, if politics can destroy science quickly, can science or human beings in science have a positive effect on politics? Can we have a stronghold on somewhere to affect politics? I'm talking like a 10-year-old now. I don't know. But the opportunities that I have had to interact at the community level tells me that the community is just waiting. They're just so prepared to receive the information we give them. For instance, at the World Round many years ago, and we opened the eye of a cataract patient, and then the next person wasn't so happy, but we dressed the eye anyway. As we moved over to the next person, the cataract patient said, "Doctors, please come back. This man is not happy." So he was his brother's keeper. The unhappy person just told the neighbor, "I'm not happy with my outcome." And the one who was happy called the team back, said, "Please come back and listen to this man. He's not happy." That was the glaucoma patient. So generally in Africa, having practiced all my life in Africa, I see team, I see care for each other, I see willingness, but I see something missing, the enabling environment. So those are the things I wonder, is there any way with a little policy, worldwide that can say, stop messing up the people. They're ready to do it right. So sometimes I wonder whether that is possible. What I find also in the community is that they're so willing, unlike the central, to take on their healthcare themselves. In some of the communities, one of the communities where we recruit controls, they have built a health center for themselves. We have trained primary healthcare workers who work there, and they accumulate patients for us, and we go there and we sort them out. And so such is the passion of the community, that they are so willing to take care. So there are a lot of opportunities there to work with the community. Thank you.
Rufus, before we hand over.
Right, thank you very much. I would simply like to build on what my esteemed panelists have said, the very brilliant points they have made. And I use the word engage, engage, engage. We need to engage among ourselves. We need to engage with other structures within the African continent, other academic structures. We need to engage with the people in the community. When we go to the community, it's not uncommon for them to ask us questions. They have taken my blood sample. When am I going to get the result back? Somebody will ask us, if I develop a stroke, is it possible for you to develop a blood test that can help you diagnose the stroke? These are expectations that we see in the community. So there's a need for us to translate findings at the bench, to the bedside, and to the community. There's a need to develop new diagnostics and new druggable targets that will be of benefit to the entire world. There's a need for us to also engage with policymakers more actively, so that all the findings of the science can have more investment, and of course we can have greater benefit for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very sage advice there. Okay, I'm going to open up to the floor. If anybody has a question, if we can have some, I've got a mic up front. I'll start with Charles.
Yeah, thanks for that wonderful contribution. I just wanted to ask, from my experience in the United States, patient advocacy groups are pretty powerful, and also taking advantage of politicians or even businessmen with a lot of money who may have some genetic disease within their own family. Can we engage those people in a way that would provide understanding for whatever may be going on within their family, and some may actually be their children, and use that opportunity to engage? I have seen in the United States that patient advocacy groups have actually been able to work with Congress to put specific statements into budgetary processes. Breast cancer is a wonderful example of that. There are multiple rare disease conditions that are wonderful examples of that. Maybe that is the avenue that we can begin to use to, it's selfish, but it's a selfishness that can benefit a larger group. So we selfishly provide information to these politicians or businessmen or women with a lot of money, helping their family, but in the process, we get them to engage the larger community that may have similar conditions. The Aging Institute in the United States, for example, was a small institute, but because of direct funding for something like Alzheimer's disease, the Aging Institute in the United States now is one of the largest across. Those are specific interventional processes that changed the way funding was done, and it's from advocacy. So I wonder if we have those kind of examples in our community where politicians may have some health issues within their families or businessmen and women, that we can provide resources to, either through sequencing or and get them now to be our voice, and even put their own money, into this kind of intervention. I wonder if we have such examples.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor Ruthven, for speaking to that point. I did mention that we have established the African Stroke Organization, and our program are based on 4 key pillars: capacity building, research, promotion of stroke services, and advocacy. We have a network of stroke support organizations across the continent that we are working with, some of whom are actually stroke survivors. And every year we have another World Stroke Day, and they engage with policymakers. For instance, in Nigeria, one of the stroke survivor organizations has actively engaged with the Nigerian government, and she has a very strong voice, even in the parliament. So this is an example of how we've done this on the platform of stroke on the continent. Thank you.
Yeah, this is an important point. As I highlighted at the beginning, one of our accomplishments was to kind of help set up a patient group for rare diseases in Mali. So I remember back in 2014, when we went at the health department to meet the head of the department to present our research, our new grant, happy to having had funds to do our research. And then in the discussion, we said that our plan is to be able to diagnose as many patients we can, so that we can also organize them to make an association, a patient group. You know, they had the why don't do that, because they will burden us here. So it's true that by doing this, they have more pressure to do on politicians than the scientists. And this year, because we were able to do it last year, and this year we used them for our Rare Disease International Day. When we were organizing it, we told them, okay, we did it for 2 years. Now you yourself, we will provide some of the funding, but you yourself have to take the biggest part of the organizing thing. And they were able to raise money and even to bring the press to our events, something we could not do before, because whenever as scientists are funded research, you ask the press to come even to cover your event, they ask for money because they think you have money. But with the patient association group, they cannot ask for money. And the national television, the health department, the higher education, they were more involved in that event than the years before when we were at front. And I think this is something that can also be used to put pressure on the politicians. Now, regarding the philanthropist, if you take outside, like in European or North American countries, if you see the Huntington disease patient or Friedreich disease patient, behind you will see a philanthropist who has the disease in his family, either himself or a child that had the disease. Then they get more sensible to give money for that disease, because they went through the experience of having a rare disease. But in Africa here, why we are lagging behind, it's because we don't meet those philanthropists in our clinics, because they go in Europe to seek care. You know, so oftentimes, you know, they hear about us when they go to see someone in France. They say, oh, you have these people doing the same thing in your country. That's how they come back. And even that, they are not so much willing to come to the public hospital with all the people around. So I guess maybe because for some cases, we have examples in our hospital. People with, you know, rich people who came to be hospitalized in one department, and they found that there was a water issue or something, they put money in it, but for rare diseases, they go out. That's why maybe we don't meet them.
So for sorry.
Sorry, I'm just conscious of time. So
Okay.
let me maybe take one more question, and then I'll invite people to come maybe up to the panel during the tea break to have further conversations. Is there one more question? Right in, over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for leaving your place to me. Right. I think that it's been a wonderful experience for me being here, and I've followed with very keen interest all the presentations and all the interventions from all the panelists. My name is Palma Masumbe Netongo, originally from Cameroon. Today I'm based in a small university in the New Mexico with Native Americans and kind of following up similar problems. But I think one thing that I've realized, and from my little experience, is that as scientists, we are involved in all of this research, and I think Gordon has mentioned, we should start thinking of really developing these through products. Partnering with pharma would be a very good thing. I have done the same, partnering with a pharma company called Diagnostics, to be able to take forward my own things that I was doing, stabilizing saliva, for instance, for parasite DNA in your saliva, for further diagnostics. I've taken that to them, and they have been able to support that. The reason I'm bringing this is because if you stay on your own and don't develop that partnership, it's going to be very hard to make that, cross over to the product. So that's one thing I'm encouraging you, try again. I tried with my government, because once I finished that, I handed it to the National Malaria Control Program in Cameroon. They did nothing with it. 4 years later, I took it to a company, and they're ready to push forward with that. So that's something I said, try until you fail no more. The one thing I also thought that this panel could really enlighten, the group present here is regulatory. As we now then move to that next phase, which is getting products, we should really start considering regulatory processes. Are we going to still depend on somebody else to regulate the products that we would be developing for Africa? True, if we have to make them for the continent, then we should really start thinking right now on how those regulatory processes would be in place. How some of us would have to move from the bench to become, regulatory officers to be able to get those documents, because it's a lot of work. So these are two things I thought I should highlight while I'm here. And as the panelists, I know they have a lot of experience on how that can be taken forward with this wonderful consortium. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask for some final words from the panelists on this before we break? Elizabeth.
So I can speak for South Africa, because I sit on the board of the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. And unfortunately, like any government institution, there is so much red tape that you can't actually see the document underneath the red tape. And I think, again, this speaks to trust, and this speaks to understanding. And I think there's a narrow window that we have now where scientists can influence that agenda. Over time, that window closes, and then you are left with the regulations that you failed to engage with. And that is, as I say, advocacy is so very important, because you as the scientist should be driving the agenda of those regulatory bodies. They shouldn't be driving your agenda at all. And I think for me, as I say, scientists often don't consider the money and the regulation as part of their research, but you need to start your research with money and regulation already in your head, so that you know where your research is going to go and what the impact of your research is going to be when you finish.
Great. So we've come to the end of the session. I see there are more questions, but I think this is the great benefit of being here together. So I invite you to maybe grab a cup of tea and engage with our panelists as we have a quick break before the next session starts in half an hour. Right, Michelle? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks once again to the chairs and the guests and the speakers. I just have a few announcements. We will reconvene at 12. That's a half an hour from now. Can the next speakers in the next session please see that their slides are with the desk with Francis or with Confidence? Please give them your slides. And we have a chair change. That's right, Audrey. You'll be chairing the next session. We will make announcements later in the day about the group photo, depending on the rain. So look out for that. So thank you. So see you soon.
Hi, my name is Heidi Ream, and it's a real pleasure to give a little clip around my engagement with H3Africa over the last few years. I'm sorry I can't be at the conference in. Hi, my name is Heidi Ream, and it's a real pleasure to give a little clip around my engagement with H3Africa over the last few years. I'm sorry I can't be at the conference in person, but I do want to just say that it's been a great pleasure to work with many individuals in the H3Africa Consortium, particularly the rare disease group. We've been collaborating between ClinGen and the rare disease program within H3Africa for the last few years, putting on multiple different workshops. We actually just completed one in collaboration also with the Gregor Consortium as a hands-on workshop for genomic analysis using our Seeker platform, and that was very well attended. And all of the recordings from that workshop are now online and accessible to anyone who'd like to review them. We also have had many other collaborations in rare disease gene discovery, working with investigators, and we hope to continue this work. Another area of work is through our Nomad database, and we're hoping to work with Nikki Mulder's team to be able to federate an instance of Nomad where we can represent data that's been processed within Africa alongside data that we process here at the Broad and be able to deliver aggregate allele frequencies for a diverse population of individuals around the world, working closely with the teams in Africa. So with that, I just want to wish you all well. It's just been a terrific pleasure working with the H3Africa Consortium, and I hope to work with many of you in many different ways going forward. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm really sorry I'm not able to be with you in person today, but I'm delighted to
What's happened? I'm sure everything is been fine. Sorry, are we ready? Because I'm calling people to come. Yeah, ready. We're ready. And there's are all the presenters here? I think they are, yes. And we've got their slides, I think, and I'm going to... Should I check that all the presentations are in, or do you know that they are? I'm asking you like you're the chair. Yeah, I'll just check. Yeah. Next to
oh, that's the. Oh, okay. So trying to figure out the rules.
Oh.
Hi, everyone. Just want to get started on the next session. Could the speakers in this session please come to the podium? Thanks.
Go count.
Hi, everyone. We have one speaker that's missing. Anita? Oh, it's probably Onike. If she could come here on behalf of Christian. All right, well, while we're waiting, I just wanted to introduce this session. This is the first session where we're actually going to hear some updates about projects in H3Africa, which is exciting. It's on infectious disease and microbiome. We have a suite of fantastic speakers. They're going to introduce themselves one by one and then give a series of short talks, and then we'll have questions at the end. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohamudzi Matsaba from Botswana. I'm the PI for the CAPGEN study, Collaborative African Genomics study. We are more on the infectious disease side, and I represent many other co-PIs. Some of them are here, and some have not been able to come. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Enoch Matovu. I'm from Makerere University, Uganda. I'm the PI of trypanogen, investigating two neglected tropical diseases, schisto and trypanosomiasis. Welcome.
My name is Moses Jorova, one of the PI for the biorepository in Uganda, the integrated biorepository of H3Africa, and happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Alfred Amambangwa. I am one of the PIs of the PAMGEN project, which is a project focused on genetic interactions in malaria across different countries in Africa. I think most of the PIs are here. There's just one missing. We're across 7 countries in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Qidist Wobosha. I work for Armor Hansa Research Institute. I am currently the PI of TBGen Africa project. The former PI was Dr. Abraham Asafa, who moved to a different job. And I have 2 co-PIs with me, Professor Muntasir Ibrahim and Dr. Iyuab, and also so many fellows to attend this meeting. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anita Gansa. I am one of the PIs of the C-Biogen project, which is a project that is looking for best practices in community engagement for genomics research. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Onikekwe Folari. I'm a co-PI on Christian Happy's project on genomic characterization and surveillance of microbial threats in West Africa. Thank you.
Okay, if we can have our first speaker, Anna, if you want to go to the podium.
Thank you very much. As I wait for the slides to load, I'm from Uganda and I'm working on 2 neglected tropical diseases. The World Health Organization recognizes about 20 so-called neglected tropical diseases. These are largely debilitating conditions that afflict more than 1 billion most economically disadvantaged inhabitants of this planet. So we are interested in human African trypanosomiasis. How does it work? the human African trypanosomiasis transmitted by the tsetse fly, and also schistosomiasis. These are blood flukes that are transmitted when human excreta gets into water bodies, and the parasites hatch there. They spend some time in the freshwater snails, finally emerging and then penetrating human skin as we swim, walk, or having any contact with water. Now we are trying to understand two phenomena: trypanotolerance in humans, where a few individuals are able to tolerate the disease. They have cryptic infections that are not easily detected, therefore never given treatment, and then they remain as a reservoir from which infections can be propagated. And on the other hand, schistosomiasis is hypersensitivity, where about only 20% of people have a very high warm burden, shedding millions of eggs per day. So they are the ones which are maintaining transmission of this disease. So we want to understand the genetic basis of these conditions in order to get new tools or even new approaches to controlling these diseases. Yeah, so our objectives for this current phase was to collect about 3,000 participants for schisto and genotype them on H3 chip that was made during phase 1 studies, and then for human African trypanosomiasis to do fine mapping on genes that had been identified previously. So to collect an additional 150 RNA-seq samples for RNA-seq and EQTL, and then to carry on hypothesis-driven laboratory test on candidate genes. So some highlights, what I'm going to briefly talk about, insights from genome sequencing. We carried out whole genome sequences from about 300 individuals across Africa, and schistosomiasis, GWAS, I'll give you some highlights there, and on human African trypanosomiasis, expression, HUTL, candidate gene, and GWAS analysis is what I'm going to highlight on. Now, from sequencing, from whole genome sequences, the results coming out of there intriguingly matched very well with what we know about migrations of Bantus from the Niger-Congo basin through Eastern and to Southern Africa, which largely came out of oral history, but even the genome sequencing actually confirmed that. But also these people, we studied the Nilo-Saharan population, which live in the northern part of Uganda, and comparing them to the rest because they are not non-Bantus. And you could see here, these are the two distinct populations. I don't know how. Yeah, the two populations you can see in blue, they are quite distinct, and what we could find that actually there are signatures of selection around the UV radiation resistance associated gene and 6 other genes to do with skin pigmentation as an adaptation of these people who live in scorching sun of the Sahel and semi-arid regions of the continent. Now for schisto-GWAS, we targeted 3,000 samples. We have recruited those people, but due to COVID-related delays, we consumed, our budget was eaten up so that we can only genotype 1,800. So we have found a way of phenotyping the patients more accurately. And from human African trypanosomiasis, EQTL, we have seen RNA-seq has been carried out. We have identified IL-21 as a marker for trypanosomiasis in Guinea, as you can see it up there. And so the expression levels were high up, corresponding to protein levels actually in blood, and further blocking IL-21 increased survival and reduced plastemia in experimental infections in mice. So this has been also validated in DRC from Democratic Republic of Congo, confirming this finding. Now our aim right now is to develop IL-21 as a marker for the hard to identify asymptomatic infections, because as I said, these are the people difficult to identify, they remain in saturation, and they're a source of infection, so that keeps propagating. Now the WHO target right now is complete interruption of transmission by the year 2030. So if we can bring this test that helps identify this cryptic reservoir, we shall be directly contributing to this target of complete disruption of transmission of trypanosomiasis by the year 2030. UTTR analysis, we have looked, we have targeted RNA-seq data from 416 immune-related genes, found 44 novel cis-UTTR SNPs and 75 novel trans-UTTR SNPs regulating 33 genes. 78% of these are known regulatory regions. For example, one example I'm showing here, the UTTR regulating CD40. It is found on chromosome 2, but regulating CD40 gene, which is on chromosome 20. And this manuscript on that is under preparation. Again, APOL1, we've been looking at it, this story of APOL1 mutations, protection against trypanosomiasis while predisposing us to chronic kidney disease. We have delineated it to show that for Gambia, for Trypanosoma brucellodescens of Eastern and Southern Africa, actually it is the G2 deletion that is protective, and while for Gambians it is the G1 mutation that is protective. And while the G2 in Gambians actually increases the risk for severe disease. So from GWAS, we found 25 candidate loci identified in discovery. We have validated 8 of those using 1,600 samples, and interestingly, the top 3 genes which are plausible, around which we can draw some hypotheses, which our postdocs have already done. They are in the same signaling pathway. So in vitro and vivo studies are currently ongoing to show the role of these genes to trypanosomiasis, and we expect results from this by the end of this year. So in all, we have published 23 publications, plus another 3 which came out of our collaborations with stronger groups elsewhere. For example, you see a paper by Ananyo here. There is one with CAFGEN, Savannah is around here, and another one around COVID-19. So this is what has been our contribution, and actually we expect about another 15 or so, because most of our current fellows have just started publishing. So we expect much more to come out of their work. I don't know if it doesn't have battery. So fellows have been growing. Phase 1, we had 3 junior postdocs, some which moved to senior postdocs, and some have got lecturer positions. We had 8 PhD students who all completed, and 4 of these continued are now our current junior postdocs. 2 MSc students completed, and actually 1 is currently doing an MSc. She's here as our fellow. And the current funding phase, we have 5 postdocs, 9 PhD students, 2 MSc students. Just to give an example of how they have moved. This guy is from Kenya, started as a postdoc, moved on to senior postdoc. He's now part-timing lecturer at Makerere and Kisii University, which is in Kenya. Yeah, and Julius, who we all know, started as junior postdoc, is now a senior postdoc, has got a permanent position as a lecturer at Makerere. We have Justin here, who is from Guinea, PhD student, now a junior postdoc. We have Philip, who has moved highest from a master's student to a PhD student, now a junior postdoctoral fellow, and very recently has been appointed lecturer at Makerere University. Elvis from Cameroon, PhD student, junior postdoctoral, now lecturer at Boya University, Cameroon. Bernardine from Cote d'Ivoire, from PhD student to postdoctoral, now assistant lecturer. We have Harriet from MSc to PhD student. She's doing her PhD right now, and she's one of the fellows who attended here. So the future, we have built a Pan-African collaborator group working on these diseases of poverty. A group of trained geneticists has been set up over 10 years, contributing to genomics research across the continent. We are building on this collaboration to further research, pursue our research agendas. There are sub-themes that are coming out, so new research questions have come up. We are going to regroup, maybe form smaller groups, each pursuing the research questions depending on how relevant they are to their interests. We want to acknowledge welcome. Firstly, funded us directly, and then through Science for Africa Foundation. And thank you very much for listening.
Thanks very much, Enoch, for that great talk and for being almost perfectly on time. Just to remind you, questions, discussions at the end. If you have any questions for Enoch, do jot them down now so that you remember them for later. And I'd like to introduce the next speaker, who's Mugamotse Machaba, who's going to tell us about CAFGen.
Thank you, Audrey. It's always a danger to come after Enoch. By definition, his name means someone who's disciplined and dedicated, and he has just done that. While waiting for our slides, I'll tell you, because I wear a few hats. The first one is the PI, for the lead PI for the CAFGen study. The second one is as executive director for the Botswana Baylor Clinic. And then the third one is now the national coordinator for the Presidential Task Force for COVID. It's very important that I mention all of this because I think it would not be possible to do all of this without H3Africa. And because of this unique position, I think opportunities do arise that I think as scientists, we're beginning to figure out that there is an intersection between science and politics and funding, as Elizabeth the banker told us earlier. I represent 6 institutions in 4 countries, Botswana, Uganda, Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, and the US. Some of our colleagues are hopefully joining online. Next slide. Oh, I have, hopefully I do it right. Our question was kind of similar to what Enoch has just presented. Essentially, we are dealing with 2 infections, TB and HIV in children. And to our knowledge, I think we are probably the largest group that is doing that in pediatrics on the continent. We are looking at these infections because these are what is concerning to us. On the left here, you see the map just showing that Africa is heavily inflicted with this HIV pandemic or epidemic, as we used to call it. Okay, now it's going the wrong way. On the right is the same map now showing TB. So again, these are very important questions that I think we needed to discuss at the time. But what you would also remember is at the same time, there were advances in both TB and HIV. In the prevention of TB is a very good example, and prevention of mother-to-child transmission. So it means the cause that we are dealing with will not be existent for a very, very long time. Excuse me. I'm still trying to figure out how this works. So our plan, therefore, was to follow this model that was set up by H3Africa to answer and redress some of the questions that have been concerning by increasing capacity. So trainees are the center of everything we do, inculcating research, genomic research in our countries, as well as establishing research infrastructure. And I'll show you what we have done to that effect. I think this is overly sensitive. So our network is the 3 centers that you see at the bottom. This is where we recruit patients. Most of the centers have been following these clients for the last almost 20 years. So again, giving us a very rich source of participants to recruit from. Then we partnered with local universities, one in Botswana and the other in Makerere in Uganda, as well as in Eswatini, where we are currently working with the University of Swaziland, and as well as Baylor College of Medicine. So to date, we have enrolled, and I'm ashamed to share after Enoch, the numbers that you are sharing of the PhDs that is training, 10, and 2 of them have actually graduated. We have 2 MSc students who we hope will be graduating from Eswatini. And then we've undertaken multiple different training sessions in the 3 countries that we talk about. On the left, sorry, on the right, you'll note the progression of the students. And these are some of the slides that my colleagues helped prepare. The life of a trainee is a difficult one, but also a fun one. And again, you need dedicated, passionate trainees, and that's what we have in CAVGEN. And the first 2 who have graduated, you may be able to see in the picture, have already been absorbed by the respective universities. Our study was structured such that we were going to be looking at the extremes of HIV and TB progression. And we recruited just over 2,000 participants for that reason. And we have been able to use the H3A chip to genotype, and we have started the, apologies, I should not have brought my phone here. It has a timer. I was trying to time myself. And out of those analysis, multiple papers have come out, and I'll not go into much detail about them. On the TB side, we are looking at both TB and HIV co-infection in children. Again, it's an area that has not been looked much into. We were very optimistic that we'll recruit a lot of participants. But again, advances in treatment and prevention, we ended up recruiting much less than what we had for. I think it's a good problem to have when the disease actually starts to disappear in the population that you are dealing with. But we hope that by the end of this academic year, we will have recruited a bit more than what we have here. Out of this, I think there still has been a lot of work done in terms of what we have achieved. If you look at recruitment, we are almost there except for TB. Infrastructure has been built at Makerere and the University of Botswana that continues to contribute not just for our genomics work, but also for COVID as well, as mentioned by others. The human capital, I think the 2 that have been completed have been absorbed by the universities, one at Makerere and one at the University of Botswana. Again, setting up a new department at Makerere that with the support of Moses here has seen the light of day. I think it's something that we are really proud of. We are still working with the University of Botswana to get to the same system. In Botswana, we have also set up for the first time a Society for Genomics and Bioinformatics. The idea being to champion this and drive this research as you go around. We have about 8 publications and a few more on the way. So again, presenting after Enoch is not the best to talk about smaller numbers, but we are really proud of what we have achieved from our team. Contribution to science, we have looked at what we have done, and this is a reflection for the last 8 years. Characterizing Botswana, for example, Eswatini population, and some of the new populations in Uganda that were not characterized before. I think has been something that we are really, apologies, proud of. Secondly, we have discovered or uncovered that it's a much more complex problems that we are dealing with to describe. in terms of looking at HIV disease progression, it's not as simple as some of the associations that have been made. It's much, much more complex, and the variation specifically for TB between individuals and between populations and between localities is so diverse that it's much, much more difficult. And I think Enoch did touch on a bit on those transcriptomics work that they are doing. The last one, which is a side one, is the Omicron. The discovery was through a team and collaboration with Tulio in South Africa, with our own team in Botswana, not working directly for CAVGEN, but using the same systems that were availed because of that. And this presents a lot of opportunities to engage. Social media, which is something that we didn't used to do, is something that we are currently engaging in the community. The comic books have been talked about, so I'll skip that. But it has not been easy. Challenges, red tape. Then the disappearing cohorts, which is something that we did not anticipate as much to become a huge problem, has happened. When you start to treat everyone, then you discover that some of the populations disappear. This is Botswana receiving the first high burden country to be on the path to elimination of mother to child. That it negatively affects us, but it's a positive thing for the country. That's just one example. And then COVID came along. But again, with COVID, with the lockdowns and all of that, we could not recruit, but it helped some of the work continue and lead us to the discovery of Omicron, like we mentioned. And now we are looking at vaccine production in Botswana, again, using the same systems that have been built probably because of COVID, and I'll end there because I'm a bit over. Thank you.
Thank you, Moho. That was great. It's lovely to see the community engagement is still as strong as ever in CAFGEN. Next speaker is Kadis Babosha, who's going to tell us about TB Genetics Network in Africa, TB Gen Africa. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. In the next 8 minutes, I'm going to take you through the TB Gen Africa accomplishments, challenges, and way forward. If I get it right, yes. So TB Gen Africa is a consortium project among 4 African countries. So from Eritrea, we have the Minafi College of Health Sciences and the Armaur Hansen Research Institute from Ethiopia, and the Institute of Endemic Diseases from Sudan, and also University of Ware from Cameroon. And we also have co-PIs from Brighton and Sussex Medical School. You know Professor Melanie Newport, most of you know her. And also we have Professor Godfrey Tangwa from University of Yaoundé, who leads the LC part. So as you can see here, these are the big guys of the project. The former PI, Dr. Abraham Hassafa, Prof. Muntasser, Dr. Ioab, Godfrey Tangwa, Simon and Melanie Newport, and Prof. Samuel Wanji from Cameroon. So we also have an independent scientific advisory board. I also guess that you know these guys. So we are benefiting more from this in the independent scientific advisory board. Oh, okay. So the major objectives of TB Gen Africa is, thank you for the previous speaker because you have already told about TB for the audience. So I will stress, I will go to the major objectives of TB Gen Africa. So it's to map the genetic and geographic structure of human adapted MTB populations. And you would like to test the hypothesis that the geographic and genetic structure of this human adapted MTB population overlaps with that of the human population. And we also would like to determine whether novel host pathogen genome combinations are associated with distinct clinical outcomes. And we also would like to see if HIV interferes with this association, and also to investigate molecular determinants of drug resistance. So at the end of this TB in Africa, what we expect is to, of course, to have novel findings on TB host pathogen genomics, but also an increased capacity in genomic and bioinformatics, and I will report that later, and also an increased knowledge in ethics, legal, and social aspects, which is associated mainly with the genomic research among these 4 African countries, but also among the African communities in general. So coming to accomplishments, we have been collecting samples because the sample collection was interrupted because of COVID for like 1.5 years or more. Some of us were able to collect samples, but for example, in 2 countries, in Sudan, Eritrea, we couldn't even start sample collection because of COVID. But now we have reached to like 75% of our sample collection is completed. So Eritrea and Cameroon are almost done with their sample collection, and in Ethiopia and Sudan are following. So this is just to show you how the regional sample distribution, ethnic distribution, and age and sex distribution, this here, Cameroon, Eritrea, and Sudan. As you can see, 2 major regions are included in the sample collection in Cameroon, and like 7-8 regions are included in the Eritrean part, and 4 major regions in the Sudan. There could be more regions in Sudan as well. And as you can see in the ethnic distribution, you can see which ethnic group is more common in these countries. And coming to Ethiopia, we tried to collect samples from most of the regions. We have like 12 regions. We couldn't done in one of the regions, I mean in 2-3 regions because of so many instabilities here and there, but we are trying to catch up. So we have done, we have tried to include most of the regions in Ethiopia. And here you can see ethnic distribution, and then you can see the major ones here as well. So coming to LC, the LC group is mainly led by Dr. Cynthia Nishongwe and Professor Godfrey Tangwa. And we are trying to see gaps in genomic studies. So we have activities in Cameroon and Ethiopia, and we are also going to have activities in LC in Sudan and Eritrea soon. And then mainly we call the previous activities mainly focused on the gaps in consenting process. And we have 1 MSc already completed, defended, and then the publication is, the manuscript is already submitted. It's from Eritrea, studied in the University of Abuja. And also we also focus on legal and regulatory gaps in association with genomic studies. And also recently we just finished a study titled Popular Perception on Genetic Studies in the Ari community in Ethiopia. It's in the South Omo zone. So coming to success, what I say success here, when I say success here, I mainly focus on capacity building and increased awareness, because these are also the major objectives or the major expected outcomes of the project. So the major one was training, and then in Cameroon we have 3 PhD, 4 MSc and 2 postdocs. Already 3 MSc students already completed in Cameroon previously, and in Eritrea 2 MS, which is I'm so happy when I tell you this, because in Eritrea we don't have that much capacity. So 2 MSc students went to University of Abuja, and then they studied and they graduated. And then recently we sent 2 MSc students to Professor Muntasir's lab to study in molecular biology. So this is what networking, what capacity building among partner institutes is. And in Ethiopia, we have 2 PhD, 1 master's and 1 postdoc. And then in Sudan, 1 PhD and 1 postdoc. And there were also capacity building with short-term trainings on RedCap, lab, practical lab trainings, and on bioinformatics in collaboration with H3A Bionet. We were participating as a host in bioinformatics trainings. And also the other important success is establishment of sequencing and bioinformatics team, mainly at AHRI, but also Sudan already had good experience in bioinformatics, but we have at AHRI in Ethiopia, we established this, and this helped the institute and also even the country to quickly respond to COVID-19. And also we were able to sequence MTB isolates locally. Previously, we were shipping abroad samples. And the other success is an increased interest in genomics and bioinformatic tools among researchers, and also an increased awareness and attention from the government. So this is what we are observing these days. And then the networking, not only among these 4 partner institutes, but beyond that, we are a good networking now. So the way forward, we have now the 1-year no-cost extension. So we haven't yet generated sequence data from the host and the MTB as well. So we have to generate genomic data. We have to analyze, and then we have to publish. And then for that, we need a support. And then we are trying to work together with the H3A Bionet on the analysis part. And also we are going to look for fund to keep the consortium beyond the TBGen project time. And also we want to leverage this collaboration for further institutional networking in any field. It should not be necessarily on TB, but in any field. So this is TBGen annual conference in January 2020 before COVID. So it was in Addis, and it was the first, and then it was great meeting, was great conference. And also this is recently in March 2022, where we brought a lab team from Eritrea, Sudan, and Cameroon to AHRI, Ethiopia, for practical training from culture to sequencing of MTB isolates. And I would like to acknowledge the funders, Wellcome Trust, and also the Science for Africa Foundation, and the former PI, Dr. Abraham Asafai, and all co-PIs, staff and management of all partner institutes, participants, healthcare providers, the advisory board, the potential collaborators, and Sidan Urad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kadis. We're going to skip the next talk. Christian Happy, unfortunately, can't be with us today, but we're going to skip that talk and move on to the next one, which is Moses Joloba, who's going to tell us about the integrated biorepository of H3Africa, Uganda. Thanks, Moses.
My slides. Thank you very much, and I appreciate my presenters who have come earlier. They have made my life easy. They have shown that it's not easy to present 10 years work in 8 minutes. So you will forgive me. So mine, as presented, is the integrated biorepository of H3Africa. And so it is located in Uganda. And as I am one of the bank managers, as already been said, so let me see. Okay, so it's playing me games also. Okay, my presentation is along these 4 milestones we set, was to offer biorepository services to H3Africa projects and other researchers. We dealt mostly in DNA initially, but we expanded the scope to other specimens and also dealt with sustainability, because this was a huge infrastructure. And we responded to other emerging diseases like what other people say. Okay, in terms of supporting H3Africa, we had site engagement. As already mentioned, we had CAFGEN from Botswana and Trypanogen from Uganda, Congo, Burkina Faso, Rwanda, TBGen, I'm happy to hear. And of course, our sample disposition stands at 70%. We participated in H3Africa Consortium activities, meeting and working groups, and develop a training course in bioscience, biobanking science, where we have trained over 150 students, graduate students, and researchers. They find it very interesting. And as a basis of the biorepository, we actually was trained in bioinformatics and molecular biology, many students, as we will see. And it was a spring to writing other training grants, such as bioinformatics. And we supported researchers. When now it is a fashion that whenever a researcher is writing a grant, they really have to put our biorepository as a resource. And that it helps. We have that page well written, and it's very well scored, and it helps. So in addition to, we have also international researchers. They no longer come to look to where to store samples. They will just write and we give them a letter of support. And most important, actually, which is becoming rapidly increasing in the students, I shared that our master's students, they have reduced their expenses. We show them the catalog and the samples in the repository, and they look at the data, and their thesis work is nearly done. So it has really facilitated that. I think it's a very big achievement. And we have had luck. We have had a visit by Francis Collins, who opened officially the repository when he was still director of NIH. And this month, we got a visit by the deputy director of NIH, Peter Kilmarx. So we have gotten a double treat as a repository. We have 4 publications and many more in the pipeline, and many more publications are spinning off from the repository. As I've told you, researchers and students, they quote the repository. So in expansion of scope, we started with DNA. Now we have ventured in environmental samples here. We look at the environment, as people have explained. We've collected samples, shipped them to other places for analysis, but we have been lucky that we have gone along to buy our own HPLC. We have trained on its use, and it's being installed. And we definitely invite people. We can help in this analysis. Much as people learned that we are biorepository, we are dealing in infectious diseases, then you know about transplant and organobiobanking. The country actually approached us to help in trying to set up organ and tissue biobanking for human, for which we tried to venture. You know, there is a saying that where one-eyed person, when in the country of the blind, becomes a king. So because we knew some biobanking, the government came to us. So we are actually working on supporting human biobanking. So in terms of sustainability, which is a big issue, which we discussed, we have a huge collection of samples, and definitely the institution is worried how we continue after H3Africa. And we are lucky that Makerere University has created a private company. Somebody was talking about companies, which is going to support this repository. And people were talking about bureaucracy. When you have a private company, you cut bureaucracy. And in this, we'll be able to mobilize and manage resources. We are also into accreditation, making sure that our biorepository gets accredited, and we maintain quality assurances, and that ensures quality for the samples we keep in the repository. In addition to that, as I've said, we started for a fee for service for all people who are out of H3Africa. And that list you can see is a big list here. And some of these actually projects are NIH funded, but we charge them if they are not H3Africa. And so we are cushioning ourselves for sustainability. So, so we have, so we do have other collaborating institutions, and to note that some of them are key institutions, some of them are biotech, which are now sending us kits to evaluate once they know we have samples. One of them is FIND, a Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics, which is a WHO associated company. So it is actually a big resource for that. Okay, in terms of COVID, I hope you're still interested to listen, but one of our, we became one of the 3 laboratories to test for COVID. For now, we have tested over 1 million samples by PCR, but we also became a COVID biobank. And you can see these various sample types: blood, serum, stool, urine from COVID patients, which we did store. And they were very valuable in validation of RDTs. We were working together with other repositories, and we are currently gotten funding to develop a COVID-19 proficiency panel for the region. So they are spin-offs actually from the COVID response. And I'm happy to tell you that somebody was talking about products. The government has funded us to build a factory to produce PCR-based diagnostics, starting with COVID, but also other diseases. So this is the architectural plan for the factory, which should be available soon. And again, we got a response from government. There is monkeypox. What can you do? So we are in the process of preparing ourselves for this. As I said, 8 minutes for 10 years is not easy, but we acknowledge all the support from H3Africa, NIH, the Uganda government, and please visit our catalog and become our customer. I'm a banker manager. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moses. That was great. I'm going to introduce next Alfred Ngwa, who's going to tell us about the genetic interactions between human populations and malarial parasites in different environmental settings across Africa.
All right, I'm waiting for the slides. I'm presenting on behalf of several other colleagues across several countries here present, with the exception of the one from Madagascar. We'll talk about malaria. And of course, malaria is, you can't talk about infectious disease in Africa without talking about malaria for several reasons. It's massive. It's been with us for a long time. And it's one of those infections that has shaped the genetic variation of population in Africa, of course, together with other pathogens that we've interacted with over several millions of years. So we have a network that we formed called the Pan-African Malaria Genetic Epidemiology Network that we intended to look at interactions between humans and malaria parasites across different environments for a very simple reason that there's just not one parasite. There are 5 different species, now 6 that infect humans. And there's also the vector, and there are several vectors of the malaria parasites of the vector that bite us, the mosquitoes that bite us, and they come with other pathogens as well when they bite us. So there are several things that happen when you're in a malaria environment that is important for us to study. And African populations are equally diverse. So our plan was to look at these across several populations. I hope this works. Okay, so our main goal, which we said, of course, was looking at interactions between human populations and the parasite in different environment settings across Africa. Now, we should note that there are more than 250 million people infected with malaria a year in the world, and 95% of those are in Africa. So essentially, out of 10 malaria-infected individuals, 9 of them are present in Africa. There is talk about the disease disappearing, but when COVID came, we're seeing surprises in most of our malaria endemic regions. Malaria can easily resurge. And in Gambia, for example, where I live, we've noticed this year that a lot of young people between the age of 15 and 25 died from malaria. And it was really sad to me because over the last couple of years before COVID, we hadn't seen deaths from malaria, that numbers in the country. And now we're having adults, young adults who are actually at their prime, right, for work, dying from malaria. So it was really bad. And obviously, some of these is due to some susceptibility factors. It's also due to the environment in which they live as well. And our aim, obviously, is to look at this. We plan actually to build a network. There are lots of networks that are doing malaria research in the continent. A lot of these are driven from abroad. Our intention was to build a robust network within the continent, focused on not just the parasite genetics, but combining both human genetics and the vector genetics as well to be able to explain the patterns of malaria across the continent. We wanted to expand the collaboration beyond the continent, so we built a network and extend to the collaborations that already exist from without the continent and build that link because they support us technologically to develop our capacity. And so one of the plans we had was to develop capacity to do sequencing in some of our institutions that we have with hubs leading some of the sequencing activity, while all institutions should have the capacity to actually generate genetic data by themselves. And of course, the hope was that the data we generate will help to drive the elimination of malaria from the continent. Oops. Right, so we are in 7 countries at the moment, but we are collaboration within a collaboration. There's a bigger collaboration called the Pathogen Genetic Network in Africa called the PDNA, led by Professor Jim Day, and this is the subgroup that forms the PAMGen. There is DAY2 from Tanzania. It's an interesting population because in that population, they found out that a genetic variation, which is a structural variant, comparable to that in Kenya, there's a structural variant in the Eastern African population that provides up to 40% protection against severe malaria. And so our focus here was not to do a SNP-based analysis, but rather to do structural analysis, structural variation analysis across the genomes of the African population upon the SNP-based analysis. We have Cameroon, where we have Tobias at the University of Boya. There is Professor Mili Jonah from Madagascar, which is an interesting population for us as well, because it doesn't only have the dominant malaria parasite, which is Plasmodium falciparum, it also has P. vivax. And upon that, the population in Madagascar has a good history, interesting history, seriously admixed with populations from mainland Africa and population from Southeast Asia, all combined in a single population in the island of Madagascar. And beyond that, the fact that they have been isolated, they have been away from the continent, the evolution of the parasite could be slightly different. And we've seen some of these in our previous analysis that we've published as part of the PDNA, where we're seeing some of that parasite in Madagascar looking slightly differently. There is also the population from Ethiopia. We all know the history of Ethiopia in terms of human genetics in Africa. When we did parasite analysis, of course, from Ethiopia, we equally saw that the parasites from Ethiopia were completely an outgroup, completely different from the rest of the parasites from the continent. So we have the Ethiopian population included, and of course, the 3 and 4 countries in West Africa, Gambia, Mali, and Ghana are also there. Sorry. So I'm putting here our objectives that we had because they remain objectives. We are an active group. We are one of the new groups that's funded by the Science for Africa Foundation, previously through the African Academy of Science. So we are quite active. So when we were about to start in 2018, 2019 came. At the end of 2019, there was COVID. When we got all our approvals to start in the field, then COVID came. And malaria, you have to go to the field and meet the patients, and people had fever and all those kind of stuff. You don't want to go dealing with fever patients when there's COVID around. So we had 2 years of break, but not really break because we're actively still working. So all of our objectives remain laudable. We wanted to collect samples across the countries, but from actively ill patients, those with differences in the mobility, as well as those who are infected and not sick, and use those samples to do analysis with a specific focus on the receptors on the red blood cell that actually interact with the parasite and allow the parasite to invade the erythrocytes. Now, so far, looking in our bank of samples, I think we've collected over 11,000 samples from the 7 countries that we're working in, and there are still some more samples being collected. Tanzania only started last year, and they are continuing their collections. There are more than 30 ethnic groups represented in our sample bank at the moment, and we are hoping that we're going to the active phase of data generation from these samples. And what do we plan to do? Of course, we're trying to democratize the mean ion. So we have the Promethean in the Gambia, but we're trying to get grid ions and mean ions across the different sites to help with the parasite sequencing, but hopefully to do some characterization of use long reads to actually look at some of those regions in the genome that shows the structural variation. We've already started some of this work in the Gambia using the mean ion, and it's proving promising as a tool that we can use for generating long read sequences and characterize structural variants. Stories of success. I think if Charles is here, I think I need to see that, because we've had a story. Is a story of building capacity and losing capacity. Very successful way of building capacity and losing capacity. So I'm showing you here 4 individuals that we trained in the last 3 years. That's Olumide trained with us. He was the principal postdoc of the PAMGen project. He's now having an EDCP career development fellowship. He's gone to the US as well. That's where he is now based. There is Mary Obo. She's at Rochester. There is Majida Adiamo from Nigeria. She's going to Indiana University. There is Jatumbai, who was my PhD student, and PAMGen. She's disappeared to the Wellcome Sanger Institute, which is our collaborating institution. And there is her husband, of course. She decided to get married to the chief bioinformatician in the group, and they disappeared to the Sanger. So it's been a fantastic, and I can repeat this story over and over. It's been a fantastic story of training and losing. So the entire purpose which we had, so Charles, I would plead with Charles that the plea for postdocs to go to the US, we're begging you, please don't send the trained postdocs to the US. We need the trained postdocs to stay at home. We need the trained postdocs to stay out. They don't need to go to the US or go elsewhere. We need you to collaborate with us to keep them here in the continent. So that's my plea to you guys. We've had a similar thing with I think the slides have stopped moving now. Thank you very much. So we've had similar things with PhD students. We've trained quite a few PhD students. I think there are actively 5 PhD students in the project across countries. There are 2 who've graduated from the University of Ghana, and they're also helping us in some of those projects. Our wish is that in the next coming years, we're going to sustain this project with the data that we're going to generate and funding that we hope we're going to get from applying to our funders who are seated right here, including the Wellcome Trust, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alfred. Just quickly inviting, we're running slightly behind time, Anita Gansa, who's going to tell us about best practices in community engagement for genomics and biobanking in Africa. Thanks.
Good afternoon to you all. Okay. All right. So that's me. As we wait for my slides to load, I'm doing this presentation on behalf of a number of us, particularly Paulina Tindano, who is the main brain behind this project. Yeah, so Paulina and I are the PIs for the CE Biogen project. She is mainly driving the ethics and community engagement, and I support with the genetics training and implementation. So the title of our project is Developing Best Practices in Community Engagement in Genomics and Biobanking in Africa, the CE Biogen Collaborative Project. Right. So we all agree that H3Africa has enhanced extensively genomics data or research in Africa. And as this has gone on, we've seen all the complexities in genomics research, the various stakeholders, including the communities and also individuals or study participants. And we've also unfolded the challenges in conducting genomics research in terms of the ethics of conducting genomics research. And we've also seen that community engagement is key. As Paulina puts it, if you want to go far, we go together. And there's also a drive to increase capacity in ethics and community engagement. And we talk about open science. and the need for the community to support open science so that we will get broad consent and data sharing and all. But the how to involve the community in open science is a gap that we haven't really addressed. And also the need to build the evidence that community engagement will really support this open science has become very important. And this is where CE Biogen comes in. Now, before I talk about CE Biogen, oops, I think I'm going, yes. Just a refresher on what we mean by community engagement. Community engagement should be a two-way communication. Most of the time, as researchers, we enter the community and we share our project ideas with the community without actually getting information from them. We forget that they also have certain ideas about research. They have some understanding of genetics, but we tend to think that they do not probably understand our study, so we try to explain our studies to them. We also forget about their local culture and traditions that may influence the conduct of our research. Now, so community engagement encourages this two-way communication so that we will learn about the culture, the traditions, and also the community will understand our study and will incorporate their cultural activities or cultural beliefs and traditions into strengthening our research ideas. So co-creating and co-learning is what community engagement demands. It doesn't end there. There's also the need to see the community as consultants. After all, we are consulting them on how to conduct research in their communities. They know what will be culturally relevant, what is permissible in their communities. And so we should be able to see them as consultants in our research activities. Now, and the research should be collaborative. So involving the community right from the inception through the implementation and then dissemination and feeding back of our research results. And we should also see the need to empower the community with our research output, not just presenting our results to the research community, but to educate them, to increase knowledge. They are also interested in understanding the science and see how their contribution to strengthening the science will make an impact in their lives. So, oh no, okay, right. So CE Biogen put together this multidisciplinary group of people involving ethicists, our senior bioethics, Paulina, myself, a genetic epidemiologist, and senior physician scientist, senior geneticist, public health professionals, physicians, and grant administrators from 4 countries, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa, and Kenya, to achieve these set objectives. So our first objective was to investigate the role of community engagement in genomics research and biobanking. And this we were going to do in these 4 sites with 2 H3Africa collaborative projects as our case studies. I'll talk about the 2 projects. And the idea is to find out how community engagement will play a role in genomics and biobanking in Africa. Now, the second objective is to look out for best practices for feeding back genetics results to the community, to individual or study participants, and to families. And again, we're going to take stakeholder views from these 2 H3Africa projects to answer that question. And then our third objective is to strengthen capacity in ethics and community engagement through short and long-term training. And this training, we targeted community engagement practitioners, researchers, clinicians, H3Africa project study coordinators. And then we also to serve as a resource center for ethics and community engagement to support the implementation of genomic research across sub-Saharan Africa. So these two collaborative projects that we leveraged our collaborative project on are the AWAGEN project, which is a population-based cardiometabolic disease project headed by Professor Michelle Ramsey in South Africa. And AWAGEN is a community-based study, and our interest was to see how we can find innovative ways of returning aggregate genetics data to study participants and to communities. And AWAGEN is set up in a rural and urban setting in Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. Now, the Kidney Disease Network, also headed by Professors Ojo and Edu, Dumwa Edu. The kidney study is a hospital-based study, and we wanted to see what the preferences for communicating research findings or genetics research findings to individual data to study participants and to their communities or to their families. And this study is based in Ghana and Nigeria. For what we used, the parts of the study that we used were based in Ghana and Nigeria. So what are some of the key findings or some of the best practices that we observed in our study? We found that context and relationship really matter. If you look at these two studies, one is a community-based study, the other is a clinic or hospital-based study. And so the community engagement, for instance, organizing debates in the communities would not work for the hospital-based study. So what we did is to come up with community advisory boards that layers between us and the community to advance our education or community engagement in the project. Now, the relationships that we've established with these sites over the years also made a strong impact in our community engagement activities. Now, we also learned that community engagement is an art as well as a science. These communities have got very good indigenous knowledge about genetics. If you talk to them, if you engage them, you see that they understand genetics. And these we should be able to tap into in our conduct of studies. And it became important for us to demystify genetics to them. And what we did was to come up with these two documentaries. One, teasing out the genetics or the basics of genetics in an animation for our community engagement activities. And the other one, a documentary showing them the journey of their samples. So from field sample collection or clinic sample collection through to initial processing in the lab to the DNA sequencing and potentially what the data obtained from the sequencing could be used for, which may have either a direct impact or to the community or not having any direct impact to that individual. So we explain all these processes in this documentary, and these documentaries have been translated in 8 African languages and are being used in community engagement activities. Now, one thing that also became key is our training, our multidisciplinary training that we conducted. We made sure that the clinicians, researchers, and community engagement personnel were all being trained in how to communicate genetics results to either individuals or to the community. Now, we also found that community engagement needs to be embedded into the scientific projects from beginning to the end. So from informed consent through to feeding back of the research findings. And one thing that also came to light as an ethics project, we were compelled, I mean, it was imperative for us to respond to the community needs during the pandemic. We couldn't have gone to these communities to just conduct our own CE Biogen project. What we did was to involve ourselves in the response to COVID when it happened. So some of the sites, what they did was to get involved in public education about COVID through broadcasting and some through radio presentations and questions and answers during these radio programs. We also came up with CE Biogen customized PPEs like nose mask, face mask or face shield, and our own, what do you call it? I keep forgetting. The gel for washing. Yes, we had our own customized, which we distributed to our communities when we went for our studies. And we also noticed that the communities were demanding something from us. It was not enough for us to go and tell them about their blood pressure, height and weight and advise them on personalized care and all that. They wanted to know something about the genetics that we said we were doing. And so from our initial analysis, we found that these communities, until such a time that we have a full understanding of the exact predisposition to complex diseases, validated, actionable, or clinically relevant data to the African setting, we should continue to explain the nuances of the complex genetics data and probably we should provide aggregate data to these communities and not necessarily providing them with individual data. So this is one conclusion that we came up with from our initial empirical data and from our workshops and discussions during our workshops. Okay, so these are highlights from our video documentary on the journey of our sample and our workshops, the short-term training on community engagement for genomics and biobanking workshops, and then our training on communicating genetics and genomics research results that were conducted or supported by Wits University in South Africa. And in the long term, we also trained 3 PhDs in public health. So these students are still ongoing. CE Biogen is 4 years old, and we have 4 master students, 2 completed and 2 will complete next year. So this is our response to COVID through our community activities, public engagement, and our PPE productions. We also came up as a program with changing strategy by doing hybrid community advisory board meetings, and then our courses were moved online or virtually. Yeah. So in summary, we've successfully conducted 2 collaborative projects across 5 research sites in Africa, organized 3 face-to-face and 2 virtual workshops involving the H3Africa projects. We've developed 2 video clips on basic genetics and the journey of our samples, and we've trained 3 PhDs and 4 master students who are almost completing. We've had several manuscripts of our key findings, and we've contributed to the development of a new MSc in bioethics at the University of Ghana School of Public Health, and that is where Paulina is based. And we've had synergies with other H3Africa projects like PAMGen and IFGenera, and the contribution to the ethics and community engagement discourse at H3Africa Consortium is very well noted. And then we've also contributed to the genetics and genomics platforms on the MESH website. So these are some of the publications that are related to CE Biogen. And our next phase or our sustainability plan is after our no-cost extension, because we have set up this training, the long-term training at the School of Public Health, these will continue, and we are exploring new funding opportunities. We've had established synergies with other programs within the University of Ghana, NYU collaborations in bioethics, and also Johns Hopkins Berman Institute of Bioethics and the Ethox Center of Oxford University, where Paulina was trained, and genetics and genomics platform on the MESH website. And you have links with the Global Bioethics Network, which we are going to explore, and links with other investigators at the University of Ghana College of Health Sciences that we are going to explore as well. So we'd like to acknowledge all our study participants and communities and our collaborating institutions listed: University of Ghana, University of Witwatersrand, Navronga Health Research Center, Agent Court in South Africa, APHRC in Kenya, University of Kansas, University of Ibadan, University of Nigeria, Muhimbili left us, and then also the H3Africa Consortium and the ethics community. Oh no, I have to do my final slide. This is acknowledging our funders. Come on, right. So we would like to acknowledge, and we're grateful to the funders of our program. And as Paulina always says, as a last slide, wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. I'd like to add that let us effectively engage our communities to unravel the wisdom in genomics for the well-being of mankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Very, very wise words there at the end. I'd like to bring up Onike Folarin, who's going to cover Christian Happy's talk on the genomics and surveillance of microbial threats in West Africa.
Good afternoon again. I'm Onike Folarin from African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases. I'm presenting on behalf of Christian Happy's group, who unavoidably is absent here. I'm sure most of us saw him yesterday. While I wait for my slides to be up, I just want to say that our project is also a consortium of partners from Sierra Leone, Senegal, and also in Nigeria. And then we also have partners from the US, Broad Institute and Tulane University. So these are our representatives from the different institutions. And we have the PI from Ira Specialist Teaching Hospital here in Nigeria, as well as a representative from Broad Institute, Danny Park, and Peter Okukere, they are all here. Yes, technology doesn't want. Okay, so the main objective of our project is on characterizing fever of unknown origin. And this is based on the fact that whenever people in this community visit hospitals and they present with the common symptoms, what we see is fever, and that's the most common symptoms. And then doctors ask them to go and get tested for malaria and typhoid fever. And then if it's where Lassa is endemic, they also send them to go and do Lassa fever testing. However, we've discovered that even outside of malaria or typhoid, there are a lot of other pathogens that can also be responsible for fever. And I think one of the keynote speakers, I'm not sure whether it's Charles, that mentioned it,
that Africans have been exposed to so many pathogens. And that is why maybe the story is kind of different with respect to COVID. Okay, so I think I've mentioned her main objective, and then the specific objective is to utilize microbial metagenomics for viral pathogen characterization so that we'll be able to actually have the fingerprints of these pathogens, and then to be able to develop field diagnostic tools that would enable accurate and rapid diagnostics, because we know that detection is very key with respect to disease management. And then also to use clinical, genomic, and immunological data for studying the pathogen host biology. And that will give us more information for drug target discovery and vaccine target discovery. No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So our key. Okay. Technology. Okay. So our key objective before COVID is one was we tested the first index case of Ebola in 2014 during the West African Ebola outbreak in Nigeria, and that action actually contributed to the early containment of the disease within the country. And then in 2015, we sequenced the largest database of Lassa virus genomes to uncover the origins of the Lassa virus within the continent. And in 2015 as well, we developed rapid diagnostic test kits for Lassa and Ebola. And these two kits actually got approval from WHO and US FDA for emergency use. Also in 2015, we discovered two novel rhabdoviruses from two LD individuals within a particular community here in Nigeria. And when we carried out several surveillance of this disease, we found out that a lot of people have been exposed to this particular pathogen. In 2017, there was a monkeypox outbreak in a community here in Nigeria. We also were able to use our next generation sequencing technology to be able to actually confirm this pathogen. And in 2018, also, we used metagenomics analysis to confirm the presence of an outbreak of yellow fever within the country. And all of these were communicated to NCDC for necessary action. And then also in 2018, in Lagos State here in Nigeria, there was a case of a hemorrhagic fever in a young boy of 4 years old. And the hospital didn't know what to do. So we were contacted, and then we carried out next generation sequencing on the samples, and we were able to actually detect that it was enterovirus B that was present in that particular child. Unfortunately, the child died. So on 1st March 2020, we had the first case of COVID in Nigeria, and SGID actually was responsible for the first sequencing of this particular sample. So we sequenced this sample, and we were able to confirm the origin of the SARS-CoV-2 sample. And over time, from that time, we've been able to sequence well over 12,000 samples within Nigeria and also across Nigeria, across the continent from Cameroon, Burkina Faso, and many other African countries. And we also carried out a timeline sequence of the COVID-19 samples. And what we see is that we were able to follow the trend just as is also being reported in other parts of the world. And presently now, what we have is Omicron and Delta being the most prevalent variant of the virus. And these are variants of concern that we are monitoring. Although in the last 3 months, we've not reported any positive cases. If this is generally true, we do not know. In terms of diagnostics, one of the things we're looking at is to use the CRISPR-based technology to be able to develop a rapid diagnostic test that will detect nuclear material from pathogen. And idea is that this would be more sensitive because it's not detecting the protein, but rather it is detecting the nucleic material in the pathogen. So we have two forms of it. We have the SHINE, which is a point of care diagnostic technique that is designed to detect a single pathogen. And then we also have the CAMEN, which is high throughput and is able to detect multiple pathogens in one sample. So these CRISPR-based technology is like a pregnancy test strip that would all just be able to detect samples. And one thing we're also looking at is the ability for it to be able to detect this pathogen nuclear material in saliva and other non-invasive biological materials. In 2018, when we had an unprecedented surge in Lassa fever, and then we sequenced those viruses that were obtained during that period real time, we discovered that the same transmission pattern is still in existence. That is, transmission is from the rodent to human. And that brought about the need for us to also look at what is going on in the rodent. And so we moved on to One Health approach to be able to also carry out a surveillance of what is going on in the animals, which are our closest friends, and to be able to monitor how this disease jump from animals to man. And we have this group of zoonotic researchers who actually had been able to monitor this from the rodents. We've done some research in rodent for Lassa, and then we're able to also carry out a microbial metagenomic approach to uncover the first rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus in Ibadan, here in Nigeria. And we're presently carrying out research on swine viral disease as well. So all of these activities and our success story is what led to what we call ourselves now, that is a global genomic powerhouse. And that also led to Africa CDC and NCDC declaring us as a reference lab in Nigeria and also in Africa. We have also been able to develop human capacity and infrastructural capacity, where we're able to carry out high throughput analysis, from acquiring different automation for extraction, as well as acquiring series of Illumina sequencing technology, such as the NextSeq 2000, the NovaSeq, and also we have the iSeq 100. In terms of training, we trained over 86 participants during the COVID outbreak from across the continent, as you can see from the map. And that's like from around about 32 countries. And these trainees eventually also contributed to the genome sequence of the COVID-19 that had been deposited in the public database for secondary data use. Overall, we have been able to train over 1,000 trainees at MSc, PhD, and short courses ranging from bioinformatics, next generation sequences, and many other training. These are a few of our publications. from the discovery of novel rhabdovirus also to our story about the genomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2 in Africa. Okay, so in terms of career development, I also want to join Alfred to say that we have been able to train quite a lot, as you can see from our table. And then we have specifically these two young guys, Victoria Adubashile, who graduated with them in molecular biology and genomics, and then Paul also in bioinformatics, who are presently a postdoc in UCSF. And then we have Bola Bankole, who actually got an offer, a job offer on the day of her final exam for her PhD, but she's presently here in Nigeria. So our next plan is about this new innovation that we call Sentinel. And this Sentinel is actually what has been in our plan before COVID. And COVID actually made it even a stronger thing for us to pursue. And it's all about pandemic preparedness. We want to be able to get ready for any further outbreak that may come. We know that during Ebola, that's one lesson we learned. And then COVID also just re-emphasized the need for us to be prepared for any further outbreak. And so these innovations, which we call Sentinel, stands on 3 pillars, which we call the detect, connect, and empower. So the detect part of it is for us to be able to detect known and novel infections that are presently in our environment. And then the connect is for us to share the information in real time. As we are detecting them, we share the information, and for us to be able to know which ones are of emerging threats and what needs to be done. And then we also plan to empower the public health community that is in training in order for them to be able to use any novel tools that we have been able to develop. So we have team members, and also we want to acknowledge all our funders from H3Africa, World Bank, CEPI, ASLM, Africa, CDC, and many more. For more information, please visit our website, and I say thank you very much.
Before we move on, and I need to find out if we have any time for questions since we've overrun, I just want to ask us all to take a moment to thank the speakers and recognize the amazing achievements in these projects that we've heard about. I think we might have got a sign for maybe one burning question. The hand at the back there was the first. Yes. Please indicate if you will have a question for someone in particular or more generally.
Yeah, thank you very much. My own is a comment for the last speaker, and I would like to congratulate SGID for all the good work that's been done since the lab was established. But I want to say that we are happy to share. Before I move on, I'm Babatunde Lawal Salako. I'm Director General, Nigerian Institute of Medical Research in Lagos. And I want to say that we share the first information on the sequencing of the SARS-CoV-2 virus of the index case in Nigeria with SGID. And because SGID is big and towers over us, it's always been believed that this was done alone by SGID. I was wondering why the speaker didn't. In actual fact, the published work was a joint report written and signed by SGID, the Lagos State Government, the NCDC, and the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. And I also move forward to say that we did a partial sequencing in our lab a day before SG did a full genome sequencing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And honestly, I have been very impressed with all the presentations. My name again is Palma Netongo, and I'm only intervening here now because of the plea that has been made that, you know, the external partners should do well to make sure that the postdocs that are trained stay in Africa. I'll put it the other way. And this is also for the rest of the PI who struggle with this. I know we've all struggled as PIs to kind of get, you know, standards the same, right, with our northern partners. I know that a huge consortium struggled with the Wellcome Trust for a long time to get funding to be managed by African institutions. They created the African Institutions Initiative, and that kind of funding, it was about 30 million pounds, was managed all by Africa. That was the first time where funding that involves northern partners was managed here in the continent. But in that struggle, they realized that there was a gap. And that gap was that we did not have financial officers who could manage that kind of grant. So they had to carve out 2 million pounds to train and start training and actively train. I know because I was in one of that training where the ashes happened in Iceland, and I was, you know, grounded in Cape Town for 2 weeks. But that too was very important in building that kind of capacity. Then we struggled for leveling the platform in terms of salaries. While it comes to northern partners using the whole process of, you know, getting part of their salary, just part of it, because they have a good substantial salary as funding incentives, that doesn't really apply to some of us here, because if you have to do that, then as PIs, we may end up with peanuts. And I know PIs have fought very hard, and now that platform is being leveled. All I'm asking the PIs is to do the same for the postdocs. Do the same. The NIH gives you funding. It's $50,000 for the students, the postdocs in the US. Do the same for your postdocs in Africa. You will not need to ask your funders, your other partners, not to worry. You will not need to worry because those people will want to stay with that 50,000 here in Africa than to stay in Salt Lake City with $50,000. And I'll go then to move one last thing that I'll say to you people, please. And I'm calling a name now, Professor Ogogo Barandumbu, because he's of late. That is the model that all of you should follow. Meaning that when you go for the funding negotiations and you are having to get as Ogogo Barandumbu, you know, that substantial thing. Be confident because you've trained these postdocs to say it is going to be him that is going to drive this project with all the advantages being the same. It's not because he's not Ogogo that he will not get it. Even that postdoc gets the same incentive. You will not need to cry. They will all come here because they would love to sit in those Land Cruisers with air condition to go to the field and collect samples for you. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Deusi Shenkoma from Tanzania. Just adding a little bit on the discussion of training and losing postdocs and PhD students. In my opinion, we cannot be restrictive. These students have talents, and the talents have to be global. But in my opinion, we just need to be innovative. And I just wanted to propose something which might look indecent, maybe an indecent proposal. We have an example of Arsenal Football Club, and the former manager used to train and lose players and sell players. So could we allow our students to move to bigger labs and get compensated for training them and use the money to train more students and postdocs?
I think that's a good point to saying anything. It's a good point to break for lunch. We're going to go to lunch now, and it's 45 minutes, so it's reduced. Please be back at 2:30. Thank you.
talking about some of
bioinformatics research training programs,
achievements over the years, and some of our plans for moving the program forward.
was hoping there's no time for questions because we're going to run over. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to this very special session. We have our fellows speed presentation. Thanks for settling down. So this is a very special session. As I said, we have our early career scientists here, our fellows presenting. So for this session, the presentations will be judged, and there are several criteria that we set out for them, and one of them is timekeeping. I hope that our technical team can have no glitches because it obviously is time sensitive. I will read out the fellow's name and then the title of their presentation so we can get started. Can we all settle down? And thanks. Can we close the doors? Thank you so much. So our first speaker today is David Tshisigwome, and his title is Characterization of Pharmacogene Allelic Variation in African Populations, Development of a Novel Diplotype Calling Algorithm. So I hand over to you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Michelle, and good afternoon to you all. My name is David Tshisigwome, and it's a pleasure to present an overview of my PhD research on characterization of pharmacogene allelic variation in African populations. This work is based at the Sydney Brenner Institute for Molecular Bioscience in Johannesburg. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so my research is in the field of pharmacogenomics, which is the study of the relationship between genetic variation and drug response. I'm sure we can all relate to the fact that drug response varies among patients from various populations. So we can see here that among patients taking the same dose of the same medication, some might experience serious side effects, while for others, the medications may not work for them. And genetic variation has a huge role to play in this variability that we observe. Okay, so Our study aim was to characterize the variation in 3 hypervariable pharmacogenes, that is cytochrome 2D6 or CYP2D6, CYP2B6 and CYP2A6 across African populations. And for this, so the main challenge that we're trying to solve is the fact that we have limited information about the variation in these genes in African populations. Also, the current technologies that are available for genotyping these genes, they are likely to miss out on African-specific variation, and we attempted to characterize that variation. So we used largely genomes generated from the H3Africa Consortium, but we also had some other public data from the 1000 Genomes Project. And we analyzed this data using 5 tools, and one of which was developed by our own group, and that is Stellar PGX, because these genes are very challenging to genotype. So just a snapshot of the results, and I'm going to focus on cytochrome 2D6 for this. So we identified over 38 known star alleles for CYP2D6, and 11 of those alleles are defined by structure variations. And this also included, in addition to that, we also had 27 predicted novel alleles. And here I just want to highlight CYP2D6 star 17, which is a decreased function star allele, and is largely African specific. As we can see, the frequency in sub-Saharan Africa is up to 19%. But as Professor Charles Rotimi mentioned this morning, we have to be more specific. So if you look at the range, so the frequency of this allele is up to 30% among the fawn in Benin, and then 6% among participants from Cameroon. And when you compare with European frequency, you see that it is virtually absent in the European populations. The other allele I would like to highlight is the CYP2D6 full gene deletion, which is at a frequency of 8% in sub-Saharan Africa. And it was most frequent among Southern African participants, and then least frequent among Western African populations, such as the Isan in Nigeria. So just to move on to the phenotype prediction. Okay.
Thank you so much, David. We'll have a chance to chat with David during the Q&A. So I'd like to welcome Naja Low, the role of copy number variants in etiology of the developmental disorders in South Africa, a whole exome sequencing study. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm part of the DDD Africa study with the PI Zane Lombard. So developmental disorders are rare diseases which cause mental and physical impairment. And they are genetically, they present genetic heterogeneity, as well as they have a variable clinical manifestation. So it makes it very difficult to diagnose. And as you can see in the figure below, about 60% of the causal variants for developmental disorders are de novo mutations, of which about 40% are single nucleotide variants or SNVs, and around 20% are copy number variants. So with the whole exome sequencing, we are able to detect both the SNVs and the CNVs with one test. So this also helps us to end what we call the diagnostic odyssey. So this paper was published last year by one of the students of DDD Africa, and a patient was in clinic for around 10 years without a clinical or a genetic diagnosis at that stage. Several tests being done, and when a whole exome was performed, they could identify a pathogenic SNV in this patient, and then thus end the diagnostic odyssey. And so just to also say that with a single test of cost around $500, we are able to actually give an answer and quicker feedback to the families. So in a similar manner, I want to focus on the CNVs in my study. And CNVs is a developing field, especially detecting in NGS. So I'm going to use 3 read depth tools for CNV calling, and then 1 split read tool. And with these 3 tools that I've underlined, I have some preliminary results to show you. So 2 that have just jumped out, the first being around a 4.9 mega base pair deletion, including 63 genes on chromosome 17 of 1 patient, as well as a 4.3 megabase pair deletion of I think that slide didn't get included, but it was including 61 genes. And as you can see, the red below is the affected patient, so that whole region is deleted with the genes above, and the genes in red being not very tolerant for loss of function, which means that the chances of this deletion being pathogenic and disease causing is quite high. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Naja. So next is Sawata. Thank you. And that is risk scoring model for predicting hypertension and among indigenous Africans, findings from the SIREN study.
Thank you, Mitchell. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate H3Africa for this opportunity, and also my peer, Professor Maiwa, for this opportunity. Presenting on the topic risk score model for predicting hypertension among indigenous Africa. Our findings is from the SIREN study. Hypertension is a dominant risk factor for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease, and close to 65% of persons suffering from hypertension is for low and middle income countries. And Africans have not been able to buy into the importance of prediction model because prediction model will help to reduce the burden of hypertension among indigenous Africa. Maybe this is because of due to paucity of core data. The aim of our study is to develop an hypertension risk score model for indigenous Africa. We applied the logistic regression model. We used 4,390 stroke-free control for the SIREN study. We stratify our data into 80% for training the data and 20% for testing our data set, and factors that were significantly associated with hypertension we finally used for the risk score model. And the beta coefficient was used to generate the risk score after standardizing using the constant and the standard weighting. And we try to regularize our score between 100 and 0 to 100 using the WHO criteria. And our cutoff was generated using the Cohen-Kappa statistics. This is our final model. From table 1, we can see the factors that were significantly associated with hypertension, like age, physical inactivity, diabetes, waist to hip ratio. And our table 2 present to us our cutoff point. If you look at that blue line, there is our cutoff point of 56%. And how do we come back that? We use the Cohen-Kappa statistics of 0.71. That was the maximum that we could get at that particular risk score. And the Cohen-Kappa statistics, what it does for us is it tries to compare between the outcome variable and the risk score. And the risk score at 56%, we discovered that that was when those that are hypertensive were clustered around. So that was when we say, okay, if you are getting to close to 56%, you're already at risk of hypertension. And if you're already in 56%, you have to see a doctor. And our model were performing both the training and the testing set above 90%. Above 90%, and both the sensitivity, that means the ability for the model to classify those that were hypertensive, and the ability for the model to classify those that were not hypertensive was above 80%. We can say that we've been able to generate or develop an hypertension risk score model for indigenous Africa. This will help for timely intervention, timely detection of those that are at risk of hypertension, and it will help to mitigate the burden of hypertension among indigenous Africa. It will lead for lifestyle modification, and we also help as a tool for clinicians and those that are in community-based study. Thank you very much for listening. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is Omar Traore here? Thank you. De novo variant in PAX3 gene in a Malian family with Waardenburg syndrome type 1.
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to share with you my study about the novel variant in PAX3 gene in a Malian family with Waardenburg syndrome type 1. So, Waardenburg syndrome is one of the most common type of syndromic hearing impairment, accounting for 2 to 5% of all congenital hearing impairment. Today, 4 genes are known to cause Waardenburg syndrome, many in Caucasian population. We reported here the first genetic case from Mali, one or other of the case from sub-Saharan Africa, and 2 clinical characterize patients with Waardenburg syndrome and identify the genetic underlying defects. A written consent was obtained from all the participants before their enrollment, and all the patients was examined by a multidisciplinary team, including ENT specialty and neurologist. We performed a pure tone audiometry and classified the severity according to the BIEP, and we performed the whole exome sequences. So the clinical presentation found a patient with a 14 patients, old years, female, with a blue eyes and dystopic tantrum and the skin dyschromia in her hand with profound sensorineural hearing loss confirmed by audiometry. So the whole exome sequences found a now pathogenic nonsense de novo variant in the patients in PAX3 gene in the proband, and unaffected sister and father are homogeneous for the wild type. We reported here the first genetic diagnosis of Waardenburg syndrome in a Malian population, and the enrollment of the remaining available family members are ongoing, and the segregation analysis and functional studies are underway. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do we have Osama Dombi? Thank you. Study of the nuclear organization of telomeres in urinary circulating cells in the bladder cancer.
Thank you. It is a pleasure for me to present my study, which is about the nuclear organization of telomeres in urinary circulating cells in bladder cancer. Bladder cancer is the third cause of hospitalization and the most deadly pathology in the urology department at the main hospital of Mali. The poor prognosis is associated with genomic instability and telomeric dysfunction. Biomarkers are lacking to predict therapeutic response. The aim was to assess the nuclear organization of telomeres in the urinary circulating cells of patients suffering from bladder cancer. We enrolled 10 patients. We did cytological preparation of urinary circulating cells, 3D FISH technique of telomeres, 3D microscopy, and 3D telomere analysis. Finally, we did statistic analysis. As we can, yes, I put in animation. Okay. as we can see, the normal cell have nuclear irregular outlines, fire telomeres, and chromatin dense. In contrast, the cancer cell is irregular contours with more telomere and we developed a new methodology to assess telomeric nuclear organization in bladder cancer. We found differences for the parameters defining telomeric profile between normal cell and cancer cell. We showed tendency, telomeric profile, and patient prognosis. As next step, we need to recruit more patients to confirm our finding. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay. So are there any of the fellows that have animations? Anyone else? You do? Okay, sorry about that. So we have Relton Chikwati, menopause, HIV, and cardiometabolic disease risk, a cross-sectional analysis on midlife women from Kenya and South Africa.
Thank you, Prof. Michelle, and good day to everyone. So a bit of background. So menopause and HIV are both associated with cardiometabolic disease risk. And thus this is important so that we make an assessment of the combined effect of HIV infection on CMD risk during the transition to menopause. So we set out this study. Our specific objectives were to measure and compare the effect of HIV on the differences in CMD and anthropometric measurements between pre and post-menopausal women. The other objective was to compare the age of menopause between those with or without HIV. So we did this by recruiting participants from South Africa and Kenya, a total of just under 1,500 women, of which 669 were premenopausal and 723 were postmenopausal. So in this slide, we show the differences in that the HIV positive women at a lower age at menopause compared to their HIV negative counterparts. In this table, we summarize results from multivariable linear regression models for the CMD risk factors on your far left, and we compare the three groups. And as you can see, the BMI was significantly lower in the HIV positive groups. Systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure were equally lower in the HIV positive on ART group. Then we also had at the bottom the insulin resistance, which was higher in the HIV positive on ART. Then average CIMT was lowest in the HIV positive on ART. Then we further did some more analysis based on menopausal status. We split the individuals into pre and postmenopausal women, and we did the same analysis, but the differences were the same between pre and postmenopausal women. So as part of our strength, we had a large sample size, major limitations, cross-sectional study design, and in conclusion, HIV infection is associated with earlier age at menopause, and there's differential associations with CMD risk factors in sub-Saharan African women. Then in all, differences in the levels of CMD risk factors between pre and postmenopausal women were similar in those with or without HIV infection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With the previous presentation from Osama, we can try to fix your presentation and give you another chance in the next session. So welcome to Ruth Nanjala. Her title is Evaluating the Accuracy of Genotype Imputation in the Major Histocompatibility Complex Region in Selected African Populations.
Hello and welcome to my presentation. The human MHC region, otherwise known as the human leukocyte antigen region, is a large locus on the human genome that is composed of a set of polymorphic genes. So this region lies on chromosome 6, on the short arm of chromosome 6, and it spans around 5 megabase pairs. So HLA imputation, which is basically the process of predicting HLA alleles by using SNPs that are in the neighborhood of these alleles, is important because these alleles have been associated with autoimmune and infectious diseases. So assessing HLA imputation accuracy is key because HLA is a highly variable region and also imputation is a statistical technique. So our study focused on assessing HLA imputation, particularly in an African population, because this has not been extensively studied before, and we know that the African genome has a high diversity. So what I did was that I obtained the study sets from the Gambian Genome Variation Project, tested it against 3 different softwares, 4 different reference panels, and 2 genotyping arrays. I then went ahead to assess imputation accuracy using concordance rate. This pipeline is written in Nextflow workflow language, and the tools have been packaged using Docker and Singularity containers, and I have provided the documentation on GitHub. So as you can see from the results here, we had HiBug, the yellow in color. It's an imputation tool, so it performed better than the rest. And this is because it is more robust for populations that have a complex linkage disequilibrium. And then looking at the reference panels, we had the H3Africa reference panel being the best performing reference panel. And this is because of its closeness to the target population of interest, also that it had a larger sample size. So I also went ahead to compare accuracy versus allele frequency, as you can see in the second graph. And as you can see, accuracy tends to decrease with increased frequency, particularly for HLA-B alleles. And this is because they are more polymorphic than HLA-A and HLA-C alleles. So in conclusion, I would say that HiBug is the most preferable software for HLA imputation, particularly in African populations. Also that if you want to improve imputation accuracy for HLA alleles, you're required to use a reference panel that is more population specific and one that has a larger sample size. Also in conclusion, that you would expect HLA-B alleles to have more error rates, and this is because the alleles are more polymorphic than HLA-A and HLA-C alleles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. And now we call on Shahid Kayagi, and your title is Comparative Genomics, Antibiotic Resistance, Virulence, Determinants of Clinical and Pseudomonas aeruginosa Strains in Kenya.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shahid from Makerere University, and my research is in comparative genomics and antibiotic resistance determinants of clinical Pseudomonas aeruginosa isolates from Kenya. So when I started this research, the first objectives were actually to look at genetic diversity, distribution, and characterization of Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And one of the key findings we found, which was published in that paper above, is that we only found one plasmid among all isolates. Yet many pathogens like bacteria are known to have many plasmids, to have used them to acquire the multiple resistance genes. So the question was, how were these resistance genes acquired apart from using plasmids? So we know about the horizontal gene transfer. So my next move is currently, I'm trying to explore the horizontal gene transfer mechanism. I'm looking at the core and the accessory genome, specifically looking at the mobile genetic elements like insertion sequences, phages, and plasmids. And I'm using multiple tools under pangenome analysis, as you can see, and databases like ResFinder. So far, the preliminary results has shown that we have identified a number of insertion sequences and a number of phage genomes. And what we had gotten is that these insertion sequences they are showing to be linked to multiple different bacteria, that where they came from. So our main question is actually what resistance genes do they contain that they carried from the other pathogen to another part to Pseudomonas aeruginosa. So we started with trying out the plasmid that we had gotten. We broke it down to look at its entire structure, the annotated structure, and we found a number of genes, including the ASC for aminoglycosides and the others, and we also found out a number of transposons, as you can see there. So our next move, my next move is actually to identify, to look at each insertion sequence and each phage genome and isolate and locate the exact genes which are there, where they are located, and how they went there. And this will inform new drug targets for therapeutic discoveries, which will help to curb antimicrobial resistance in general. Thank you so much.
So much, Shahid. We now have, is Shola here with us? No? Oh, welcome. From the back. Shola Abel Thomas. Participant withdrawals from an observational longitudinal study of the respiratory microbiota of Gambian children during a pandemic. Welcome.
Good day to everybody. Hope we're having a wonderful time. I'm here to talk about a microbiome study that was done in the Gambia. So this is an offshoot of the entire study. We're just focusing on participant recruitment in this talk, and I'm going to focus how the COVID-19 pandemic affected participant recruitment in this study. Right, so the aim of the study was to determine the effect of air pollution on the pharyngeal microbiome in children, school-going children, aged 5 to 14 years. And to retain these participants was our focus, because the COVID pandemic hit and we were losing people, and we were saying, okay, why are people, leaving the study? So we wanted to cause them to remain. So do some engagements and whatnot. So during the COVID pandemic, the study team was involved in the national emergency response to the pandemic. We were doing PCRs and we were engaging with communities, which we will talk about. So our community engagement strategy in the town of Sibano, remember that name, it's in the Gambia, small village in the Gambia. So we first reached out to the governor, the town chief, and then the village alcalo was our main focus because he controls the entire village, and reaching out to him was paramount. And then we went on to sensitize the women elders, the village leaders, and you can see from the photo. Okay, you can see from the photo the villagers listening whilst the rain is pouring on their heads, and they're so attentive to scientific information, and you just want to know, like, what is happening to my child? What can I do to improve his health? And I think it's an iconic picture right there. Right, our sample collection over the period of the study was supposed to be 2 years, but because of COVID, it became 3 years, and the red bars just indicate the losses, and we can see after the pandemic, the losses just significantly increased, and we were getting people moving out of the study. And so we wanted to know why, and this is why we were investigating. Right, so the reasons for withdrawals were, so I didn't mention this, but it's an air pollution study. So we were measuring the effect of the air pollution on the microbiome. And there was a childhood stigma that was associated with carrying, it's a portable air pollution device. And some parents were withdrawing because their friends are making fun of my kids, so I just have to withdraw from the study. But interestingly, there was some other reasons during the COVID-19 pandemic mayhem, where we collect blood samples also, and they thought, or they thought we were injecting them with the COVID-19 vaccine secretly. So some parents withdrew from the study because of that. Right. However, our efforts, the good news was only 12% of participants withdrew consent, and I think it was compared to what the forecast was. If we had not intervened, it could have been much higher. And one of the engagement schemes that we were doing was citizen science, meaning engaging the community with our research. So we allowed the children to analyze the air pollution device, and this increased their confidence in the science research that we're doing. And it allows them to, I mean, they go home and tell their parents and they get excited about it, and it affects other families and other community. Right, so that's my talk. I want to thank my team, Heather Zah, Mark, Nicole, Martin, Antonio, everybody from the Gambia, and just some pictures engaging the students during the study. So thank you. God bless.
Will you join the group? I'll take questions. Thank you so much. So for our last fellow in this session, Wisdom Akuru, identification of HPAS-associated SNPs in children on corticosteroid treatment. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for the introduction, and a good afternoon to all of you. So, inhaled corticosteroids are recommended for the management of asthma. However, when these are used, there is the tendency to induce what we call hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis suppression, HAPAS. And this is because they induce what we call a feedback, a negative feedback on the adrenal axis. And when this is done for a long period of time, then the adrenal gland, as you can see from down there, can atrophy or get destroyed. But the clinical features of these HAPAS are non-specific, and so they can be misinterpreted. Yet there is no single biochemical parameter that one can use to screen individuals for this condition. So our aim was to identify genetic variations that may predict susceptibility or protection against HAPAS. Sorry about that. So in the synthesis of cortisol, the last step involves the conversion of 11-deoxycortisol to cortisol, and that process can be inhibited by using miterapone. So when that is done, the cortisol level will go down, ACTH will rise, 11-deox will also rise. So you can measure that and use to assess the function of the adrenal gland. In our study, 90 samples were sequenced and the variants were caught. We used 3 criteria to determine HAPAS status, and analysis were carried on with the Blink software. We prioritized, a number of SNPs were identified, so we prioritized that using a tool called the Functional Mapping and Annotation Server. So what stood out from this research was this SNP, which was a recessive SNP and was associated with adrenal protection. So when we did we tried to compare the mean post-miterapone ACTH differences between the various genotypes. And you can see that in brown is the variant genotype. And when you compare that with the heterozygous and wild type, you would see that there were significant differences in terms of the mean post-miterapone ACTH. The figure on your left is the raw ACTH, and the one on the left is the square root transformed, just to normalize the data. And the same results were obtained. So in conclusion, this the C allele of this SNP was found to be associated with high post-miterapone ACTH. And we observed that none of our SNP, our individual samples who were homozygous for this SNP were suppressed. And we then conclude that that CC genotype is protecting individuals or our children against adrenal suppression. We conclude that if we are able to confirm this in a much larger sample and then validate this in a different population, then we'll probably have a genetic marker to screen for HEPAs. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll join them wisdom for questions. So thank you, fellows, for your presentations. Very impressive with the range of subjects. So we'll take questions from the audience. For our fellows, if you can mention their name or their subject, it will be very useful. And introduce yourself when you ask the questions, please. Do we have mics on the floor? Any questions?
I have a lot of questions. First of all, great job, everybody. So congratulations. I'll start at the beginning with David. So I'm going to rescue you from running out of time, actually, because I'm very interested to hear more about the novel variants, and were they novel and rare, or were there some novel common variants, and how many of them were sort of predicted to be functional?
Yes, thanks for that question. So most of the novel variants we found were novel and rare. However, a few of them were in up to 10, 12 participants. And it is really difficult to infer the function of those variations. Of course, you can use in silico predictors, but that information will not make it to a clinical guideline until you've done an in vitro or in vivo study. But we are starting to set up collaborations with other scientists in the US and other areas to try and do those phenotype predictions. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? You keep going. Okay.
All right, if we have time, yeah, cut me off when we're done. So I was interested then in your CNV carling and the Diagnostic Odyssey. And I mean, those are huge deletions that probably have huge impact with all those genes. But I wanted to hear more about the methodology. I know you didn't have a lot of time to explain it, but are you working with short read data or how?
Yes, so with the whole exome sequencing is done on a NovaSeq 6000. So it is, it's not the long read data. So it is, more or less 250 base pair reads that the NovaSeq produces. Yes, and then, so that's what we're using for the.
And then what software did you use to call, or did you make your own algorithm?
No, I'm not there yet. No, so those tools and the different tools that I've incorporated into our pipeline. Well, I'm going to still incorporate, but I'm testing them just to see which combination of tools works the best. Because in literature they do say that you can't really just base your answers on one or so tool, and the best is to use a combination. So my main aim is actually to see what combination would work best for our pipeline, and then incorporate that into our pipeline for the future, for future use.
Excellent, thank you. Should I keep going? All right. So in terms of hypertension prediction, my understanding is that your risk score was based on clinical risk factors. Do you think that adding genomic risk factors to that will improve it or not?
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, I couldn't find you. There you are.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Part of what we are looking at, we can, for the now, we are still looking at what we did was using the clinical factors. And as a matter of fact, we are going to improve the model to look at using genomics to do a prediction. And it's a welcome development for us. And it's something that is very, very important because of the prevalence of hypertension. While we are still looking at doing something with genomics prediction, we can't continue to wait for the now. Let's produce a community-based tool for community health workers. That I think today plenary section talked about community health as something very, very important as a primary stage. It's like applying a first aid for people to see that this is your score. You have to begin to maybe do exercise, eat more vegetable, eat fruits, stay out of a lot of fat and all of that. It will really help. I would take, for example, I'm a victim of, my grandmother died of stroke. And that was as a result of high blood pressure, and that was not taken care of. That was not measured at all. That was uncontrolled because she was unaware, and she was living in a rural community. But this kind of tool can help in dispensary, can help in health facilities, can help in primary health centers for you to apply, because in Africa we have people that use drug abuse. They don't know what they are, how the ailment they are suffering from. They begin to take malaria drugs, take this drug. But if you are able to check your hypertension status, and we know that hypertension is a primary risk factor for most cardiovascular disease, and it can result to hemorrhagic stroke and severe type of diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm gonna do a follow on then. I mean, I think that everything you said exactly true, and I think that the intervention comes at a time when it's absolutely needed. And I wonder if a combination of genetic risk factors that could detect before you get to that point where you've got clinical symptoms might be a different form of informative, and also the interaction between the sort of environmental and lifestyle things and the genes. And so I assume you're going to get there eventually.
Yes,
it's the
we are going to
long-term
get
goal.
there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
How much time do we have? Are we out? I could ask everybody a question. I have one question for everybody. Sure. Okay. All right. So whole exome sequencing for hearing loss. I just a very quick question, so it's going to be a very short answer. Was it a dominant or recessive? I couldn't tell. The variant that you found for Walberg syndrome.
Please, can you speak slowly?
Oh, sorry. The variant you found in the patient, was it a recessive or was it a dominant effect variant?
It is. Yeah.
It's okay. We'll move.
It is a dominant variant.
That's what it looked like. So I was curious about that. Do you have any idea of the function, or have those studies not been done yet? Are you going to do follow-up functional studies?
Yeah, after.
Excellent.
We can finish now. You don't finish out. It is just a preliminary result. A preliminary result.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's see. Do you want, is it Asmane? Do you want me to hold the question until you get a chance to redo your, let's do that. I'll ask later. So again, this is a very simple question. I wasn't sure. You said the HIV was associated with earlier age at menopause. Any theory about why?
So that's an interesting question. We don't exactly know.
That was a nice short answer. Thank you. And then, so again, this is going to be an answer, Ruth, that you're not going to know. So I'm asking for speculation. So I think the fact that having the population, the correct population imputation panel is a really important one. And you just briefly mentioned, and a larger sample size is better. Do you have an idea of like at what point, what that sample size should be?
Well, the larger the better. So if you have 50,000, well and good. If you have 60,000, well and good.
Great answer. All right. And then antimicrobial resistance. So again, I'm just going to ask you bottom line, sort of what do you think is the most common mechanism for, or you were looking at a lot of different mechanisms. What do you think is sort of the most important or the fastest way in which this develops?
Commonly for most bacteria, it's plasmids. That's why we got surprised when we found only one plasmid among all isolates. And that intrigued us to actually go further to look at now the genome, the remaining part of the genome. And we are looking at, okay, from the preliminary results, I'm suspecting that the insertion sequences are carrying a lot of AMR genes to Pseudomonas aeruginosa, because for it incorporates in the core genome, like in the chromosome. And we found out that actually Pseudomonas aeruginosa has more of an intrinsic kind of resistance. So most of the times, actually, people think it's naturally resistant because the genes are incorporated in the main chromosome. So we are trying to see how these insertion sequences embed themselves and what they carry along. But so far, the preliminary results show that insertion sequences are carrying more resistance genes than phages. And for plasmids, we gave up because we only found one. Thank you.
Thank you. And then for the community engagement, especially during COVID and retention of patients, which I've lost. There you are. Okay. So sort of what bottom line did you learn lessons for future retention? Like what would you have done differently if you could go back?
Spend more on community engagement.
Nice and short. Okay, last but not least, wisdom. So I think it was a rare allele. It was the derived allele that was protective. Is that correct? Or was it?
Well, so when we looked at the frequency, it was about 1.7. So this is not really a rare. I mean, in terms of what the samples that we have, so it's really not a rare SNP asset.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Everyone got a question. So we have the next speaker. One more question. Wow. I was waiting for the judges.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first one for Oumou Traoré. Why did you focus on PAX3? Because you did the whole genome sequencing of one patient, and then you just say, okay, we found a mutation on PAX3, but why did you focus on PAX3, and did you try and see other genomic regions? And second question for Shahid, you keep on saying you found only one plasmid in your sequencing, but that's strange, you're right. And what was the technology you used? Is it long reads, is it short reads? How did you assemble to say with certainty that you found only one plasmid?
Yes. The focus is the region genomic, or we can repeat, please.
Why did you? So you had this patient with this syndrome with a difficult name. Why did you focus then on PAX3? Because you said
Oui, bien sûr, je peux le faire en français. Vous avez fait le séquençage complet et pourquoi est-ce que vous êtes concentré sur PAX3? Est-ce que vous avez regardé, vous avez scanné tout le génome pour voir s'il y avait des mutations ou est-ce que vous avez simplement regardé PAX3? Et si vous avez simplement regardé PAX3, pourquoi?
Okay. Merci pour la question. I can speak French. OK. OK. Nous avons fait le séquençage complet, on a regardé tout le génome, mais c'est seulement PAX3 qu'on a retrouvé comme mutation. Et c'est ce qui est connu comme étant le variant qui donne généralement.
Oui, désolé de revenir là-dessus, mais vous avez trouvé cette mutation par rapport à quel autre génome de référence? Est-ce que c'était l'un des génomes parentaux que vous avez aussi séquencé en entier ou par rapport à quel génome de référence?
Oui, nous avons fait par rapport à celui du papa et de la sœur. Parce que eux, ils avaient le mode sauvage, les deux frères, le papa et la sœur. Nous n'avons pas encore eu la maman pour faire comparer.
Thank you, Dr. JB. So what happened is that when we set out this project at the beginning, we actually intended to use short read Illumina, like Illumina reads. And when we started and we did preliminary analysis of the plasmids from the genomes, we did not find, we only found that one plasmid. So our question was, is it because the short reads are so, like they have so many contigs that we are not getting a complete plasmid? That's why we are not finding any. So we set ahead to do Oxford nanopore sequencing on 10 of the most resistant strains that we had gotten. So we did Oxford nanopore sequencing. We got the full, the long reads. Then we did the assembly and we got full circular genomes for all of those pathogens or strains. However, the picture was the same. There were no plasmids. That plasmid we got was actually the only full circular plasmid. So all the other samples we worked on, we did not find plasmids, yet we had complete genomes from both Illumina and the Oxford nanopore. That's how we concluded that there were no plasmids. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions and discussion. I'd like to introduce Nikki Mulder. She doesn't need any introduction in this community. So welcome. The H3A Bioinformatics PI for H3Africa. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can work this. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the H3A Bioinformatics journey. So I'm going to talk a little bit about where it all began, how we sort of built the infrastructure from, over the first 5 years, how we then switched to supporting as many people as we could, particularly in the consortium, and then some of the outreach and dissemination activities and the impact. So where did our journey begin? Well, actually right here in Abuja. This works. So in 2008, there was a workshop here. Nash actually organized it. I'm sure you know Nash. It was a WHO TDL sponsored workshop, and it was to develop a plan for bioinformatics. And so a whole lot of us came together. When I was making this talk, I went back and looked at some photographs from this meeting, and there are a number of familiar faces that are sitting in the room. And there are many others. Jean Bacot was there, and many of the current H3A Bionet, but also H3Africa people were at this meeting. And so in this meeting, we developed a draft proposal for what we then called a Bionet, which is an African bioinformatics network. And although WHO funded the meeting, they didn't fund the network, but then the opportunity came along with H3Africa to actually get that network funded, and that morphed into H3A Bionet. But a lot of the groundwork happened here, right here in Abuja, all those years ago. So the first phase of H3A Bionet was really about building everything from scratch. So I told you a bit about the before. We were doing some landscaping of who was existing in terms of bioinformatics on the continent. We then started doing some building. So in our first year, so we actually started sort of late 2012. So our main first year was 2013. We started putting in the infrastructure. So as Charles said, when you want to have people, good scientists do good work, they need something to work with. They need an enabling environment. So we had to build that infrastructure in some cases from scratch. So we developed the policies, SOPs, guidelines. We got our communication structures in place to build the network, but also to build these pieces of infrastructure, computing infrastructure. So we negotiated with Dell for some good prices, and we got a lot of computing infrastructure put in across the continent. But then we trained the admins, the sysadmins. There's no point putting in kits if you don't know how to use it. We trained the local sysadmins to put bioinformatics software on there and to get basic bioinformatics up and running in as many institutes as possible. We then set up a help desk, NetCapDB, which is the database to actually track our own progress, and started with the human capacity development. So we then started thinking about all the other challenges. So at that point, we already realized that there were going to be internet challenges just with meetings, but mostly, particularly with data transfer. So we looked at what is the best transfer mechanism for the African setting. In many cases, they were shipping hard drives, and so we still do that. But we also evaluated Aspera versus Globus Online, and we've now got Globus Online up and running, but we still, as I say, ship hard drives when necessary. We then also at that point had started getting demands from the consortium that weren't what we thought. So, we thought that we were there to support the data analysis, but actually there was a lot of stuff to do before that. All the projects at this point were still building their infrastructure, they were doing their consents, they were still collecting samples. So nobody was ready to use us. But there was a need because of the data sharing and access and release policy to start building a way to implement that policy. So we had to start in building the H3Africa archive, which was going to take the data and submit it to the public repositories. So we investigated, we built this on the EBI's EGA architecture. So we've got a secure environment, and so that was set up. We then started looking at focusing quite a lot more on building human capacity. And this is because we had people work within H3 Bionet, who weren't yet competent bioinformaticians. We had to build that capacity. And then we also had to train outside of H3 Bionet. So we had this node accreditation program, which basically is a way for us to assess the ability of our nodes to do particular workflows. And so that took off quite slowly. But now it's very popular, and we have all these nodes around Africa that are completely competent in these 4 different workflows. So we're pretty sure that we have really competent groups around the country, around the continent, if you need some support in any of those. We then started building additional tools. So as the data was coming in, we knew we needed to build, identify ontologies, to do curation, to do data harmonization. We built HTrainDB, which the consortium, which the coordinating center uses, eGenomics catalog. And then there was the need from the genome analysis working group to design the H3Africa array. We thought that was going to be quick, but about 2 or 3 years later, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, that eventually came out, I think, only in 2017. We helped with the biorepository website, and then we also built a participant recruitment database. And then the 4th year, we then started doing additional tools. We did the cloud pipeline development, workflows. We built the sickle cell disease ontology, which is now used extensively in the sickle cell community and the Sickle in Africa network. And then in terms of other H3African needs, there was this need to now make the data accessible, searchable for the public once it was going to the EGA. And so we built the catalog. We also obviously supported the Nature paper analysis, which was always known as GAPW. And we also started with other members of the H3Africa Consortium, the Genomic Medicine Training Initiative, where the first genomic medicine training for nurses happened. In 2017, we then started sort of switching to disseminating our outputs. So we had a proper social media strategy. Our website was completely revamped and updated. We introduced node ambassadors to sort of go into our regional groups and promote H3 Bionet. And we just really tried to sort of enhance collaborative networks and collaborative research. At that point, we started getting requests to help with the CVD database, the chair resource, and we got very involved in the phenotype harmonization standards. So that was phase 1. then we got funded again, and we actually switched grant type and also grant title. So we went from the H3Africa Bioinformatics Network to an Informatics Network for Africa. And here we switched now. We had built our house. There was always work in progress, but we'd built the infrastructure, we built the solid foundations, and now we needed to really kind of get going with the support for the H3Africa projects. So we started supporting both our nodes, H3Africa projects, cross-consortium activities, and then a whole lot of external stakeholders as well. And we did a lot of outreach, which I'll come back to. So on the tool side of things, we have a number of tools. So you've heard about these in many of the talks that I've given or various other people have given. This imputation service to the H3Africa reference panel that's built from the sequence data that comes out of the consortium. We have this RefGraph project, which I'll talk a little bit more about. We've got simulation tools to be able to assess and benchmark tools, and then we also built these workflows that can be used on the cloud. So the pangenome, this reference graph pangenome, we heard a little bit about it last time, but we've made a bit more progress on the pangenome side. So the idea is that the current reference genome is not very representative of African populations. And so we're working with the International Consortium to have a more representative African pangenome and reference graph. So several people have done pangenome, well, there've been actually 2 or 3 papers now on pangenomes, but those were from African Americans. There was one on the Han Chinese. And so we just sought to do this specifically on a set of African populations. And we took about 415 genetically representative samples, so covering about 6 different ethno-linguistic groups. We looked at, so we basically mapped them to the reference, all the ones that like reads that didn't map to the reference, we took out, assembled them, and then mapped the assemblies back to the reference to make sure they were novel sequences. And then we used this to generate a pangenome. So my student Jess Bourne did a subset of this. She took about 170 samples and did this. And just from, it's about 168 samples. Just from that, we found 40 megabases of novel sequence that weren't in any other genome. Significant contribution from Khoisan ancestry individuals to that pangenome, that novel set of sequences, and about 34 possible novel functional regions. So we've still been busy analyzing that. And we also found that there was a contribution from different genomes, from different populations to that pangenome. So some regions were, so the ones in red are ones that were only unique to certain groupings, population groupings, and then others were sort of regions were found across them. So even in the pangenome in Africa, you have quite significant regions that are completely unique to particular populations. So we're investigating this further, and one thing that came out when we did this gene presence absence, region presence absence analysis, was that this is a heat map showing the presence and absence. So the blue would be the absent. These genes are absent from that particular group, and you see that even though they're clustered by the population groups, there's actually a clustering by where the sequencing was done and what data set it was. Significant clustering. So you can see all the 1,000 genome sequences when you recluster by 1,000 genomes, Baylor, etc. Complete clustering on those levels. So all the previous pangenome analyses have only ever been done by data sets that were produced in the same place and a single data set. So it's the first time I think it's ever been done that where people have seen, that we've been able to identify massive differences. So what is real versus what is actually related to where the data was sequenced. So we're investigating that further. And then on the reference graph, we are getting there, so that the plan is to create this Pan-African reference graph. We're generating long read sequence data for that. And the current state is we've got ethics approval. We've got about 25 samples ready to ship to Baylor to do the long read sequencing. We are looking at the pipeline. So we've got 2 hi-fi data sets that we got petition to get long read sequencing. So we've got 2 samples, and we're collaborating now with the Human Pan Reference Genome Consortium in terms of the methods and getting the African graph aligned with the international reference graph. So some of the other tools, this is tools for data analysis. Talked previously about the GenoSoc tool. This is the MTDT test. So this provides additional statistical tests that can handle trios and multifactorial diseases. So it can look for non-specific distributed traits, population admixture, etc. And so previously it was presented just as a sort of a command line interfaces. There's now a web application for that. And they've tested it on real data and it gives them really significant results. So if you've got data sets like that, please do contact the group. And then we have tools for interpretation and visualization. And then in terms of the data, so I think it's really important, and it's been mentioned a few times here, that a lot of money has been used to generate this data, and the data really needs to be adequately used within the consortium by the individual projects, but also by the greater global community. And so we've tried to focus quite a lot on accessibility of data. And this is H3Africa data as well as other data. I don't know what's happened. All these font and everything's changed, but never mind. All look the same anyway. Obviously we've created the H3Africa archive. Half the animations are missing. And so we did do the submission to EGA. So we've done submissions to EGA, ENA, DBSNP, and ClinVar. So that's extended, the accessibility of different kinds of data. Obviously, everything's now available for search in the data biospecimen catalog. So we're continuing to work with the DBAC in terms of, the DBAC Secretariat, when they ask for questions like, now you need to give us a notification that it's been 1 year since they got access, and now they need to submit a progress report. So we're trying to make the catalog functionality do all that job for the Secretariat as much as possible. We obviously, in all of this is trying to make the data fair. And then also the data, the phenotype data goes to the chair resource. So we've helped a bit with that, with the REDCap and the African Genome Variation Database. And Mamana will give a demo tomorrow of what the HGVD is and what you can find there. But we also found that when we wanted to do research on African data, it was so hard to find the data. It's just in the database as African. And as Charles says, you really need that granularity. And that's why we've got the HGVD. And so when we were trying to find the data in the public databases, it was just not very easy. So we've created portals to try and increase the accessibility of African data in existing databases. Here we go. So the one is the African Microbiome Portal. So if you want to find any African data, microbiome data, so it includes all data information from the literature as well as data sets that are sitting in public repositories. That would actually take you hours and hours to go and search, identify, find what is out there. This has all been done for you and it's all available in search there. African Genomic Medicine Portal again takes African specific data from PharmGKB, DisGeneNet, soon GWAS catalog. So you don't have to go and search those individually. It's been searched, curated, actually curated from the literature. So when it says in PharmGKB, this is African, our curators have gone in there to the paper and said, it's not just African, it is from Botswana or it's from Uganda. And so they've tried to curate that to a much more useful level. And then the African Genome Variation Database, also to improve the granularity of aggregate data, because NOMAD, as I say, is simply just African. And then in terms of support, so we have been trying to support the H3Africa. I've mentioned many of these through the resources that we provide, on the analysis side, through the imputation service, through the chip info service, and then obviously in training. So we have a lot of the support is provided through our help desk. And so we have about, I think it's about 1,000 odd queries per year or two. So it's not too many actually, but the main category is in training. So our biggest demand is for training, but we get a lot of questions about, data analysis or any other kinds of our pipelines and work that we do. And then training. So this is a slightly outdated slide, but the orange in the middle is showing all our nodes. The gray are individuals, and these are all individuals from our nodes that have attended the red blobs are courses. So you can see that a lot of H3 Bionet people have attended courses, and also in here we've got H3Africa people. But then we started identifying these red blobs on the outside, and these are all the Introduction to Bioinformatics courses that we've attracted participants from mostly outside of the consortium. So we've kind of extended our reach from just H3 Bionet to just H3Africa to now the biggest component is participants from outside the H3Africa consortium. So we've trained, this is up to 2020, we've trained about over 4,000 people, and you can see that the numbers have increased. We went to the remote classroom mode before COVID, so we were fully prepared to go completely virtual. And that this was the remote classroom was just to increase the audience number. There was such a demand for training. We had to have a way to reach a wider audience and let them then train other people when they go back. And then the graph at the bottom is showing how many people have attended more than one course. So there are about 400 people have attended 2 courses, and then many have attended 11 of our courses. And the matrix here is showing which combination of courses they tend to attend. So many have attended introductory courses and then went on to our intermediate courses. Then the same person went on and did some grant writing and that. So we feel that with, if those people are now should be pretty competent because actually they've attended. We're trying to work out how many people have got a well-rounded set of training now from professional development courses. So yeah, so we think that we've got, there's some that are just bioinformatics users that do the introduction, but then the ones that do the intermediate courses are really serious about a particular area of bioinformatics that they go into. So we have also awarded internships, and I think these have a big impact because even though it's a small number of people, that person really gets embedded into an organization. They really, really learn from being in a new environment with different people. So we had 5 internships in the USA, 13 within our nodes, and 2 that went to Europe. And all of that work was, all of those internships resulted in publications. When we did a survey of all the other courses that we do, we found that about 90% of the participants indicated that they shared their knowledge or training with at least 3 other people in the institution. About 33% said it led to or facilitated a publication, 30% said it facilitated the submission of their thesis, and around 45% said that the training event led to a new collaboration. So the additional kind of impact that we have is that having these remote classrooms and having this training spread around Africa means that we've built up work classrooms and just the ability to run a training course efficiently at multiple institutions across the continent. They've learned how to organize and run a training course, assess, follow up with the trainees, etc. We've had many students within H3 Bioinformatics who've graduated with an MSc or PhD over the last 10 years. Most of them, many of them previously were doing these degrees overseas, and they're now moving to do those degrees now in Africa. We've had students in H3 Bioinformatics that have moved from postgraduate positions to full faculty positions, even professorships. We've had junior academics, which we've always tried to encourage the junior academics to join as co-chairs of our projects and working groups, and they are now leading these working groups. We have junior academics who started, just as really, really juniors at the beginning of H3 Bioinformatics. They're now leading projects, major international projects. We've got many H3 Bioinformatics members who are now leading positions in new consortia, the Africa Biogenome Project, IHEC, ICDA, etc. There's been a lot of exposure to the outside as well. And then further on our outreach. So this is from NECAPTB. It doesn't track all the way to now, but this is the number of collaborations that we had when the project started. There were a few in Africa and a few across, and you can see how it's increased over time. And so individuals within nodes or nodes themselves have really, really increased the international collaborations and networks. We've also had specific outreach with Global Bioinformatics. So we actually started and now help to run every year Global Bioinformatics Education Summits to build resources for bioinformatics trainers. We have worked with the Africa CDC to do training for their pathogen genomics initiatives or institutes. We have a number of H3 Bioinformatics people in the PHAGE Consortium, which is the Public Health Alliance for Genomic Epidemiology. It's the genomic epidemiology equivalent of GA4GH. We have members on the IHEC steering committee in various different working groups. We're working with the Pangenome Consortium and the African Biogenome Project. And then we're also doing some other stuff, which is just sort of more generally promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion. So we are very involved in WIDS, Women in Data Science. We have a few WIDS ambassadors, and we're starting to get involved in Women in Computational Biology, which is a global organization. So our website is where we do a lot of our dissemination. So people come to that. We have quite a number of new users. This is just within 1 month. And most people come in from just doing a search or coming from direct pages. But there are also sort of entries from social media and stuff. And the pages that are the most visited are the training pages. So again, just shows you the need for training. But we also have very widespread usage. So we have people all over the world. I was surprised to see that the US, depending on what years you use, sometimes the US is the top hit for website users. Otherwise, it's Nigeria and Egypt and South Africa. So we also have had a number of publications. The graph on that side shows which kind of journals they are in. So it's all big range of journals, not just pure bioinformatics journals, but also sort of high impact journals, genomics journals, etc. Our publications have increased over time on many different topics, from capacity building to data analysis. And a number of these papers have received more than 10 citations, even though some of them are pretty new. And so people are reading them. So finally, just to summarize our contributions, if you think about the kind of H3Africa workflow on the sample collection, so we've helped with the building of the standard CRFs. These have now been implemented by Catherine in REDCap. They're available. We built the sickle cell disease ontology, the patient recruitment database. On the data generation side, we built the H3Africa chip, and we provide information and resources for that. So we provide the manifest files, cluster files. We've got a browser where you can see what is on the chip. And then we have tools and workflows for data analysis. We're building this new African reference genome, and we have the H3Africa reference panel invitation service. We have many different tools for association and post-GWAS analysis, visualization tools. For data submission, we have the archive, we do data harmonization. And then for data access, we're trying to make it as accessible as possible via the catalog, these data portals, and we've got a big sort of making everything fair project. And so we've leveraged a lot of this capacity. So the first was obviously a response to COVID. So we've used some of the tools that H3 Bionet developed, and Tulio's group developed it and uses them. That's Genome Detective, which is related to MIC-Detect. Lyndon and the group worked on the COVID standard module, CRF module, and in fact, we've presented that to groups overseas as well, Europe and various other countries. And we've done some training. We help with the cross-consortium analysis. We've been now involved in the Cardinal project. That's the new polygenic risk score project. There are other applications. So we have a potential, possibility to get involved in the APC, which is a population cohort, because it makes sense to leverage the infrastructure that we've built. We've got these collaborations. And since we, I think, before the last meeting, we got the award for the Open Data Science Platform for the data science, the DSR Africa Consortium. And so that is helping to sustain some of the H3 Bionet activities. We've also applied for a biological resources grant. So hopefully that'll also help to sustain us a little bit. So with that, I would just like to thank everybody. Our journey has been long, but it's been very rewarding. I think the most rewarding is when we have people going to our courses and then coming back and just giving us those personal comments about what a difference it made to them. Some of the bioinformaticians I see when I bump into them at meetings like this, and you can see that they've come from, like Shagun, who was Charles was talking about as well, but there are many other examples like that who started off as really junior people and are now, I would say, leading bioinformaticians on the continent. And so it's a team effort. So thank you to everybody in H3 Bionet, but thank you also to the consortium for working with us. And we learn from you, and hopefully you learn from us. And thank you to our funders.
Any questions for Nikki? Someone at the back? No. I think you're shocked then, Nikki. I'm shocked. Okay.
So this is not a question for you. This is a plug for people to continue to make sure they're getting their data in, because Nikki can only do this fabulous dissemination and get out there the productions of all this work accurately if you are providing her the information from the projects. So please continue to do so. And I should say her and her fabulous team. As you said, it's a group effort.
I think there's a question at the back.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. This is Antoine from Mali. So recently, we had a telomere to telomere genome. This was also probably from the Caucasian population. So any comment on when are we going to get African telomere to telomere reference genome?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've actually been in talks with the Reference Pan-Genome Consortium. So they have an award from Google to do, some pan-genome work, and they've decided that we should be the ones involved in that. So we discussed with them about the telomere to telomere, whether we could do the first African telomere to telomere, potentially using 1,000 genomes data, because they've already got chip data, they've already got high coverage, they've got low coverage. So you've already, because they need, for telomere to telomere, you need the short reads, you need long reads of like at least 3 different types, and you need a lot of sample. So we thought that was, that would be an obvious choice. They said that actually they were planning to do that anyway. I mean, we've had discussions with Michelle Ramsey saying, no, Africa should be doing this first. So what our plans are is in fact to take some African genomes. I think we can do maybe up to about 10 and do 3 types of long read sequencing. So we can get as close as possible to T to T. But each telomere to telomere genome is extremely, extremely expensive, and you need a lot of sample. And so that's why, we can't just do it. And it also then would need to be made completely openly available. But there is the plan now. We're actually busy working with them to decide exactly how many samples and which sequencing to do. But the plan is to get as close to a T to T genome as we can. The problem is in Africa is which genome? Which population, because Africa is not, wherever you go, it's going to not be representative. So we've had the one big discussion is how do you decide which genome, if you can only do 1 or 2, which of the genomes you should select.
One more question, anyone? So I'll just thank Nikki for that presentation. And I'll now hand over to Laura Publish. She'll chair the next session, and we can call up the speakers for that session, please, to come and join us.
If the other speakers are present, can you come up to the front, please? Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laura Pavlich. I'm a program officer at the Fogarty International Center at NIH, and I manage the Bioinformatics Research Training Program as part of H3Africa. These awards were only funded in the second 5-year round of grants from NIH, and we asked the applicants to propose programs that not only enhance and develop new curriculum for bioinformatics at African institutions, but then to train masters, PhD, and postdocs in those programs. It was a lot to ask, and there were definitely challenges. And I can just say I'm so impressed with the determination of the PIs and the teams that worked with them to make these programs happen. And then the trainees that have come out of the programs, as I'm sure many of you have seen, are just excellent. So I'll pass it over to our first speaker for this session. The title of the talk is the Eastern African Network for Bioinformatics Training, or EMBIT. The PI for the program is Dan Masiga. He couldn't make it here. So Jean-Baptiste Domolevo will be speaking on behalf of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, thanks. I'll see if I am more successful than previous speakers in using this. Thank you all for joining us today for this session. It's about, does it already go? Yeah. So it's about ENBIT, this one, Eastern Africa Network for Bioinformatics Training. That is a project whereby we sponsored MSc programs. So I'm working at ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute in Nairobi, and I'm giving this talk on behalf of Dan Masiga. Dan Masiga is at ICIPE. ICIPE is the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology. So you see we are in two institutions not focusing on human health. The ENBIT projects, again, is about sponsoring master's program and helping universities create and maintain and sustain their master's program in bioinformatics. So developing a harmonized bioinformatics curriculum at master's level was the first objective. Developing collaborating platforms with other universities and within the network to share resources, and creating a cohort of highly trained master's graduates. So ENBIT is a network of core universities, and we have 3 universities. Pwani University has been in ENBIT from the very beginning in 2017, and it's in Kenya, it's in Kilifi on the coast. So if you can pay a visit for research collaboration, it's a great place to go. Makerere University, very well-known university, one of the strongest on the continent in Uganda. And it took a little bit more for them to join, so they lagged by 1 year. And then we must say we had some trouble with Tanzania. Initially, we tried to come to an agreement with another university in Arusha, and it didn't work. So finally, we are very happy we managed to have a deal and to incorporate in our network MUHAS, that's the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. So 3 universities, but many institutions that are partners, and their role is mostly to host students for their research projects after the course work. So we have different institutions in different countries, mostly in Kenya and also in Uganda. So my institution, ILRI, Dan's institution, ICIPE, KEMRI, the Kenya Medical Research Institute, UVRI is in Uganda, Uganda Virus Research Institute, Moi University is in Kenya, Pwani University Biosciences Research Center is in Kilifi, and Walter Reed, US Army Medical Research Directorate, now they reached the status of directorate, is also in Kenya. So these host institutions contribute, and sometimes contribute financially by hosting for free some students for their research projects. So the training plan for an MSc in the ENBIT network is as displayed here. We start with coursework. So for the first year, roughly, it's foundation modules in bioinformatics. I'll explain a bit later that we developed these modules based on previous work done by H3 Bionet on curriculum development. Work group of H3 Bionet was very useful in helping us design modules for this MSc. And then, so the green time span takes place in the 3 universities I've talked about. And then we have a residential workshop that we wanted to create. And actually that was the very first activity for this project. The inception meeting was in September 2017, and we could not enroll students for the 2017-2018 academic year. So the first activity was in July 2018. We had this residential training, and the first residential training was a bit different than the subsequent ones, because during this first residential training, we also onboarded faculty from the different universities, mainly Poigny University at that time, to make sure they get some additional knowledge they needed about bioinformatics, because faculties in the universities in which we established ENBIT often came from disciplines like biology or computer science, where they had no prior primary education in bioinformatics. And in the following years, so this workshop was made so that we kind of reach some form of uniformity in the state of knowledge and know-how students have after the coursework that is taking place in different universities. So it may be the case that in some universities, you'll have a trainer, a lecturer who gives you a bit more in one topic than in another, than in another university. So the goal of the workshop is to consolidate and to make sure every one of the students in a specific cohort, but across different institutions, has reached the same level. And then you have the research project in orange that takes place in the partner institutions. So it's more or less 1 year, or at least 10 months, and including, of course, the thesis and the graduation. So where are we now? We enrolled different cohorts. So the first cohort had their coursework in the year 2018-2019 academic year, and we had 9 students. They were all from all studying at Poigny University. But then in the cohort 2, we started having some of our students following the coursework at Makerere University in Uganda. And in the cohort 3 also, we had four students in Makerere in cohort 2, sorry, and 3 and 4 also. Okay, so the first objective was to develop a harmonized bioinformatics curriculum for masters, kind of a template for other universities, and possibly after the end of ENBIT, of course, we would like to have other universities on the continent to get onto this curriculum. So we established these programs, the curriculum based on the H3 Bionet work within the Curriculum Development Task Force, and through also a round of discussions with faculties and people in the Senate of those different universities to make sure that there is buy-in from the universities. It's not something ENBIT imposed on universities, but it's truly something they co-own. Muha's program, as we said, came in quite late, so they are developing, and they are likely to start with 5 students this year. It's noticeable that because of this momentum we created with the faculty who were on board, notably Santi de Villiers at Poigny University, there was some attention given by the college. This program landed in, and we had the best success rate across the whole university in terms of students able to complete their masters in 2 years. Second objective was to develop a collaborative platform, strengthen the network by sharing information, trainings, etc. So we have a growing network of supervisors and partner institutions. I showed you in a previous graph the US Medical Army Medical Research Institute, sorry, or Directorate in Kenya was not on board at the very beginning So they joined after some time. So we are, and Moi University also is a university that was not in the program initially, but who joined after some time. So we are really growing a network. We trained faculty so that now they are able to give the course themselves, the courses. The first year I was amongst the trainers. Caleb also joined and delivered trainings, but now we know that there is some amount of sustainability and people in the university, faculties from the university are able to teach the modules. We also got some of our ENBIT graduates who went on to develop a very nice association, the Bioinformatics Hub of Kenya, and they are extremely active in outreach, and they go to universities in Kenya where there is no module and of course no curriculum of bioinformatics, but they reach out to students and even learners in high schools to show them, okay, what's bioinformatics about, what can we do now with genomics, etc. So the goal is really to increase the demand in terms of students willing to learn bioinformatics in Africa. So that's very noticeable and they are very commendable. Not only do they continue after their masters to do a PhD or to take employment somewhere, but they also keep on working together, attract funding also from other sources to perform activities of outreach in universities and high schools. And of course, we share resources with BRECA. BRECA is a sister program at Makerere University, and we are very pleased to have this kind of very tight partnership with BRECA. Third objective, to generate a cohort of highly trained bioinformatics masters graduates. They are in high demand. There is also an outflow of them going to secure PhDs in Europe or in the US. It's expectable, of course, but many of them are willing to do something for the region. And for instance, that's why they created this Bioinformatics Hub of Kenya. Some of them contributed significantly in whole genome sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 in Kenya. And of course, the network of trainers in ENBIT provides also research topics for masters graduates. So, for instance, I was supervising some students during their master's project. Okay, so first, the first cohort was only at Plenary University and they secured PhDs by now. We have some people who got positions as computational biologists, sometimes as far as in Scotland. We have data scientists, and we have a guy who went on to pursue a project of international sustainability. He's interested in biofuels and is more on the entrepreneurship side. So it's great to see this diversity of graduates and how they build their career. Major program achievements. Okay, so we managed to develop the curriculum, and we managed to have 3 universities on board. Initially in 2017, we said after 5 years, we want to have 2 at least countries participating, but now we're very happy to have 3 of them, of the East African countries that were the core targets of ENBIT. We graduated 2 cohorts at Plenary University with a very high completion rate after 2 years. All cohort 1 graduates have PhD positions or jobs, and the residential training, project-based learning within this residential training has been a critical component and has prepared students to go to their, to embrace their research project in the second part of the master's. Okay, so what's next? So of course, the cohort 4 started in 2021, so they are finishing their coursework. They will be starting their project this year, 2022 to 2023. So we're very grateful we had the extension. Maybe we'll have very minor funding issues we can still discuss with the funder. MUHAS started, though MUHAS is not in sync with the rest of the project because of the protracted process of creating a curriculum there and having the university accept this curriculum, having the university accept to give some hours to this curriculum in terms of their FTE for their workforce of lecturers, etc. Pwani already applied to a DAAD funding to ensure sustainability and to further support MSc bursaries, sorry. And we think of partnering with research institutions, private and public, for them to sponsor students. We think also some institutions may be very happy to have their own staff take like 8 months to participate in modules. So maybe we'll have to develop some more flexible hours, like evening hours for the training modules, so that we can accommodate people in the private sector whose company will pay for them to be in the MSc program. Challenges, so at the very beginning, a bit less now. We've had a high outflow of graduates to the global north, to the UK, to Germany, and to the US. We would like to have more self-sponsored students. That's still something a bit difficult to achieve, and we had program delays, notably due to COVID-19 in Uganda. There has been the closure of universities quite strict, and also in Kenya. But of course, these are challenges of the time. Okay, so some pictures here of different meetings at ICIPE, right, and bottom, and I think that's on the top left was during one of the residential trainings. Acknowledgements, of course, the funders. So this is through the Fogarty grants that initially gave 5 million USD to 4 projects. So thank you to the Fogarty Foundation, and we have partners, of course. We built definitely on the experience of H3 Bionet to build this. Thank you all.
Great, thank you. We'll save questions for the panel after everyone's had a chance to speak. So the next presentation is Dream Big, but Start Small, the case of the Wassa Libre project. PI is Ezekiel Edabibli, or one of the PIs, but another PI will be speaking today, Pandam Salifu.
So I would talk on Dream Big, but Start Small. And the case of Wassa Libre project. So I am Pandam Salifu from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Unfortunately, some my colleagues, Prof. Ezekiel Edabibli will not be with us. And also Seydou Doumbé has not been able to join us. So what is Wassa Libre project about? It's West African sustainable leadership and innovations training in bioinformatics. And so it's based in Covenant University as the main PI, and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and University of Science and Techniques and Technologies of Bamako, Mali. Why and the need? I think the answer is clear to all of us, and that is why partly we are here to deliberation on some of this. Yes, and so there are critical shortages of human capacity in bioinformatics and to fuel the academic institutions, research institutes, as well as other healthcare and related organizations and industries in Africa. And so our aims and objectives were to produce a sustainable network of well-trained individuals and to advance bioinformatics and data science research capacity. And of course, and they would assume leadership roles at academic, healthcare, and research institutions in West Africa. And so we were very strategic in a sense that we wanted to focus on PhDs, because looking at sustainability, if we produce a lot of masters, they would not stay, and the industry is not well prepared at the now to absorb a lot of the master students. And so at Covenant universities, they had already had established computer science programs with option to undertake bioinformatics program. And there are peers here who went through the programs. Fatima is an example. So we're very ready to at Covenant University to start right at the beginning of when the grant was awarded. So they were able to start it in 2017, 2019. Well, what happens at KNUST? We had a very rigid system, in the sense that we have very various academic programs that are run, well suited to incorporate bioinformatics programs. But students cannot take a program with options in any other field. So we have to design a new program from scratch. And the reason is also that our accreditation, National Accreditation Institute, once you design a new program for them to accredit it, and there are tracks, options, they will charge it as a new program. So the universities do not like designing program with options. They rather have a new program altogether. And so we designed a new program from scratch. We consulted extensively with partners in Africa, especially H3 and so in the year 2019 and 2020 academic year, we're able to start. And from the consultation, it was made clear to us, we are very grateful for that, that if we take a lot of students at the beginning, because there are no enough supervisors and mentors who will struggle with that. And so we took that into consideration. And so we enrolled 4 MSCs and 4 MPhils and 4 PhDs at the beginning. What it stands now that we collectively, master students, we together with Covenant University, we had 14. The other and the green recent students that are not funded by the project. And PhDs, we had 16 together between the two. Postdocs, we had 3 postdocs. And at the beginning, we're able to get some postdocs to start, and some of them have been able to stay with us. Yes. we started, yes, in 2019, and COVID was came. And so new program with new challenges. And so what do we have to do? We have to rely on online. And in fact, we also provided mobile data because credit for them to stay at home and engage us with internet activities, conferences, and workshops. So that was what we have to do. And there also came strikes by university staffs, and that also impacted on us. We had, KUSC, we had very good computing facilities, but we also have a lot of research groups that are using facility. Climate, physics, computational chemistry, and mathematics, and all those kind of things. So at times, we struggle to get computing facilities. So we harnessed existing H3Africa computing facilities, such as the WISC cluster, ELIFU, and also Covenant University computing facilities. And external examiners, and we reach out to H3Africa, H3 Bionet network to support us with external examiners to peer review the students' output. And research projects were not funded to generate data for ourselves. So what do we have to do? We rely on publicly available data, and where possible, also look at designing new tools. So our outcomes and impact. So we have been able to graduate so far 7 master's students from the Comicron University of Science and Technology. The 4 students that we recruited, 2 decided that they would proceed with their PhD somewhere, and 2 of them that are left have transitioned to PhD. Postdocs. So we also, as I indicated, develop new programs, degree programs that are now established. So some of our graduates, Albert is one of our MPhil students. So Albert has just gotten offer to do a PhD in Brown University in US. So he has decided to move. But incredibly, he's about to produce about 7 papers from his work. 3 of them have submitted and they are under review, and 1 is being drafted. So one of the papers just accepted this month is on new clues of prognostic markers of 4 hematologic diseases, malignancies. Hannah was also one of the 4 MPhil students that were recruited. She worked on global transcriptome data of breast cancer. Her thesis, in fact, was recommended for PhD. She did a marvelous work. But registered institutions as our university, there are procedures for PhD, and so she couldn't be awarded. So there was suggestion that she could continue for 1 year and do the other things that require for PhD registration, but she has decided that she wants to do a PhD somewhere else. The postdocs that joined us at the beginning, Gowns joined me right when the project was funded. So he contributed for us designing the program. So he has remained, he has been recruited as a permanent staff. And so he's part of the team on the program. A German who joined Prof. Zicker's team, he has moved on into Germany for a new postdoc role. Publications, collectively, we have been able to generate about 28 publications, oral presentations in conferences and posters. Some of the tools, Isabel Mensah, he worked on developing a new algorithm for denoising single cell sequence data. That is one of the major issues with single cell data. They are sparse and noisy. And so her work, when we benchmark the performance of the tool against the currently tools that are recommended, we saw that in terms of root mean square analysis for denoising data, it was par with the rest of it. But it has outperformed the rest of the tools in terms of detecting sparsity among the tools that are available. And the persistent persistent was far better, but we observed that it was not performing well in terms of recall, and we are trying to see what is actually the issue. Sustainability, well, we have developed new programs. They have now been integrated in well-established programs that are already there. And so funding to run it, I don't think is going to be an issue. And so it would survive. And we also think we'll actively participate in community of special interest in bioinformatics and related fields. And so that we'll carry on doing it. And so we also we were fortunate, Peter Amokoyerenchi, which is part of the PIC, also were funded for the data science and innovation training program for data science training program. So we'll leverage it with this to continue. And these are our team. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So our next speaker, I believe, will be joining us on Zoom. That can be confirmed. He also has a video. I'm not sure. Video? Okay, we'll be playing a video of his talk. Next speaker will be speaking on the West African Center of Excellence for Global Health Bioinformatics Research Training. This is from Contact PI, Seydou Doumbia, and the speaker is another PI for the program, Jeffrey Schaefer. Thank you.
African Center of Excellence for Global Health Bioinformatics Research Training Program. Today, I'm going to be talking about some of the program's achievements over the years and some of our plans for moving the program. This program was launched in fall of 2017, and it's a partnership between Tulane University and the University of Sciences, Techniques, and Technologies of Bamako, based in Mali. The program has strong collaborations with ACE Bamako, which is the African Center of Excellence of Bamako. The ACE was launched in 2015 and recently had its 5-year anniversary in March of 2020. The ACE program provides a lot of infrastructure support, including teaching computer laboratories, computer servers, and technical support. The ACE was very instrumental in allowing us to carry out both in-person and remote training during the course of this program. The training program aims, the overall aim is to build a sustainable bioinformatics research training program that fosters genomics approaches to address global health issues in Africa. It's primarily focused on bioinformatics, but this also encompasses computationally intensive sciences and data science as well. This particular program focused on 3 specific levels of enhancement, primarily faculty enhancement, curriculum enhancement, and student enhancement. The student enhancement was focused on primarily master's level training. Some of the program highlights that we have for this program include the following. We had 44 graduate students trained through 4 different cohorts. We had 31 students awarded with Master of Science degrees in Bioinformatics through the University of Bamako's Master of Science in Bioinformatics program. We've had 13 students from the first 3 cohorts enroll in PhD programs, and 16 students have since been employed in academic and commercial positions. Also, we've managed to carry out 3 annual bioinformatics and data science symposiums. This was performed in Bamako in person. We also had one virtual symposium last year, and we're currently working on another symposium that's to take place next week. I'm actually here in Mali right now preparing for that. Along with these symposiums, so the symposiums themselves were primarily for junior investigators to present their findings. Oftentimes this was based on pilot research projects, and these symposiums were complemented with enhanced training workshops focused on data science topics. Some of the deliverables that we have for this program is a big part of the program is study abroad training at Tulane University, and one of the deliverables we have for this is we assist trainees in getting a publication as first author. Usually these are primarily master's students, and oftentimes this will be their first publication of any sort. So we help them push their research and their working manuscripts across the finish line. Some of the curriculum development we have also worked on as part of this project as well. We're currently working together with the University of Bamako to establish a study abroad program at the University of Bamako, and we regularly, as part of this program, host master's level and even PhD level students at Tulane University. Sustainability of the kind of the big picture sustainability as I see it is, you know, this was a big part of the thinking for this program, but one of the biggest components, I believe, for sustainability is establishing regional thinking, particularly considering neighboring countries' problems as your own, and including those countries in your training and research. And many times, larger countries or more established countries can provide support and include these countries as a way to sustain the program. We've greatly benefited in this program for having for this taking place in a university environment that provided institutional support for core elements of the project. Other such venues include governmental places such as hospitals. I've also worked in hospital settings where that's been very successful, but we certainly benefited from having this situated in a university environment. The local picture, we certainly have a lot of things we would like to expand, particularly on the infrastructure side in Mali. Teaching computer laboratories are not always a given for these training programs, but we did have limited teaching computer laboratories available here. We're very interested in expanding those and adding more seats. We had a high level of administrative involvement, especially Dr. Seydou Doumbia has led these efforts on the Mali side, and which, you know, many times we would even have, you know, the leadership at the University of Bamako participating in our trainings, which I believe was very well received and really helped the success of the program. We provided training and related research components such as grants management and ethics and things like this. I think these types of things should always be considered in any training program, because it's essentially these are essential parts of the of any research performed. As I said before, these you know, these are some of the things that we need the most of our doctoral level trainers. We need really PhD level people in the labs who are able to train and mentor junior investigators. For this reason, we're going to be focusing more on doctoral level training going forward. This particular program was primarily focused on master's level training. Future direction, well, we plan on continuing to apply for additional training programs in the area of data science and bioinformatics. As I said before, we're very interested in building on these efforts and extending this training to doctoral level trainees. One of the essential elements for this program is that we did have at our disposal a Master of Science in Bioinformatics degree program at the University of Bamako, which really was a source for our for training trainee participants, and we had some PhD students as well, but they were primarily coming from Mali's Master of Science program, which was immensely helpful, and we look forward to continuing to expand that program. We're particularly interested in developing new data science courses for that program. Here is a group photo from one of our recent symposiums, and some acknowledgments, and I thank you very much for your time.
So our final speaker in this afternoon session, before we watch some videos from the students, is giving a talk on nurturing genomics and bioinformatics research capacity in Africa, or the BRCA program. And our speaker is David Kitete. Thank you.
Thanks very much. This works. Anyway, my talk has been made easy by my previous colleagues, particularly Jean Barker. This program is way similar to what Jean Barker has presented. And the acronym is BRCA. I'm one of the 4 PIs, and myself and Daudi are based at Makerere University. Obviously, the other 2 are based in the United States. In the middle is Mado Graham at Baylor College of Medicine and Jordan King at Georgia Tech Institute in the United States. So the goal of BRCA was to consolidate the initial investments of H3Africa at Makerere and Uganda at large. There was a lot of activities for H3Africa at Makerere and Uganda, like we've had in the initial talks in the morning, CAF-gene, Tripanogen, biorepository, and even H3 Bionin. There was a lot of activities, not only research, but also training, high-level training to PhD levels. About, I think, 10 Ugandans were already being trained by CAF-gene and Tripanogen alone, and bioinformatics in the United States. But the gap then was that there was no formal degree training at the institution, and that's what BRCA came into fill to consolidate those gains by building, establishing graduate degree training programs in bioinformatics at both master's and PhD level. We thought it was a little bit ambitious, but anyway, we started, and the curriculum are largely similar to what Jean described, the master's and PhD curriculum. The taught components of the coursework is similar. And though any subtle differences that there may be in due to the intricate layers of approval of the curriculum at Makerere, it was built on H3 Bionet, but as we submitted it for approval, and the various reviewers kept on telling us, adding this, adding that. And to cut short that back and forth, we decided to focus on acquiring approval and concentrate on refining the curriculum later on. This is what we are doing right now. So the taught components for master's and PhD in bioinformatics are largely similar, but the difference in these 2 is the research. It's intense and more rigorous for PhD. And other than establishing graduate degree training, BRCA also aimed to establish a kind of a center of excellence, which will oversee and coordinate training and for the bioinformatics, and including sourcing or reaching out to collaborators for capacity sequencing infrastructure, trainees and stuff like that, and where fellows would run into for some kind of guidance. Yeah, for the degree training, master's and PhD have been very, very successful. And that's one of the key achievements. We feel that the trainings in bioinformatics is firmly established, and it was well received by the university administration. We receive well over 70 applications every year from all over Africa. Sometimes we receive applicants from the Middle East, Pakistan, and India, but none has shown up anyway. These in bold are the countries from Africa where applicants received admissions and applicants showed up for training. As of now, we have 76 students who are registered. About 50% of those are master's students who have completed the program, 12 are PhD students. We reduced on the admissions because we wanted first to get rid of the backlog. Trainees support, Breaker alone supports about 10 master's students and about 9 master's students and 1 PhD student. But as you can see, we have a lot of support from sister projects we had from GeneBarker. ENBIT came in handy to support some of our trainees. CAFGene also supports some of our masters and PhD trainees. And also Delta Plus programs also support our trainees, and other programs that I have not listed here. They kind of offer partial support to these 16 self-supporting trainees. They are supported in one way or other. And yeah, of course, trainee support is key for higher completion rates. And there you can see that our master's students, all of them who have some kind of support have completed, but PhD trainees, not only because of lack of support, but also the rigorous nature of the research, we still, they are not yet to complete, but we hope they will be able to complete in here also. And as you heard in the morning, and as you heard also GeneBarker say, our president closed all kind of schooling, and universities and other forms of school were closed for 2 years. And at the same time, he ordered that our laboratories be repurposed to become a COVID-19 testing center. And the bioinformatics trainees were one of the workers. We were receiving about 50,000 samples a day, and they were part of the day and night shifts. And some of them were still participating in the sequencing of the SARS-CoV-2 genomes. And for the master's fellows or trainees who have finished, their research outputs were showcased in the last, I think, week, 2 weeks or so, in I think the first bioinformatics symposium in Uganda. And our fellows from ENBIT also showed up. You can see GeneBarker is over there. And we also had a Fulbright professor who is at Makere, solely dedicated to bioinformatics training on this program. And the trainee, their thesis projects focused on application of human genomics, pathogenome, vector genomics, some even data science to advance our understanding of those key diseases, particularly HIV, TB, malaria, NCDs, COVID-19, and other epidemics like Ebola. For us here, what was interesting, these were master's trainees showcasing their research output, but the symposium was organized, the arrangement, the planning was by the PhD students in bioinformatics. The other achievement was establishing world-class computational infrastructure. Breaker was coordinating this. We reached out to colleagues in the United States, and they were able to establish the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics and Data Science, the ACE, which you have heard being described by the previous speaker. This is the second one on the African continent. It is a very big resource, solely dedicated to the training of bioinformatics students at Makerere University, but also other researchers in the university and Uganda and the region are also welcome to use this resource. And the staff who were key to the provision of this facility, staff from the bioinformatics and the computational biosciences branch of the NIAID, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases in the United States, also participate in the training remotely. And in consultation with us, they only participate to provide or to complement those courses where we feel we don't have enough capacity. And we're also fortunate to welcome Professor Jessica Chisinga from the United States, who is with us for about 3 years, participating in the training of the bioinformatics students. So we feel this program has increased the number of highly skilled bioinformaticians. Whenever I listen to them speaking, I feel they are already better than us. And some of them are here. They have showcased their skills, and some of them are published in high impact journals. and we are proud of them. And they already, some of them are being placed in key research groups and institutions. And we feel the next phase is to ensure that they get placements, those who need support in getting placements and career advancements. We are already in collaboration with some research institutions in Uganda and the companies in the universities and other institutions to have them some placements and showcase their skills. And we also want to focus and ensure that the PhD students complete their training. They have not yet completed. Most of them were disrupted by the pandemic. Some were still in the United States completing their attachment, and they are now completing their final phases of their research. And we were also fortunate to receive the Data Science Africa Training Award. And we have been engaging various stakeholders, and many of them have advised us that based on the fact that both of these are new disciplines requiring almost the same level of infrastructure, and some of the foundational courses are similar, they are advising that it's better to harmonize this curriculum into one at the beginning, maybe for the first 5 years or so. And in as much as they are distinct disciplines, we can think of splitting them maybe 5 or 10 years from now. But for ease of implementation, it's better to deliver this as one curriculum with tracks. It is possible in Uganda at graduate level. So obviously, without support from H3Africa, this wouldn't have been possible. And these sister programs, ENBIT, CAFGene, eBrow, H3 Bionet, and Tripanagen are just, and as well as BCCB. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the next part of this session, we'll be playing a video that was compiled just with messages from the students in these programs. Do you need a minute? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, they're loading that. Oh, never mind.
Hi, I'm Angela Ruth, an ENBIT alumni, cohort 2, MSc Bioinformatics, hosted at Pwani University, Kenya. I currently lead the Bioinformatics Mentorship and Incubation Program at ECP. The ENBIT program provided me with an opportunity to do my MSc project at the University of Cape Town, thus networking and collaborating with great scientists within and outside the bioinformatics field. My MSc project served as a baseline for my PhD project of interest, hence enabling me to successfully compete for a PhD scholarship in HLA genetics based at the University of Oxford, commencing September this year. Thank you.
Hello, I am Brian Bwanya, and I am a cohort 1 ENBIT fellow. I joined the program in October 2018 and graduated in July 2021 with a master's degree in bioinformatics from Pwani University. Throughout the entire ENBIT program, I learned core technical skills required for bioinformatics research. This was achievable because the curriculum is competently structured to allow for active participation in the learning process through hands-on problem solving. And today, as a bioinformatics PhD candidate at Maastricht University, I still continue to apply the foundational concepts and skills I was privileged to learn from the ENBIT program. And for this, I just want to say thank you, ENBIT.
Hello everyone, I'm Shahid Chiaga, a ENBIT fellow from Makerere University, Uganda. Currently, I have just completed my master's in bioinformatics and hoping to start a PhD in bioinformatics later this year. I would like to thank the ENBIT project for the financial support through my tuition and other expenses. And on top of that, for the collaborations they have introduced me to, like Kenya Medical Research Institute, US Army Medical Research Directorate, H3 Bionet, and H3Africa in general. During this period, I've managed to publish 4 manuscripts in peer-reviewed journals and attend and present in 5 international conferences, including the H3Africa Consortium meeting. I would like to appreciate and thank Dr. Daniel Masiga, Dr. Caleb Chibet, and Ms. Karen Wambui, and the entire H3 and the entire ENBIT project team for the opportunity and the support. Thank you so much.
My name is Ademo Agunibitayo Abigail. I'm a Nigerian, and I've been privileged to join the Waslibre fully funded grant opportunity to fund my PhD research since 2017. And I'm very glad to be rounding up my program. My PhD is, it's on genetic research and metabolic studies of, in particular, neurodevelopmental disorder. It gives me a lot of pleasure, a lot of joy to be able to solve a problem that really touches the lives of newborns and infants in my own country. So I'm really glad, I'm really elated to be part of this program because that's transformed my life in different ways. I've been part of multiple trainings, both in Ghana and in Nigeria. I've learned different aspects of responsible conduct of research. I've had publications from this research, and I'm very, very grateful to the founders of this grant. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Nyako, and I'm a current MPhil student under the Waslibre program here at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And the grant actually supported my work on breast cancer genomic research here in the university. And there have been further trainings all throughout this period of the support. For instance, we had this grant writing, which was spectacular, to help us in trainings with writing grants. And then just within this session, we got the opportunity to actually present our works to a diverse group of multidisciplinary scientists, which was exciting. I got constructive criticism from these outstanding scientists, and then it was great to actually be a part of this meeting. Thank you.
My name is Bigba Yakubu. I'm a student of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, Kumasi here. And I am a beneficiary of Waslibre grant. And prior to this particular consortium meeting, I had participated in a grant writing that was organized in January. It was also under the auspices of Waslibre. And we benefited a lot. I can remember, even though we were the graduate students, where we had the privilege of learning how to write a grant, which most lecturers will have to learn it when they become lecturers. And continuing from that portion up to today, the consortium meeting has also helped a lot. I had the privilege of presenting my work and the comparative genomic analysis on Helicobacter pylori, especially with patients who are suffering from peptic ulcer. And I had criticisms, I had feedback that I think I can work on. And prior to that one too, we had a lot of professors from Nigeria who actually presented on several topics with reference to responsible research. And I can just not say that this particular event hasn't been useful. I've learned a lot and I hope to apply it. And all thanks to Waslibre and then all those who have organized this. I'm grateful. Thank you.
My name is Gola Odushelu, a PhD student from Covenant University, Nigeria. I'm a beneficiary of the Waslibre grant, fully funded, and this is my third time attending the consortium. This is the third consortium I'm attending. Privileged to have attended the first one in Nigeria, the second one virtually, and the third one now in Ghana. And I can testify to the fact that it has been a wonderful experience for me. I've learned so much, and also I've been able to network and also share ideas with great minds from Ghana, from different places in Africa. And I can tell that this consortium has really impacted my research work with respect to research conduct, with respect to publications, with respect to ethics, with respect to different things. And I was privileged to also present my work, my PhD work, which I'm already currently rounding off in Covenant University, and the responses, the criticisms, the everything, that's just been so good. And I want to thank my PI, Professor Debbie, and everyone for this opportunity. And I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Albert Dugan. I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and a master's degree in biodata analytics and computational genomics under the Waslet project here at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana. I joined the Waslet project in 2019 and I am set to graduate in June 2022. So for my project work, I did something on the genomics of Burkitt's lymphoma, where I was able to identify some key genes that are relevant to diagnosis and prognosis of Burkitt's lymphoma. And I wouldn't have been able to do this without the generous support from Fogati NIH and assistance from my supervisors and the project PIs, Professor Ezekiel Adebeyi, Dr. Samson Pandam Salifu, and Dr. Peter Yurinchi. I am grateful for the support. Before I joined the project, I had not traveled outside the country, but after I joined, I have been able to attend conferences, summer schools, and workshops outside the country, where I met researchers who have shaped me into the person I am today. So I am very grateful for the generous support. As a student who just passed through the Waslet program, I would like to entreat or plead with the entire H3Africa community to assist the program at KNUST with mentors and supervisors who will assist the students working on their thesis. It will be very helpful. Many thanks for having me and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Oluwamiwa Fesobi Andrew. I recently completed my master's degree from Covenant University. I studied bioinformatics, and I quickly want to enlighten us on how Waslet has been able to help me as a student in completion and a better understanding of my course of study. So Waslet was able to, is part of the consortium, the H3Africa network, and they were able to conduct a series of training virtually on the NGS sequencing technology and the 16SR microbiome training, which I greatly benefited from. Also recently, we embarked on an all-expense paid trip to Kwame Nkrumah University in Ghana, University of Science and Technology in Ghana, where we were exposed to the multi-dimensional aspects of research. We were able to learn how to balance work and family, how to conduct ethical research and everything. And more importantly, we were able to meet new students, meet new researchers, and increase our network generally. So I feel if there is more of these trainings, more of this exposure, it will really help students generally, especially in this part of Africa where we're trying to build a human resource in bioinformatics.
So I've been told there's one more video that has to be loaded after.
Oh, sorry. Hi, everybody. Sorry, while we're waiting, just a quick announcement. We are going to be having dinner at the Congress Hall tonight, and we'd love to take a group photo. So dinner starts at 7 p.m. I'd encourage you to please be on time by 7 p.m. so that we can take a group photo and a steering committee photo as well. So there'll be 2 photos taken tonight. And I think, as you know, photos are important for storytelling. Directions to the Congress Hall are as follows. So someone who lives here told me this. Take the lift or stairs to the ground floor, exit to the fountain area of the hotel. So apparently, it's that side. As you go to reception, it's adjacent to reception on the ground floor. And across the fountain area, you will find the Congress Hall. So please be on time and let's take a photo. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatmata Nyine Fofana, PhD student in Bioinformatics at the Doctoral School of Science and Technology of Bamako. My research focuses on in silico analysis of protein-protein interactions, networks between human and Plasmodium falciparum for the design of candidate vaccines. The West African Center of Excellence for Global Health Bioinformatics Research Training Programs, founded by the NH Forgati, allowed me to work on my project entitled Docking of Human Boundary Anion Transported Protein with their Plasmodium falciparum interactors based on short linear motifs. The program also allowed me to participate in various scientific communications and workshops in the field of bioinformatics, such as data science, metagenomics, and grant writing. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. This is Josue Togo speaking. I'm a pharmacist and a biomedical research scientist at the University Clinical Research Center in Bamako. Bioinformatics combines my passions, namely biology and computer science. My interest has arisen from using computer science to address biological questions. I then did my master's degree in bioinformatics at the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics, Bamako, and have worked on TB genomic variation for my master thesis. I'm currently working on my PhD projects on SARS-CoV-2 molecular epidemiology and drug discovery. Beside these projects, I'm working on a couple of collaborative projects in bioinformatics. Thank you. Hi, everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abdoulaye Jawara, PhD student at the African Center for Excellence in Bioinformatics of Bamako. Fortunately, WSB Program Fellow. My research is focused on applying bioinformatics tools to detect genetic variation, contributing to the susceptibility of diabetes and anti-malaria drug resistance. WSB program enabled me to gain more supported skill on many aspects of bioinformatics in human genetic and genomic, and has a significant impact on my career development, both as an independent researcher. With the program support, I investigate the genetic diversity and evolutionary story of Plasmodium falciparum to better understand the mechanism of malaria drug resistance in Mali. I also, with the help of the program, I characterize type 2 diabetes and its risk factor for rural Malian population to facilitate patient care through community-based outreach and surveillance in the rural Malian population. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mamadou Sangare from African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics. I'm currently a PhD student at the same center. My thesis work is focused on the characterization by bioinformatics approach of new therapeutic targets of Plasmodium falciparum and the prediction of their potential inhibitors. This project has been founded by the West African Center of Excellence for Bioinformatics Research Training in Global Health, WESB. For this project, I have participated in several trainings and attend sub-regional conferences such as the H3Africa conference held in Tunisia in April 2019 and the International Society for Computational Biology held in Ghana in November 2019, and the different symposium organized by the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics, Mali. And this project continued to support me in the realization of my thesis work. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Mohamed Mega. I was a former of Forgati Fellow, and I have my master's degree in Bioinformatics at African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics in Mali, Bamako. Currently, I'm working as a NGS data analyst in Malaria Research and Training Center, MRTC, in Mali. So the Forgati program allow me to be competitive at national and international levels. And the training has also allowed me to continue my career in one of the large laboratory, genomic laboratory in West Africa. So I just thank God and Forgati program for helping in my career development. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Udu Jabate. I am a postgraduate student at the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics, ACB of Bamako, Mali. For my master degree, I was supported by the West African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics, WESB, for the tuition fees. My master thesis was in silico analysis of the PRDH-FR gene mutations and the effect on the PRDH-FR protein function and structure. Currently, I am working at the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics on a C grant project, still funding by the WESB. The main of this project is to identify potential inhibitors of the SARS-CoV-2 main protease among molecules available in African natural product databases by using virtual screening and molecular dynamic stimulation. This master training was useful for me because it allows me to understand several aspects of bioinformatics, which is today a science at the edge of all sciences related to medical, biomedical, and biological research in all fields of life. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now move on to a short panel with our presenters from today. And Jen, since you had a question, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so I think when we started talking about the training program, there was some debate about sort of the value of a master's versus a PhD, and that with bioinformatics, you can often get good employment right out with a master's. And in fact, at least in the States, a lot of sort of PhD level positions, if it's a data science master's, you can get that position just with a master's. But it sounds like both your PhD programs are well enrolled and that a lot of your master's students are going on to get PhDs. So I just wanted sort of your assessment about that. Do you think that the PhD programs are going to are really valuable commodities?
Yes, true. I mean, you can, okay, like that. You can definitely have employment after a master's. Well, the reason why maybe some of our trainees, our graduates go on to pursue a PhD, it's one way to get an opportunity outside of the country. And also maybe we don't yet have enough demand for bioinformatics to secure, to enable these young and brilliant people to remain physically here and be data scientists in an organization in West Africa, in East Africa, West Africa, etc. Partly it's my responsibility maybe because I'm occupying one of the positions, or no, but yeah, we have. It's still not in the culture of many universities to have bioinformatics. In some places, and I think that's a fight we have to fight together. We have to go to people in medicine. We have to go to other professional societies in Africa and to do outreach and to showcase how important it is nowadays to use bioinformatics in order to get meaningful results for people in biology, in medicine, in agriculture, etc., etc.
Just to add to that, we particularly decided to focus, give much attention to PhD because there are so much demand for training in bioinformatics and data science. If we opened the program for applications, we will get a lot of students. But where are the supervisors and mentors to undertake this? Teaching, we are already flooded with students in other programs. So the essence is that we start small with PhDs, produce them, and they will then come to support in the teaching. In Ghana, teaching at the university level, you must have a terminal degree, that is PhD. And I think it's valid for other institutions elsewhere. And secondly, there are a lot of peers here looking for postdocs. They can't find. I needed a postdoc for the past 3-4 years. I can't find it because even our current registered PhD students right away, they want, and there is a university that wanted to poach them. Some were even offered academic positions, but we have to encourage them that was not the best registered student and to start academic position at the same time being a student. There are life after completion. And so there is a lot of this need for terminal degrees. And so that if we have more, we
yes, more or less similar reasons. Maybe there's slight difference in my country. There are now about 12 public universities, and the emphasis is on sciences. And our president wants only to employ scientists, and they are the only ones he has increased the wages for, beginning the next financial year. So he has put a lot of emphasis on science, developing science. And bioinformatics is one of the disciplines in the national development curriculum. National development planning, I forgot, the Ugandans in here can tell me the correct term, but it's a planning program for the government, and bioinformatics or genomic sciences is one of the disciplines that was highlighted as a key area to target, to develop a sector to develop, meaning maybe 10 or 20 years from now, in the public services, there will be need for a bioinformatician or genomic scientist. So as he has said, also in my institutions, to be a lecturer, you need a PhD. And like I've said, those 12 public universities, they would only recruit you if you have a PhD. And bioinformatics is one of the, I don't know, those disciplines which are needed by almost every discipline. Right now in the medical school, every research group where we are needs a bioinformatician or a data scientist. Not only in the medical school and affiliated institutions like the Uganda Cancer Institutes, they need all of those, they need bioinformaticians, but those who are highly qualified. And I've only talked about public institutions. There are also private medical schools or research institutions that we need. So the job prospects are good for PhDs. And at the moment also, both of them are doing okay. I think even they will be okay in the near future.
Great, thank you. I have the next question for you all, and maybe Pandam and David, you can address this. I know there was a lot of interest when these programs were being established in being able to take in students from many different backgrounds, from computational backgrounds and from health sciences. Can you address just some of the benefits and challenges of that approach and kind of what you would advise others looking to do these kinds of programs, how they should tackle that?
Yes, thank you. And so one of the strategies that I wanted to start at the beginning was to pick 4 PhD students, one in biological related, computer science, mathematics, and statistics, to put them together so that they can work. Unfortunately, I couldn't get biology student. They applied, but looking at starting bioinformatics program, a new area with no computing background was going to be a challenge. I suggested that he should start and audit courses in the computer, in the existing new program that were established before starting to research and track in the bioinformatics. He didn't like that. But and the other students that remained, one had maths in first degree, second degree in mathematics, masters in mathematics, masters again in computer science. And other PhD student had statistics and master's degree in computer science and model. And the other students, 2 had mathematics, first degree, mathematics, second degree. What I found at the beginning, and I have to be honest, it was incredible and difficult for them to transit in the biology for the first year, for the math students. Though the majority of the master students were biology aspect, but I was surprised that they quickly learned the mathematics as well as the computing, and were doing far, far better than even the master student. The master student, they didn't have second degree, so they were just first degree graduates, but they were able to learn quickly. So in our program, we have, to conclude, in our program, there is no any particular students in any other field that has a competitive edge. You will struggle at the beginning. You need a lot of effort to transist.
What we've done to address that challenge, that you have to identify the minimum competencies required for such students from either field. Is it computer science? You need to identify the minimum competencies for the biological courses. And either way, for biological courses, you need to identify the minimum competencies required in the computational field earlier on. And you either have them as electives, and the students should not transition to another semester unless they have passed. And even those who continue to have challenges after semester, we have some attachments to, if it's computational skills, we attach them to groups in the computer science. And such that in the second year of research, they have already transitioned. And it has, and incidentally, some of the best bioinformaticians are mathematicians at the moment, and vice versa.
Jean Baca, do you want to add anything to that? I know, okay. Any other questions from the audience for our panel? I know everyone's eager to.
I think my question is complementary to the question that Laura just asked a moment ago. When we, as a medical doctor, engage into a PhD program, what we were asked to do in our PhDs for the PhD to be strong, we were asked to have fundamental science, do the lab and do the cell culture. But as the field is evolving now, the requirement would be to do the bioinformatics. If you would like to do a PhD in genetics, you would really need to do some bioinformatics in your thesis. So the medical study, it really takes a long time. We don't have time to do a master study in bioinformatics, but we need some complementary module that would be specific to provide medical doctors with understanding sufficient enough for them to embrace the bioinformatic aspect for a strong PhD program. Are you considering or developing similar complementary module for medical doctor?
And in my institution, there is a strong interest in clinical bioinformatics. And one of our fellows, we think he will take that route. He's a medical doctor who is training in bioinformatics. But actually there are two. We think the university thought by training those, they will lead the development of clinical genomics or bioinformatics, whatever you want to say. But there is a strong interest in what you are saying, and with some other institutions which are around us, like the Uganda Cancer Institute, who have a strong interest in genomics, we really think the future will be that way. And we hope Eric and John Mixer will lead that for us. But for now, we do not have a comprehensive program, like we are saying, to cater for them other than these foundational courses like the others have taken.
Thanks. Yes, that's an excellent remark and suggestion. I think it's up to you guys who are currently undertaking a medical curriculum. It's up to you to ask your supervisors and the faculty to tell, hey, we need bioinformatics. And I think it's true, we haven't fully reached maturity as a discipline. Bioinformatics or computational biology hasn't fully reached maturity. Mature disciplines like mathematics, you will see so many modules in a university: mathematics for economists, mathematics for biologists, statistics for biologists, etc., etc. And for us, I mean, I think it's time we have modules that are
designed specifically for non-bioinformaticians, modules that are not to be the core modules, but electives of very high importance for different people like medical doctors. So I think, yeah, let's work at the level of universities, and it's up to the students to lobby the faculties who are designing the programs under which they are studying, and say that, yeah, we need bioinformatics. We know that in this time and age, we cannot be good medical doctors. We cannot be good biologists without some fundamentals in bioinformatics.
Any final questions for the panel? Oh. They're coming to you.
Thank you. I was just going to comment on the importance of this bioinformatics training. In my university, we have been strategizing because we saw the need that different departments are requiring bioinformatics needs. And one of the things that came to the fore was creating a department of bioinformatics. And part of the things we required to do was to have faculty who had at least 2 degrees in bioinformatics. And of course, we know that that's not feasible now. But one of the things I was saying to the leaders of the committee at the time was, I'm sure in 5 years' time, the story will change and we'll be at a different place. And just like Jane Baker said, maturity. If we keep doing this and we keep putting efforts with time, the bioinformatics curriculum and the bioinformatics program will expand, and we'll have more people who are competent in different areas. And hopefully more universities will be able to have a fully fledged department of bioinformatics that can fully serve all these needs. So I'm one of the people who work in bioinformatics training in Covenant University, and I want to say it's a very challenging job. We get people from different fields, and like Pandam said, at the beginning it's challenging for them, but over time, first year, second year, they get now grounded with all these wonderful workshops, the H3Africa programs, a lot of programs that we use to complement what we give them. So yes, we just need to keep putting more efforts, and I'm seeing the future of 5 years from now, the story will definitely be different. So thank you to the NIH training program.
Well, thank you. And I think that's a fabulous way to end this session. Thank you all for staying a little bit late. And thank you to our panelists for their wonderful presentations. Cheers.
The Institute of Human Virology Nigeria IHVN is a non-governmental organization that focuses on HIV/AIDS related problems in Nigeria. It was established as an affiliate to the Institute of Human Virology, University of Maryland School of Medicine, Baltimore in 2004. In 2015, International Research Center of Excellence ISA was established with Professor Abimiku as its executive director to promote collaborative research in diseases of relevance to the local community, non-communicable diseases, and emerging infectious diseases. IHVN moved to a 7-story, 2-tower edifice to support research activities in ISA. The Institute of Human Virology Nigeria H3Africa IHAB Biorepository Initiative project is directed by Professor Alashley Abimiku. IHAB is the West African Regional Biorepository for the Human Hereditary and Health in Africa Consortium. Established in 2009, IHAB supports the H3Africa Consortium network of African scientists by providing high-quality, well-annotated biospecimen to study genomics and environmental determinants of common diseases with the goal of improving the health of African populations. IHAB collects, processes, stores, and distributes biospecimens within Africa and beyond. IHAB receives both processed and unprocessed samples from researchers within and outside the country. Biospecimens include whole blood, urine, saliva, stool, meconium, DBS, cervical swabs, nasopharyngeal swabs, breast milk, and so on. With over 150,000 collections, iHab utilizes robust FreezerBox 2019 LIMS system to automate biospecimen, data, and freezer management in a secured system. Facility is well equipped to conduct sample processing for research projects from plasma, sera, DBS, DNA extraction and QC, cell characterization and PBMC isolation. Peripheral blood mononuclear cells, PBMCs, are made up of lymphocytes, which are B cells, T cells, NK cells, monocytes, and dendritic cells. iHab supports both manual and automated viable cell counting. The TC20 automated cell counter accurately counts cells in one simple step using an innovative autofocus technology and sophisticated cell counting algorithm. The TC20 enables accurate mammalian cell counting in less than 30 seconds. The BD Fax Caliber offers a unique modular approach to flow cytometry and allows users to perform both cell analysis and sorting in an innovative single benchtop system. iHab supports both manual and automated DNA extraction. The QIAGEN QIAcube HT enables automated mid to high throughput nucleic acid purification in 96-well format using silica membrane technology. The system provides reliable DNA, RNA, mRNA extraction virtually from any sample type. The user-friendly software allows for easy data management and documentation. It is convenient, flexible, safe, and minimizes cross-contamination. The NanoDrop 8000 allows scientists to quickly and easily quantify and assess purity of samples such as proteins and nucleic acids using an 8-channel pipette to dispense samples onto an array of pedestals to analyze 96 samples in less than 6 minutes. The qubit fluorometer quickly and specifically quantifies DNA, RNA, and protein. It is easier than ever to determine if you have sufficient nucleic acid or protein for your experiment. Qubit assay dye binds specifically to DNA, RNA, or protein, making it more specific than UV absorbance. eCube is an all-in-one DNA, RNA electrophoresis device, including gel electrophoresis chamber, LED illumination, live display, documentation by integrated digital camera, and software for image capture. Biospecimens are stored at -40 C, -80 C, and in liquid nitrogen tanks. iHab uses a combination of manual temperature chart and Tutela automated monitoring system to monitor the temperature of the storage unit. Tutela provides 24/7 monitoring status alerting system via phone call, SMS messages, emails to responders to track temperature excursion. IHVN has the capacity to produce liquid nitrogen. The hallway showcased the abstracts written by iHab staff, and the office is equipped with a conference room. iHab is a secured facility with CCTV camera, monitors, and trained security guards.
Check 1 2.